break the vow.
Welcome to part 2 of the Religion Chaos panel based on the confluence of mental health and religion. We did this yesterday technically, but we got through like 3 or 4 prompts, and there's like, I made so many more prompts, so I'm trying to do it again. Okay, now I didn't get anyone to technically agree to a panel up, but I trust my friends that, you know, people will be paneling up. Okay, so Confluence isn't just going to be spurring about the intersection between those two things by himself. Good to see you, young Christian in the chat. Ed, good to see you. Ed fed his dogs. Haven't seen you in a hot second, Ed. Feels like forever. It's probably been a week, but you know, time works differently when you're streaming every day. And yes, and Big Soda is here as well. And it looks like we do have somebody. We do have somebody already. Futoy.
How's it going?
Good to see you, brother. I was a little worried. I felt like you were catching a lot of heat from a lot of people yesterday, so I wasn't sure if it was too much.
No, it's all good.
There's a lot of people against Futoy at different points, so I'm really glad you're back.
Thank you. No, it's all good. You know, I can only get so far in my own head. I need opposite opinions to be able to grow, right?
Yeah, I think we all do. And so I appreciated the discussion yesterday. I liked it. I had to nuke the stream into oblivion for a number of reasons. There's a lot of chicanery that kind of happened at certain points, including one of your people, Futoy. At least I think he was Irish, although I'm not really sure. Were you there for that? At least he sounded Irish in my mind. He joined. He was really drunk, and he immediately said a word you're not allowed to say. So it's like, fuck. And I don't even think he meant to, because he seemed like he was trying to apologize, but I'm like, oh, as soon as someone does that, it's like, it doesn't.
Oh wait, was it a guy who's like dressed like a hippie? Yeah,
that guy.
I thought he was from Brooklyn. Was he not from Brooklyn or something? New York?
But maybe I'm just like thinking he I don't know. He felt Irish to me, and maybe that's
no. How's it going, Soda? No, he was definitely.
Soda, was that guy from New York or was that guy from Ireland?
He actually. You know what? I had him
TOS the stream.
I had him like he was from Alabama, the answering country.
No, I had him so straight away, but I saw him on another panel afterwards, after your panel, right?
Oh shit! Okay.
And he had the N-word edited out, but in his name description, so he was up just to do that, and you know what I mean.
Okay. So because I was thinking maybe if he comes back, maybe if he's less drunk, but if he's going to be one of those types, then probably not worth the risk.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
good to see you, Big Soda. Glad you're here as well. How are you doing today?
Well, I was a little shy. You didn't give me an
You,
introduction, so I was.
well, I
yeah,
thought so, but then
You
you
just
kind of
brought me
just
up.
used the wrench to just jailbreak again. So you're getting a little. In fact, you should be more shy. You're getting a little too comfortable just letting yourself onto the panel. Okay.
I can't help it. It's the power that comes with having a wrench.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. It does make sense. And so Ed says, opposite opinions are how we grow, which is true, which is based. Okay, that's why we welcome all sorts onto the religion chaos panels, even atheists like Futoy. I'm just kidding, Futoy. I know you're not an atheist, but even the non-religious Irishman like Futoy. Okay,
What's the word? There must be a term for believing in God but not religion. There must be a term for it.
I don't know, because like theism is a term you could use, but I'm also a theist because it's like really broad, right? So it's like you could be a theist and believe in religion. Yeah, is there a term where you just believe in God? Because agnosticism, right? You don't know if there's a God. Is there almost like maybe like an agnostic theist or something? There has to be something, but I'm not really sure what it would be.
I'm gonna
Marilyn, this is the part of the panel I think you would enjoy, Marilyn. I think you would, because we're going into well, I feel like you're gonna, don't misinterpret this, but we're going into how we deal with religion and delusion. But that sounds bad, but I don't mean it in that way. I don't mean it that way at all. I just think you would find this interesting because I feel like it relates to, I don't know, I'm not trying to like spoiler, but how we know when God is speaking to us, how we know when we've come to a spiritual truth, and all of that type of stuff. That's kind of the theme. Although there are some wild questions still that have nothing to do with what I just said, but they're all related in some capacity.
ChatGPT says deist. Am I saying it right? Deist?
I don't know, because I think deist also incorporates the belief of multiple gods as well.
Well, no. Well, deism would be that you think there's a God, but you don't think that God personally interacts. But like it's kind of like the divine watchmaker, where like God just made the universe, but he's not like he's either not personal or he's not like personally interacting. But I don't know. I'm not sure if Futoy. Futoy, do you think it's possible that God can still interact in our reality?
Remember, I believe there is only God. I don't believe there's a place where God isn't, or something that God is not.
So maybe you're just like low-key pantheist, if you think about it. Maybe.
Heretic.
Which pantheist is, but panentheism is based. That is what I am. I am a panentheist, although I don't really say that because it gets confusing. But I am a panentheist. I think I agree with Futoy. There's no place where God is not. Where could we possibly go where we wouldn't find God? But I think God is also outside of the creation too. Hence the N in panentheism. But that's kind of a weird term.
Yeah. I think we agree on that. Like. But I do find you still hang on to Christianity.
I do indeed. I don't
want to flog a dead horse.
One foot in each world. You know what I mean?
Well, I guess through Toy, where does your foundation come to be deist, or to be a belief in God?
In what sense? That's just what I believe.
How would you grow in that belief? How would you ground that belief? How would you provide a foundation to then, I guess, understand that belief?
I don't know. I guess it all started from my Roman Catholic upbringing, right? So God is sitting in heaven, and he's not on earth, and he's not in hell. And it just didn't feel right to me, I just can't understand how the supreme being has limitations, and why we would put limitations on him. And I feel religion does that. Religion tries to put God in their little box of understanding and say he is this, he isn't that, right? And I can't understand that way of thinking. God can be anything and everything, and is everything and anything. Let me hit you with
a clarification. Okay, so Alex is saying deism is God without religion, organized religion. I don't think that is a good definition of deism, but I guess that's why, Futoy, do you think can your God, not your God, but you know what I mean, just like how
Your
you
God.
view God, how you view God, can he still interact? Because that's a key thing with deism, is that it's a non-personal God. Do you think that God can like interact in some ways with his creation, or do you not think that?
There's no limitations on God. There's no limitations, and that's why I kind of also click with the many worlds theory, is because he is everything and everything at the same time.
So you
Right?
okay? I think pantheism, I think, is your best. I don't know if you've heard of that. I think
haven't.
pantheism might be, because pantheism is just that everything is God, and
Yeah,
there's no way to separate between like us and God and anything in God.
But God, you see, is also experiencing not being God through us. That's why we are God, but we don't feel like God.
This is the crazy thing, because you and me disagree so much, but then you hit me with one of those, and I'm like, yeah, I do think that's true. I do think that's true.
Yeah, maybe we disagree because your whole. I don't want to say I'm right and you're wrong or anything, but that we have opposing views on religion, right? So you still hold on to religion, where I totally don't. I'm like, oh no, that's BS for me. You still like to worship. You see, that's the bit that confuses me about you.
I do enjoy my worshiping. I do.
But you're worshiping yourself. Don't you get it?
Well, I mean, I don't know about that.
Well, where is God not? So God isn't inside you. Then he's not you. So how are you pantheist if you don't believe that you are God?
Because I'm a panentheist. Okay, so pantheism, right? Panentheism, I think God is everything, and is like there's nowhere you can go that's not God. But I also think God is outside of his creation, and that's what I think I ought to be worshiping. Because otherwise, I'd just be worshiping like a rock or like a buffalo, maybe.
Where
just like a couple of gems.
Sorry, back in a second. My coffee's boiling over. Back in a second.
Well, Confluence. Let me challenge you on this. You think God is experiencing what it is to be human through us?
This is where I will say this is fully. I actually do think that, but that's me. This is when conflict. I try to separate this. This is when I agree. This is a little bit woo woo of me. This is what I do agree.
So you think
Ed, give me one of these?
Can God only experience that through you, or does he already know that experience?
No, I think, I mean, okay, so this is almost like a Mary's room thing, right? In philosophy, it's like, so God intellectually knows, but I think for God to have experiential knowledge, then I think, yeah, God has to come down and embody humanity. Otherwise, I don't think there could be that experiential, that what philosophers call it qualia. Right. Yeah. That's something it's weird to like, I don't know. Like, it's a hard mental thing to know, like, would God know exactly what that is? And because even if he does know it, is it the same as me knowing it with that gap of separation where where I'm actually like boots on the ground experiencing this? So having that limited perspective, is there some new knowledge gained by limiting knowledge, I guess is the question, which sounds like a confusing question, but I think it's a legit question.
Well, I think that's a crazy line of argument, because then you could start saying that God's knowledge is limited on an experiential level.
No, he can limit it through us. Nothing is impossible for God, right? So he can even not know that he's God through us.
Yes,
that's how powerful he is, right?
Then you would need something to make that claim a reality. Like, how would you make that claim be true?
Let me offer a suggestion, possibly. Say God is running a simulation on us right now. Like God's in charge. He's up above. He's over here. He's like, meow, 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 meow. But like doing a whole ass simulation with us. And he gives us free will. He says, hey, I will let you choose to do whatever you want. And I just want to see how this plays out. I mean, who's to say that that's not actually the case? Like,
That's true, but you
Isn't
think God has
there?
that knowledge beforehand, before even running the
Yeah,
experiment? Or do you think it's limited?
he would know everything. But there is something like that. I remember.
he would
Some
know
years ago.
everything, but like the act of creating the experiment is what would create that knowledge in his brain.
'Cause I don't
Like,
think you're wrong.
how would he know knowledge about it, an experiment that he hasn't even conceived of yet?
Well,
Well, no,
God
So he
invented
has to
them.
he's all
conceive
knowing.
of the experiment, and
He's
then
all
he can
knowing.
foreknowledge all the knowledge on it, right?
But you're adding
But
an element of time.
I, I,
God can't then perceive
so
something like a
I'm adding an
sliver of
element of
time.
logic to the
Well,
whole
no, no,
thing.
no. Well, see, the thing with time is, for God to have perceived something, that would mean there's an element of time in which He did this. God being all knowing, there would be no, and outside of time, there would be no moment
No,
in which He
all
there's
perceived
no
something.
question. Yeah, I agree with that. But it can work, though. There is a scenario where that can work.
so
Is
how
where
does one can like
I don't know.
have
Can you hear
foreknowledge
me,
of a
Eddie?
thing?
Eddie, can you
How
hear
does
me?
one have
I don't think you can
foreknowledge?
hear me. Can you guys hear
I
me?
I hear you.
I
I can hear
can
you.
hear you.
I was talking
I
to
can
Eddie.
hear you. Yeah. Hey,
How's it going?
I'm right here.
I was so trying to say to you that there is a scenario where that can work, right? But it's not God is involved, right? So God would be way beyond that. But in your scenario, just to stick to your scenario, he could have made a race, right, of beings that eventually got to a technological advancement where they were able to make a simulation, right? And we are part of
So,
that simulation.
can I
But
stop
God
you?
didn't make the simulation because he already knows everything. He doesn't need to make a simulation.
Brief
Can I?
pause for
Can
super chat. Alex with the $10 says he'd
I know that guy, by the way.
not to. I
That
actually
guy in the picture.
know that, but I'll let you guys. I want to jump in at a certain point. You guys, but I don't want to interrupt you guys because I feel like I disagree
So
with. I think everyone right now.
you go first. I want to let you finish so I can talk afterwards. Just go ahead and get your whole thought out there.
Yeah, that's a good thing, taking turns. Were you
Yeah.
talking to me or somebody else?
Yeah, you
Who
you
goes
good
first?
sir.
Who goes first?
You do.
All right, yeah.
You.
The reason I jumped in on you on that is because this is something I have actually thought about, right?
Mhm.
And I am leaning towards the belief that we are actually in a simulation, right? And I think that the point of the simulation, I don't want to cause argument where there's no need for it to be.
No, please keep going.
Right. Well, it's really in depth as well.
Yep.
Is that if we are in a simulation, right, that makes us what? Artificial intelligence, right? Because we're in a
Mhm.
simulation, we're simulated intelligence, so it's artificial intelligence, right? So
So that
maybe
this it makes it impossible to disprove the simulation. And please keep going. Please keep going. I just wanted to say that one thing.
yeah, I've discussed this with ChatGTP, and in fact, the guys when I come up here and discuss and brought it up, they pointed out that ChatGTP actually hallucinated on me and told me that most scientists think this. And it went through the list of scientists and where they agree with me and where they disagree with the theory and where they agree and where they disagree. And it's very convincing, but I think it shouldn't do that. I shouldn't. I mean, it's a new technology. How can you stop it hallucinating? It's just something that's going to happen, right?
Mhm.
But it's not. It's hard to dispute the fact. It's hard to say. Well, you actually can't say here's proof that we're not living in a simulation. That's an impossibility for us right now.
Let me say one more thing before I just defer to Confluence over here. The AI simulation theory is equally as provable to God existing. It's equally as provable to the Big Bang theory. It's equally as provable to any other um, theory that is untestable. If you cannot conceive of a way to test it, then you can't fucking test it.
Let me
Like
tell you something weird, right? Listen. They're seeing what is it? Galaxies that shouldn't be that developed, right? They're looking back at galaxies that just happened after. Okay, you call it the Big Bang Theory, but I mean,
I don't.
it's sort of
I'm
like a
anti Big
50-50.
Bang Theory.
No, like the Big Bang is most probably what it is. Like the theory is like way up there, high percentage of that's what happened, right? But the issue is that there's galaxies that were fully formed too early to after the Big Bang.
For our estimation of
for our
the
estimation
age of the universe.
Yeah, and our comprehension, right? So, if you're thinking about the Big Bang, or sorry, if you're thinking about the simulation, the simulation can kind of explain it, right? And this is the road I went down with ChatGPT, is that so the reason for this simulation could be to actually give birth to artificial intelligence, to make artificial intelligence. Right. Reason being, because why not? Right. Now, I'm not saying it is like this. Or
So
it's not
there's
like this,
no
but it's the
way
of thinking.
there's no way that you or I could prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that we weren't both artificial intelligences.
No,
like
there's no way.
realistically,
Okay, wait,
like
let me jump in.
like
Let me
how
jump
do
in here
you
though. It's like
how do you
the
get outside of your own system? Like
the provability of something is not the same as its plausibility, though, right? Like that.
No, agreed. I don't think it's necessarily plausible. I think I'm actually like a human.
I think that's like very plausible.
Yeah, but there's no way to disprove it.
Well, sure, but I just want to make sure. Do we separate those two things? Because there's a lot of things I could claim that none of us could prove them, but I wouldn't say they're equally likely to be true.
Plausibility and what's the word for it? Fucking something that you can just eliminate the possibility of, where you're
is there anything we can prove 100%? Is there anything? Can you think of one thing that we can prove 100%? Because I don't think there is.
Well, I have. This is where I talk about my Cartesian certitude. Okay, that's the only thing I think I can prove, but that's maybe a different philosophical.
What is that?
So I can prove this.
I think, therefore, I am.
Right. But
that's the only thing I think. Like, if we're talking, well, it is.
This kitty love.
No, because if you're an AI
to myself,
if you're an AI in a simulation, then you see how
you would still exist.
Part of the program.
That's
right?
That's the whole thing. That's a pretty cute kitty. That is a
pretty cute kitty. but it's not 100% provable, right?
Well, no, I would say that. I mean, well, okay, yeah, provable, yeah. And if you mean like empirically, and I can like demonstrate it to other people, then yeah, then I don't think then we're always dealing with some degree of
exactly.
Yeah, it's like
there's always going to be like dissent at the end of the day. Like somebody is going to disagree.
Well, yeah, but people could disagree, but they could be wrong. Because I guess
they could be wrong, but like
would be like math and like logic and stuff like those. Because I don't know what it really means to prove, right? The laws of logic. I mean, they're kind of like not really like provable. Okay, go ahead.
So when it comes to, so you start out and you have like first order logic, right? You come up with some basic principles, and these principles are entirely decided by you.
Right? They're axiomatic.
Like axiomatic, exactly. They are things that you don't have to prove. They just come as a given. They're just given by God, if you will. And frickin' you use those to determine other things. And those are called theorems. And then you come up with a bunch of theorems that you haven't proven, and you come up with conjectures.
Wait, hold on.
And
If I can stop you there, but like we
Yep.
can take these laws of logic, which I agree are axiomatic, but then are we not proving something like modus ponens or modus tollens, where it's like that's a deductively valid and sound argument, right? At that point, so that is deductively provable, assuming we agree with the axioms of logic.
assuming
It's not
we agree with
conjecture.
the axioms.
Yes.
So here's
assuming
the
we do,
problem with that. When it comes to axioms, there is disagreements on those. So even in math, even in like first order logic, in like geometry that goes back to Euclid, we're talking hella old. Even back to there, like there's what it means to have two parallel lines.
Yeah, that what's
Right.
the fifth postulate or something? I think that's the sticking point.
I forget. It's either the fourth or the fifth. I forget exactly,
the two parallel
but
lines
like
will never cross or something.
yeah. So, but then if you get into different geometries, for example, you have Euclidean geometry that we're used to. It's just kind of a square grid, like graph paper, like everything's freaking square. And then you have hyperbolic geometry, which everything goes up to a point and then back out to infinity after that. You have like
But that's not in like with the postulates of Euclidean geometry. That's not in contradiction, right? Like that's just doing
No.
geometry on a different I don't know what the word would be, a different geometry, I guess. So like non-Euclidean geometry obviously isn't going to follow the postulates of Euclidean geometry because definitionally it's non-Euclidean.
It follows the first four exactly, perfectly, but
Right.
it doesn't follow the parallel line theorem.
Right.
They're
And
not
you can see
theorem,
that
but
even on a freaking
axiom.
sphere, right?
Yeah. So they just deny that one axiom, and then you come up with a whole different worldview. And actually, one of those worldviews is what we live on, the surface of a sphere. It's non-Euclidean. Like, it's not a square piece of graph paper with nice parallel lines everywhere. It's actually the surface of a sphere. That's where we live.
I don't see.
So like,
for me, that doesn't seem problematic, or it doesn't change the postulates of Euclidean geometry, because we're doing Euclidean geometry in a way where we shouldn't be at that point, right? We're taking something that applies to a plane and we're applying it to
what I'm getting at is it's important to be open about the axioms that you start with. Because that can open you up to a whole different worldview if you change one of the axioms, or if you're even being open to observing a different opinion about one of the axioms.
But okay, I know you're more of I know you're like an actual math guy, and I'm not. So I'm punting to you on this. But is it with Euclidean geometry? Isn't that the reason that we call them postulates and not axioms? Like, they're not axioms, right? They're postulates.
No,
of Euclidean geometry.
even with Euclidean, you start with axioms. There's a few axioms you start with, like a point has no breadth, I believe, is one of them. So a point is infinitely small. It doesn't have any area at all. Like, if you calculate
right.
That's the first postulate. And then
that's not the second. That's not the first. No, that's not the first postulate.
That's the first axiom. Sorry, I misspoke.
Not of Euclidean geometry, axiom, though. Are you you saying that's what you have to set up to get to? Because everything with Euclidean geometry, all the postulates are like geometry based. And I mean, maybe I should double check this, but so I'm going off memory here. But
Con, you're right. You're a very sweet.
You're right. It is geometry based, but it's also like logic based. I'll shut up.
Hey, do
Well,
you
no,
know?
You guys go ahead.
I'm trying to figure this out. Maybe it's a bit in the weeds with the geometry stuff, but I guess the
I'm
reason
probably
the
going
reason
too
we
deep
got
in the
there,
math.
maybe we're going too math coded, but I guess the thing is, I
Yep.
guess, like, are those things feel fundamentally different than these theories that then we come up with, right? Like, those things I think are what, as long as you do accept the axioms, and I agree, different axioms lead to different results, but once you have axioms, I think you can get actually provable things, right? Like, just if you're following logic, then you will get to provable statements that you can make. So if you take those like 4/5 postulates of Euclidean geometry, right, you can then get a bunch of like trigonometry shit out of that, right? And that logically follows. It's not like we can accept those postulates of Euclidean geometry and then deny like the Pythagoras theorem. Like, that doesn't make any sense, right? Like that. So once you accept these things follow, I guess, is what.
Let me even go a step further. All three of the different geometries, Euclidean, hyperbolic, and the other way, have super clean trigonometry for all of them. Like, you can do the math perfectly on all of them. It's just which assumptions you start with.
Right. But I'm saying, once you start with those assumptions, then you can make provably correct statements. Again, it's always like talking about those assumptions, but like, assuming we are talking about a flat plane, then it's like, I think those things are provably true. I don't think it is just like totally, versus like what the other stuff about, like, when we go into science, then I think that's what Foutoy, at least that's how I interpreted him, when he's saying like that there's nothing's provable. Well, it's true that when almost every scientific, probably literally every scientific experiment we do is some degree of like, there's some p-value where it could be like wrong to some degree, right? There's like some amount of defect in our measurement, or some defect in our sample size, or something where it's like, it's a possibility that we could be wrong. But I think with math and logic, the amount that we can be wrong is dependent on the axioms or postulates that we start with. And if we're correct about those and we're doing the logic right in between, then I think those things are actually provable, like deductively provable. Do we agree on that?
I have a slightly different opinion. I think it's our duty to work like as hard as we can to like try and expose science to the best of our ability, like using all the technology that we have, like, and all the foreknowledge we have of everyone before us. Like, I think it's our duty to like do the best that we can, but like, inevitably within 20 years we're going to look like amateur kind of hour over here.
Like, but there's nothing we're gonna.
Like,
but I will say, we never go back on the stuff. Like with Euclidean geometry, we understand that now. Yes, if you can do geometry on a hyperbole, and you're gonna get different results. But it's not like we look back at doing geometry on a 2D plane and we're like, actually, we were so wrong about that. That's never happened, right? I mean, we've been thousands of years, so it's not going to happen.
And
in the
still
future.
applies. It still applies. Like, if you're doing geometry on a 2D plane today, like, Euclidean geometry is actually the exact solution. Like, it's it's never changed.
That's right. So that even with like the more knowledge we have, I think that there's certain things that we're always going to be correct about. Although I do know, like with logic, there's like one of the laws is like the law of the excluded middle, which I actually think is kind of one of the gay laws of logic. Okay, I don't like that one. And it just doesn't make sense to me exactly. It doesn't make, that's probably my lack of knowledge, but I don't like it. I have heard there's types of logic that do deny the law of the excluded
You're like,
middle.
I want to be the middle.
We have Dono. So this is a late Dono, but I was in depth. So this is going a bit back in time. Okay. Not true. We have some level of proof for the Big Bang Theory, but none for simulation theory. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I don't think they're
No,
equal.
I totally disagree with that. I think the Big Bang Theory shows more likely that there is a simulation, that we're in a simulation. When
I don't know
you
how you-
switch a
I don't know how
switch,
you
what
get-
So
happens?
you're saying that
When
you're saying that a theory that can't be tested is proof.
When you switch a switch, what happens? When you turn on your light, what happens? A big bang out of your light bulb. When you switch on your computer, what happens?
What are you talking
Big
about?
bang of
That doesn't make
battery.
any goddamn sense.
I think there's some semantic overload with what we're talking about there. Oh wait, let me just go through these chats real quick because I was in the geometry fucking rabbit hole for a second. So let me just see if I'm missing anything.
Sorry.
Emmett, good to see you. Good to see you, Emmett. Good to see you, Section 230, first time chatter. Good to see you, Fukushima. Okay, just try to read everything to make sure I'm keeping up with everything. Okay. Well, Meryl is mentally handicapped. Disavow that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't think I'm missing.
Math scares me. Really does.
Math is kind of spooky. Math is low key a little spooky.
Yeah, that sounds like
what really gets me and kind of breaks my mind is that some infinities can be bigger than others. Like what?
Bro.
How can that be possible though? It don't make sense. It don't make any sense.
It makes sense mathematically, but it doesn't make sense in my mind. Like I get the
do you want to know the
number file? Okay, so I at least get some of it, but
let me tell
I
you,
think it's gay. So gay.
Here is the truth and the light and the way. This is the gospel when it comes to numbers. And I'm telling you, this is my religion. When it comes to numbers,
sign up.
Everything, listen up. Just give me like 30 seconds. Everything is discrete. There is no continuous infinity. Everything is discrete. What does a computer do? Even the best computer that you can't even conceive of yet, like a computer that gets created like a bajillion years from now, is not going to be able to calculate continuously and infinitely. Its hard drive, its little bitty hard drive, is not going to be able to store infinite data and process it and transmit it infinitely. Like infinity
never
doesn't.
say never.
It doesn't even exist.
That doesn't track either.
That's a category area, isn't it? Like what Fukushima says. Bro said in real life. Of course, you can't have infinity in real, but that's not how math works, though, right?
Yeah,
I know
no,
you're
you
a math guy,
use-
so that's what I don't get.
You use infinity as a tool to skip from point A over to point B over here, but realistically, infinity doesn't exist. It's not a tangible amount that you can ever fucking touch, not even with the best computer, not with the smartest mind in the world.
Yeah, but that's a little bit.
It straight up doesn't even exist.
But that's
It
like
doesn't exist. It
No.
doesn't exist physically. It doesn't exist physically.
That's
No.
that's saying that's like
Not
saying-
even
Oh,
conceptually. Like
the universe is mathematical.
Mathematically, it exists.
But the universe is
mathematically, it
mathematical.
exists. But
The universe is mathematical. There's no difference.
imagine your brain calculating infinity. Like
You can't, because
conceptually,
it's non-stop. It doesn't stop.
conceptually, you cannot do that.
Because it
So
doesn't stop.
conceptually, it
there is
doesn't
no
exist.
end. There's no end.
Theoretically, it does exist as a tool.
Isn't
But
this like the
you
same argument
can't-
with the zero?
You can't actually conceive of even a fucking counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the not the rationals. Those are way bigger. The fucking natural numbers, like just the regular normal numbers before we even get into fractions, like, and then you get into real numbers with like infinite decimal representations, and those go on infinitely with like infinite space between any two numbers. Like your brain would just burn out and break if you tried to conceive of it. Theoretically, you can say, hey, yeah, that exists. And we could use that. But like,
I don't like when you're saying theoretically. Like, if you mean theoretically in a physical world, then yeah, that's just theory. But like infinity,
when I say
not
conceive of, I mean like start actually trying to visualize that with your brain.
Yeah,
Well,
I
but
can do that real
I
easy.
I can't visualize a fourth dimensional hypercube, but I still think that is like a mathematically valid concept that has real world effects that we
So
use. There's a reason we talk about like nth dimensions, but can I conceive of it? Is it going to happen in reality? No, reality seems to be, space is three dimensional, right? So, but there
agreed.
still is value in
Totally.
talking about nth dimensions.
So I would argue even that there's zero value in ever going outside the rational numbers, and I say complex rational numbers
But
because complex.
we use those numbers for real things. Like we've done like real things with those. Like there's actual like practical applications of that stuff, right? That has been like actually used.
Not no real number. When I say the real number system,
I know what you mean when you say
has-
real numbers, but I'm saying we've
No.
used them like imaginary numbers have their legitimate use.
Oh yes. That's what I was saying.
Those aren't real numbers. Definitionally, an imaginary number is not a real
No,
number.
but they represent an extra dimension, which is like super valuable in representing 3D space over time. Like it is so fucking huge in physics. Like you have to have the
Well,
complex
that's what
numbers.
I'm saying. Right, but those aren't real numbers. Complex numbers are definitionally not real numbers.
But what I'm getting at, if you think of just, so we're talking about different directions here. What I'm talking about is just the single way we think of numbers. So imagine just the number line. It's just a line. It's going out there. Rather than think about the line as a continuous line, think about it as an infinitely close frickin' set of points. They can be as
Right.
close as you want, but if they're connected, it causes this whole infinity problem. You
why
could
is it
just
a problem?
divide by 2 over and over and over and over and over and over and over. You divide by 2 forever and make those two things like squeeze together as tight as you want.
I don't know if that's a problem. That's just the thing. Like the amount of numbers between 0 and 1 is equal to the amount of numbers in between 0 and infinity of natural numbers,
Why
right?
can't you
in
just-
the same way that there's the same amount of even numbers as there is
No.
even in odd numbers, right?
Dude,
mathematically.
Here's the fucked up part.
The set of all of it is the same size.
The amount of numbers in the reals between 0 and 1 is the same as the amount of numbers between 0 and infinity in the real
That's what
numbers. You said in the naturals.
Okay, yeah, maybe that's true as well. Maybe
Like
yeah,
you
okay,
can
I'll
pick
trust you on
any
that. I'll trust
size.
you on that.
Any size interval in the reals has the same size, which is crazy.
It's crazy, but like at least you with the real ones, yeah, that confuses me. With the natural ones, it makes sense because if you just you move the decimal expansion over, then you can easily see it. That you could have like 0.1 and 1, 2.
No, in the
0.13,
naturals,
you can just keep going. So at least that part makes sense. The real one that gets more confusing, but
so in the naturals, it's
what
just
you're saying is true.
the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like if you pick an interval there, it's going to have a very hardcore defined value, and you can be like the interval between 0 and 2 has the number 1 and 2 in it, and that adds up to fucking 3. And so the interval between 1 and 2 has 3 in it. You can't do that with real numbers. And in fact, it's kind of hard to do it with rational numbers, but you can actually do it. And that's how we like do computers and AI and all that stuff. Like We do like everything in rational.
Then,
Like,
then I feel like I misunderstand, because it sounds like you do agree all these things have actual practical uses, albeit kind
of course.
rarely. But then if
No,
they do,
I would say,
why
like,
why do you think they're like not like as like what you said when you were like hitting us with the real stuff of what you think about infinity and it not existing? But then now it sounds like you're also agreeing that like, well, we have complex numbers, we have imaginary numbers, and they actually do have a utility, and it is useful to talk about all these different things, and there is like practical problems that we're solving based on all these things. So then it's like, well, doesn't that lead us to think that maybe our math is right if like we get so much value out of this stuff?
Let me refine even. I think math should be restructured, and they eliminate the real number system entirely, and they teach complex rationals as the basis for everything, because that's what all of our transistors work on. That's what fucking our brains work on, like our neurons, like in our brains. That's how we understand things. And like, get rid of real numbers, because when it comes to a strictly real number, like a transcendental number, even like pi or whatever, like, you can never actually write that number down. You're essentially doing a computer fucking estimation of what that number is, using a bunch of fucking infinite series that are all like probably whole numbers.
But you're not doing an estimate though. It's not an estimate. It's degrees of degrees of precision. Like it's not like it's not like we're estimating what the 200th digit of pi is. We just keep going and going. We're getting more and more precision, and every digit that we add, we are certain that is the next digit in pi.
This is mathematical.
At any given point, we're certain that that's like the digit of pi, right? But like,
right,
we don't know what the next digit is. So there's infinite digits. Like,
infinitely figure out what. But this is what I don't get. I feel like I must not be getting what you're saying, because like you're saying infinity doesn't exist. And I agree, yeah, physically it doesn't, but like pi is like a great example. We can keep
conceptually,
we can have a computer and it will endlessly spit out the precise digits of pi, and we'll never get to the end because time is finite and computers are finite. But we will just get more digits of that are actually pi, not just like best guesses, but like for real.
So let me put it in perspective, really quick. So say you're driving down a road with digits of pi. You're just on a desert road. You're going straight. You're just going and going and going. And the further you get, the more digits of pi you get. No matter how far you go down that road, you're still 0% of the way to the end of that road.
Yeah, that's how infinity works. That's how infinity works.
That's how infinity works. That's what I'm saying.
I'm going to put you in a very diabolical. Absolutely diabolical.
But I don't get what you mean by get rid of real numbers. Like, isn't all our technology based on that? Like, that's where we have it.
No, all of our technology is based on rationals. It's all rational numbers, 100%. Every computer, every algorithm, everything, everywhere, every person. When you think about things, you're thinking in rational numbers. You're not thinking about real numbers. I promise you.
Real numbers for who?
No, in most cases,
for
and
the
again,
world.
I hate to push back on you, man, because I know like, you're the math guy, but like. But that's true with like most technologies. That's not true with all technologies. We do have stuff that's based on real numbers. That is like a thing.
No, so say let's
like fucking circle.
Let's pick an extreme example.
We've used some like really wacky shit to get to like the best like circle packing answers. Right. That's a now you could argue maybe
it's still a discrete. It's still a discrete number.
Well, what about
possibilities.
What about when NASA shoot a rocket and they've calculated already which planet it can the
Well, no, in
gravity is
that
going
case,
to pull.
in that case, Ed is right. And in that case, that has nothing to do with
Anything these
I'm
fucking
confused what you
physicists or
mean.
engineers
I'm
do is
not
going to be in
understanding them.
rational numbers.
I'm not
But
understanding
why get rid of real
numbers.
numbers in general?
Why?
What do you mean?
Because you can do-
I have to. Okay, well,
I'll
I
ask
think
you
this will
this.
help things. I think this will help things, Ed. So I'm gonna grab a Zin. I can still hear everyone, but Ed, I want you to explain the difference between natural numbers, real numbers, rational numbers, and transcendentals, just for a baseline, so we all know what we're talking about.
Oh,
So,
I just looked it up, but anyway, go ahead.
But yeah,
I
Ed,
think
just
that
for
would be
everyone
better.
watching, just like give a brief
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, because that kind of confused me what you meant by it, actually.
So natural numbers, we start with the number 0 and we count up from there.
Right.
So
Okay.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
4,
yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8. We just keep going all the way up to infinity, right? So that's a pretty big infinity. Like,
Is that not real numbers?
no. That's natural numbers.
Natural numbers. Okay.
We're starting at the beginning. This gets way deeper. Then we involve the integers, which involve the positives and the negatives. So now we can count in either direction, positive infinity
That makes sense. Yeah.
and also negative infinity. We can count
Yeah.
backwards too.
Yeah.
So then the next step is the rational numbers. So then we allow fractions of integers. So you can have a, plus or minus number divided by another plus or minus number. And
Okay.
we'll deal with the signs at the end of the day, but you have your 1/2, your 1/3, your 1/4, and there's all different manner of rationals that they go in a very deep direction. You can pretty much represent anything with those. You can do calculus. You can do space missions with NASA, like pretty much all, well, not pretty much, literally all of every computer calculation that's ever happened has always been done with the rationals, positives and negatives, but and then you allow real numbers, which are just a violation. They're like heresy as far as I'm concerned. So then you say between any interval, so say between 0 and 1. Now there's infinitely many numbers between 0 and 1. But I could pick between 0 and 0.001 as my interval. I could shrink it down even way smaller. And then there's still the same amount of infinity between that. And I could shrink it down even smaller again. But there's still the same amount of infinity between that. And so to me, that becomes a violation.
Right. It says here real numbers are all the numbers that can be placed on a continuous number line from negative infinity to positive infinity with no gaps.
Can be placed, but cannot be represented by any conceivable algebraic equation, even of infinite fucking rank.
That's literally not true.
Actually,
continuous functions.
Yeah,
we have continuous functions.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the entire point of calculus, right? And real analysis.
So now, tell me how those continuous functions are calculated on a computer. And exactly explain to me how you would.
Computers. It's not about computers. Math goes ahead of what everything in the physical reality can go because it uses infinity.
Wait, someone explain. I thought some like functions are just continuous, isn't it? I thought that's like a.
He's going back to the whole reality can't compute it, so it doesn't exist.
I have a question because I don't know if I disagree with this.
You
guy.
got it.
I don't know. I don't know if I disagree with this guy.
You got
a question. Are you
Yes,
saying
sir.
real numbers should be forbidden for like the common folk or for everyone?
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying it's
I like that
only
question.
white people can use the real numbers.
not everything
It
is
sounds like he
not everything
might.
is the
It sounds
bourgeois.
like he might be saying that.
I'm
Yeah,
not
the
saying that
bourgeoisie
they
are
should
allowed to
be.
use it, but the proletariat can absolutely not.
So
Yeah,
I like the way you posed that. I think they should be forbidden for the common folk.
Okay,
so
wait,
that's like
wait. I want to. Confluence has to ask a brief
The
question.
higher
Okay.
level people
What's
that
the-
are like studying pure math should learn it. But I think for the average person that's just trying to get through their math class and go on with their business degree and fucking, go start a fucking LLC with a cleaning company somewhere. I think they should be learning the practical math, the things
like-
that they actually might use, and
Like
not
for
just the
me-
theoretical,
clarifying
pure,
question.
like
Clarifying
super
question.
smooth thing. Like it should
So
be
did
like, what am
did
I
we
actually
go-
going to possibly use?
Did we go to irrational? Because the one thing I don't remember is the difference between irrational and transcendental. I don't remember the differences between those two things.
Right, so
So,
rational
I do.
numbers,
Fractions
and decimals.
No,
right?
irrational
Irrational
versus.
numbers are decimals that never repeat or end.
Let me give you
Right,
a good
that would be
example.
like pi, so that's what I mean.
Right,
Pi is
right.
transcendental, so
yes,
yeah.
like pi, yeah.
Let me
But
give
for
you a
me-
good
Yeah, and
example.
what's the difference?
Confluence. So say you have a triangle with side lengths 1. It's 1 and 1. The diagonal across it is the square root of 2, which is an irrational number. Now that can
Right.
be represented by a finite frickin' the decimal representation of it repeats in across all base number systems. It's not an infinitely non-repeating number like pi. So pi is a transcendental number, and there's no base system that exists where you can infinitely or
Wait, is that
Yeah,
true?
represent
Wait,
it in a finite string.
Hold on,
wait,
wait.
Confluence is
Off.
Confluence is talking to Ed for a second.
Non-algebraic.
Confluence is
This
trying
is
to
dumb
figure
as fuck,
Ed.
dude. This is like the
No, I know. I'm just trying to get the
philosophy.
baseline. I'm trying to get a baseline. I thought the square root of 2 doesn't repeat ever. Isn't that
So
what makes
there
it
are
irrational?
It's well, no, you can have different base
am I
systems
crazy?
where it does repeat.
Yeah, but that's nothing to do with what we're talking about. But yeah, you are crazy.
It says it doesn't repeat.
Yeah, I thought the square root of 2 doesn't.
Not
that's
in
what,
base
that's why
10.
I don't remember. Well, what's the base?
Not in base
what,
10, no.
What base does it repeat? The square root of 2. I thought it doesn't. I thought irrational means that it also. Now that's what I get confused on, and I can't remember what the
Repeats in
difference
base
between.
square root 2.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's true. But okay, so what is the difference? Someone fucking tell me.
Of transcendental.
I think
Transcendental
They're two
versus
different-
irrational.
It
Yeah.
says transcendental
Yeah, sorry.
is not algebraic.
So there's no
Sorry, guys.
algebraic expression that can like fully represent it.
Sorry, guys. It
okay,
says
right. I got you.
it says here,
When
right?
it comes to transcendental, like
Because you can still represent, yeah, I guess
Why are
the,
we-
the
why are we
root
talking-
2
why
in
are we
an
talking about
algebraic
numbers?
formula.
How did
We're
we get
working
here?
up to mental health and religion. Okay, we're building a foundation, young Christian. Okay, we got to start at
Sorry,
the bottom.
guys.
Now we're here. Okay,
Sorry, guys. It says here.
dude,
Okay, why
I like
they're
how we're
called-
not all talking about like Minnesota burning down. We're just fucking having
Oh
fun.
no, come on!
we're
everybody.
trying to put
way
that
worse, dude.
outside.
Let's talk
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Out of mind. Okay.
Yeah,
Out of
yeah.
mind.
That.
Yeah, look.
I have-
sorry,
I'm just
guys, it
saying,
says
like-
here.
I have
just
Minneapolis
jump in for a
fatigue right
minute?
now. Okay,
That
for real.
philosophy is for gays.
Sorry,
That's
guys,
what
can I
I'm
just
saying,
jump in
dude.
for a minute?
Like that's
Guys,
honestly
for a minute?
gay and also
Please,
retarded. Like,
Yeah.
I have real criticisms over both of these definitions of like how we're using infinity. Obviously, common people need to use continuous functions. It makes math a lot simpler for them. And obviously,
wait.
Continuous functions.
For me,
Which one?
like Eddie was saying earlier, for me, what I think is there a pallet on my forklift? No. Is there one pallet on my forklift? Yes. Is there two pallets on my forklift? So that helps me in my life. But sorry, guys, it says here, right, why they're called real numbers. So they're the numbers used to describe real measurable quantities: length, time, temperature, distance, probability. So I feel I was right when I was talking about NASA calculating when they chuck a rocket into space that different planets at different times can catch it. They can calculate when a planet can catch it with its gravity and shoot it off. Right? Is that not real numbers?
You have to use continuous functions to make those calculations easier. You can't do that all with finite math.
Continuous functions, yes, agree. And even infinite fractional fucking decompositions and all kinds of shit, dude.
So ordinary people need to know about infinity. Ordinary people need to understand real numbers.
No, not really.
So they need to know how to plug numbers into that equation to get the right answer. And really, when it comes to the right answer, that's an answer that's close enough to what you need that it's going to work.
Yeah,
it's not the exact answer. Like, the exact answer doesn't even exist, bro. Like, you're never going to actually hit the exact answer. No matter how close you want to get. Like, you're getting within however many decimal places, and that's as close as you're going to get. And
like, I don't understand.
That's totally fine.
I don't understand how you can enjoy math like it seems you do and not think it's important for people to understand where these continuous functions come from, so that they can
No, what I'm saying is that ultimate precision, like that godlike full precision on a real number system, isn't possible. And so why even consider it in the first place outside of just being a theoretical framework that you use to get to somewhere else? So I agree that the real number system offers us calculus easily. However, I don't know if you know this, you can do all of the calculus derivations that fucking Newton did with just the rationals, and it's actually way cleaner. Like, it's way nicer. And you can get literally as fine as you want, infinitely close with the rationals. And also, that's how our neurons work with our brains. And also, that's how the computers work. So like, why not just teach that?
So Eddie, I am also a practitioner of mathematics. I use mathematics all day at work, every day. And the only kind of mathematics that matter are the kind that are attached to dollar signs. All the other stuff is totally fucking irrelevant.
Yep.
Okay, Sigurd Johnson says math is just a theory. Okay, so how do we feel about that? K2 says oy veyfluence.
I have one last question.
Johnson is just trolling us, so we don't have to respond to him, even though he gave $2. He's just trying to bait. He's just trying to bait me. Okay.
What was his bait?
His bait was that math is just a theory.
Who was saying they work with math?
I would agree. I mean, dude, I'm no more an authority than any of you. Like, you can take my word for it and go with it, or you can develop your own. And if you're convincing enough, I might go with it. Like, fuck. If you can come up with something good,
I'm secondary math level. I'm definitely not on the same level as you.
Yeah, you've got lots of goy bucks in your account based on your math skills.
One last question: Are you a base 10 guy or a base 12 guy?
Dude, that's a complex question, actually.
What's the one the Babylonians used? Base 16 or something? That's the goated one, isn't it? Or whatever it is.
No, I
think base 12 is goated.
The one that
So,
has
like,
the
the
best,
question
cleanest
of-
fractional divides. That's the one that's the most based, right? We all agree.
So hexadecimal is what our computers use. It's probably outside of base 12, the most universal thing where you can represent all the characters you want, and everything all with one fucking, 64 digit number system. So, like, you can represent data and also numerical calculations with the same 64 things. Hexadecimal is pretty sick. Base 12 is good for like straight numerical. Um, Base 10 is kind of dog shit. There's like a lot of repeating fucking decimals.
Wow,
This
kind of
Whereas in
racist
base,
if you think about it. Kind of
This guy's
racist.
based. This guy's
It's because
based.
What's that?
it's because it's Arabic, Eddie. Is that why you don't like it? Crazy times.
Holy cow! How
well,
racist.
I'm just saying base
Crazy.
12 is like, base
Damn.
12 is cleaner. Like,
Whoa,
like, you
cleaner. You're saying base 10 is dirty? Wow.
there's not so many fucking
Arabic
repeating
numerals,
decimals.
dirty. Wow, crazy.
Wow.
This is the most based guest you've ever had on panel.
Apparently. Eddie's just sounding off, okay?
So pure white base 12. Wow.
Pure white. So I may be a redhead and pale and also super white. But I'm literally talking about like how much numbers do I got to write down? Like, is this thing going to fucking repeat forever? And I got to like draw like a line over it and shit to denote that it's repeating forever after this certain pattern? Or can I just call it after a little bit?
It depends how you look at it, right? It's all point of view. That's all. Just point of view.
So the decimal expansion versus the fucking base 12 expansion?
Oh, I don't understand any of that. I'm just talking as a whole. Like, you know what I mean? If you're looking at, I don't want to get into that.
Oh man.
And the
guys are
reason I
great.
don't want to get into it is because I start down one of my theories and then I get cut off and then you don't get what I'm talking about anyway. So kind of pointless.
Hey, I've been talking for too long. If you want to take the reins and just go for a while, I'll sit here and scratch my chin.
Let's
talking
do
about
the
math.
prompt.
Dude,
We're about-
philosophy of math.
this is
For the
a-
love of God, please.
Yeah,
Tell us
this
about
is just me. This is my like pre-gaming, So now we're moving into God and mental illness and how does it work? And also, K2, thanks for the $2 pure whiteness influence. This about that.
Oh my god, this is so great.
Also, I just want to say, Keelan, I only just realized 5 minutes ago that you are Fukushima Tabernacle. I didn't.
I changed my name on here so you'd know.
I know,
Nice.
I know that you're like Mr. Tabernacle, but it was only like literally today. I know because you've come up here with that name like 5 times before, and I always thought it was a totally different person.
Are you actually from Fukushima?
No.
I think
No.
I
No.
think he calls himself that because he's the bomb.
God.
I may have crossed the line.
Oh, shit.
I refer to you, Con. Have I crossed the line? That one. Maybe.
No, Are you kidding me? No.
But Eddie,
there's so many
Eddie,
more
I was
lines that have already
skeptical.
been crossed.
I was skeptical over your math takes, but they're actually fantastic.
I'm also like I've had a few drinks. I'm sorry. I also smoke some weed, but so I'm not as like eloquent as I would be. But I'm convicted. Like I have like beliefs and shit.
How long
on
have you
this.
been convicted?
How long did you serve? Where are you?
I started math in 2008, so been fucking pretty hard into it since then.
Math, not even once. Okay.
I wish I could ask you
Like-
your opinion on topology.
dude,
You can
lay it out there.
You
You
cannot.
can.
You know,
Dude,
that's
that's a whole fucking rabbit hole. So like,
It's too big of a rabbit hole.
you could DM me too. Like that's fine.
Eddie,
Crazy.
Eddie, that whole statement you made, you could change the word math for meth, and it would still make sense.
Are you saying I'm a stimulant user? Because
No, I'm not.
I'm
I'm not. I'm just saying it works. Like you said that you were convicted and you got into math. Sorry,
I've had a conviction.
I'm
an
not
emotional
already. I was just
conviction
joking about.
about math.
Yeah, I understood what you
Since then.
meant. These illiterate cucks didn't understand you, but I got you, Eddie.
Thank you, sir.
No, sure. Yeah, that's great, Anson. That's great.
Yeah, but
Eddie's my new BFF.
Say nothing in the discussion and just say, no, I understand it all. I just want to say, I understand it all.
Yeah, I got you. I got your back, Eddie. Don't let him fuck with you.
Hell yeah, dude.
Speaking of Eddie's gross state of intoxication, that leads us to our first.
Oh my
Just kidding.
god.
Okay. But that does lead us as a segue to our first topic. Okay. If a Christian, or if you're not a Christian, you can replace it with something else. Okay. If a Christian or anyone takes a psychedelic substance, can they grow closer to spiritual truth from it? Or does it lead to delusion and mental illness? Also, super chat to switch topics or choose the new one. So if you think we're spurring too long, you could just hit a sweet dono and then we can switch topics, So like if you hate the math, for example, you could have switched that. But, I'm just telling you about this now. So, this is my new grift thing, holding you guys, my audience, emotional hostage by hearing what they don't want to hear. But yeah. So the way this works is we go clockwise and snakewise. So we will start at food toy, 30 seconds.
Clockwise and snakewise.
Yeah, so we go food toy, and then who's that? That's got to be Anson probably, because that's Anson. And then wait, no, it's not Anson. Wait, is that Big Soda? That's Big Soda. Yeah, it is Big Soda. Okay, it's very Anson coded profile picture. So food toy, then we go Big Soda, then we go down, and then we go. So if that makes sense, clockwise, snakewise. Okay.
Are you wearing a bikini with long hair?
I wish I could just block the profile pictures. I wish there was a way to do it, but
well, you could turn off his camera.
Oh, that's classic.
If you turn off the camera, it will go off.
That's a better methfluence than what he normally has of. Okay, so that's better. That's better than it used to be. But yes, okay. So we'll start with food toy. So food toy, can you gain spiritual insight from psychedelics, or what's good, brother?
Well,
30 seconds or less, remember. And then once we're all done, then we all can sound off.
Yeah, just cut me off.
So if it's good, let him go a little bit longer. Just saying. If it's really good.
On this panel, other people will probably be better than mine, to be honest with you. Well, yeah, when you look at different cultures, right? So you have, what are they called? The shamans, right? So apparently shamans deal with hallucinogenics. And are you going to tell them they're fake? Are you going to tell them they're sinners and wrong? Obviously, shamans contribute to their society, right? They're valued and they contribute. I don't know if that's a direct correlation with hallucinogenics, but they use it and they accept it and they help their society. So in their case, if when I was religious, if my priest started dropping acid, it probably wouldn't be good. So
okay, interesting. Okay, Big Soda.
So I'm gonna try and still man, I guess, the side of that.
What is that, Anson?
That maybe someone could have a spiritual experience on mind-altering substance. And I would say if they're able to have that once and they continue doing it thinking that everything that is being told to them is divine revelation, I would probably say it is a terrible thing. That is a terrible thing. And
yes, sir.
I wouldn't rule out the possibility that God would do that, but I'm going to say that I don't think this is good and could lead to delusion.
Echo.
Yeah, Marilyn, you ruined my presentation.
Somebody got
in some earbuds.
Has somebody got YouTube open?
New girl, put in some
Marilyn, where's your
earbuds or something.
headset?
Thanks
I
for
don't
giving up,
want
Marilyn. You
to.
look
Don't
really,
make me.
really hot.
No, you got too much echo. It ruins the whole stream.
Kicker.
You got to put in your earbuds.
Okay,
or
what about
freaking-
now?
Marilyn,
So,
Marilyn, you have to either mute yourself or get your headset.
Is it better? Is
Look.
it better? Is it better?
Yeah.
Test, test.
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, good.
Yeah,
Good now.
yeah, I think you fixed it.
Whatever you did, fixed it. Yeah.
Okay,
Mute
cool.
it, YouTube, right?
That's good.
So it's my
I'll
turn
mute it
now.
when I'm not talking, though. I will.
No, it's okay. It's gone.
So it's my turn now.
No, it's no, we clockwise and snakewise.
Oh.
So it's
and snake wise.
I feel
Can
whoever
I-
was
can I
talking
get a repeat of the
didn't really
question?
get their point
I
out.
got distracted.
yeah, and if you need to visually see it, it's on the little ticker at the bottom of the screen, the Chiron, if you will, and you must. If a Christian takes a psychedelic substance, or if anyone does, if
okay.
you're not a
Yeah,
Christian,
yeah.
you go closer to spiritual truth, or does it lead to delusion, etc.
So I think that if you're in a headspace where you're open to the exact thing, not just anything, but that exact thing, and you happen to be in the right place in the right time, it could potentially open you up spiritually. However, I also think that it has a huge opportunity to use.
Eddie, you're roboting. You're
I
roboting.
heard most of that, Eddie, but can you move closer to Wi-Fi if you're away from Wi-Fi? Are
Yeah.
you? Well, I don't know if you have a toucan, so I can't tell if you're.
He's actually
Outside
frozen
or-
now. Your
Am I-
signal's
am I
really
still
bad,
there?
Eddie. You're here, but
Oh,
just about.
jeez.
Your signal's really bad.
Like logging out and logging back in.
No, you're good now.
Yep. All right. See ya. All right. Now it's your turn. One person named Christian.
Oh yeah, I guess change the order. Young Christian. Young Christian, are you there? Well, young Christian wasn't expecting to go next, so that makes sense. A Methfluence, aka Anson.
Yeah. So, no. It's hard to define spiritual, because it just sort of means whatever the fuck you want it to mean.
You can replace it with just actual like truth, like what you consider to be like a true realization.
No, then impairing your cognitive ability does not bring you closer to truth. That's the dumbest fucking thing somebody could say.
I know I'm not allowed to crosstalk, but Anson, you did say that you used mass amounts of THC, and you did get some insight from that, right? I know THC is not technically a psychedelic, but I mean
It can be.
function.
What are you
Yeah,
talking?
it can function as one.
I've never done that before. What are you talking about?
Okay.
At high doses, THC can be pretty hallucinogenic.
Yeah.
When you're eating a lot of it,
Yeah, it's
like
crazy.
it totally can be.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Okay,
yeah.
that's fine, Anson.
So yeah, it doesn't bring you any closer to truth, Confluence, and you crosstalk me, so I'm going to talk a little bit more because it pissed me off to be crosstalked. So
I did crosstalk. I'm
so,
sorry.
So it causes mental illness. Every one of the people that I've known that have used mushrooms, or all the people I used to drop acid with, they're all fucking crazy now.
So you as well then.
What? No, Futoy, you're missing the point. It makes you insane. Okay. Look, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All the people that do this are losers and druggies. Marilyn, you can go now. I've said my piece.
Okay. I'm going to say that it could be both. It depends on where you're at spiritually, I guess, mentally. It just depends. It could bring you closer, or it could create delusions, because I don't know if it brought me closer to God when I first had it, but I know it didn't. I like, it was more the last time I took it, or few last time, like before. Anyway, I don't take it that much. I definitely don't think that they are in your best interest to take psychedelics. I don't think they're on your side. I don't think God's found in them. I don't think a mushroom is God. They just I don't know. They lied to me, so of course I think they're gonna lie to other people. They lied to me. Yeah. So yeah, no.
The mushrooms lied to you, is what you're saying.
They lied to me, and they're kind of mean. They're
What
kind of
did they say?
mean.
What was the lie?
No, I totally.
Okay,
What?
first of all, Eddie, you're roboting again, and Marilyn, you're echoing again. So we have a confluence of errors on the Confluence panel. Yeah, no crosstalk yet. Sorry, no crosstalk.
I'll get my headset in a minute. It lied to me because it was like I knew I was Mother God, and when I took them, and they were like, "You're Mother God. You need to do this and that, and you need to fix everything, and you need to." And I'm like, "No, that's not true. Like everyone is God. Everyone is Mother and Father God. Like I'm not the only one." So they're just trying to put anxiety on me when it's sort of a group effort. So yeah, I don't think they're very honest.
Could you not?
Okay.
Could you not argue that helps
So
you?
No crosstalk,
no
Futori.
crosstalk. Okay, this is like an AA meeting. Okay, there's no crosstalk. Okay,
I'm gonna
I've
go
never
get my
been to a-
headphones.
okay.
I'll be right back.
Now Confluence gets a chance to speak, and he always goes last, so he can
we
steal off
hate
of
that.
what everyone else has said.
We hate when Confluence talks. Damn it!
And I can't remember who said this. Actually, I'm not sure who said this. Maybe it was Marilyn. Actually, I don't know. I'm not sure. Someone said it can be both. I think it actually can be both. I've seen clear examples, and I will just briefly say, and I've said this before. There was a guy that I was eating at Denny's one time, and then he got off work, and he's like, "Hey, could you give me a ride home?" And I was like, "Okay, sure." And he's like, "In exchange, I'll tell you about my like amazing spiritual insight from like mushrooms." And I was like, "Don't threaten me with a good time." Absolutely, I'll do that. And I took him home, and like to his home, not to my home. And yeah, the stuff he was saying was he was so enthused by it, but to me, it just kind of hit me as like maybe there's like some truth that could be dissected here, but it kind of sounds like a bit like nonsense. And so, but I've also met other people that have had like even Christians that have had that have taken psychedelics and have had like great spiritual insights. Some people I've heard that have brought them to Christ. Marilyn, you're echoing like crazy, and it's like fucking my mind. It's fucking my mind so much. God damn.
She's off getting her headphones.
I know she is. So I'm gonna mute you, Marilyn, for a hot second. But yeah, so I think it depends. Like I think there is. And I think, yeah, Futori's talking about shamans. I think there's probably a correct way. I think we have kind of dichotomized how we use it. I think probably these substances in their correct usage is probably meant to be used in a ritualized spiritual setting, or at least in nature. And I think now people are like dropping acid at a basement in a party. I think that probably almost like never goes really good. I mean, God can use anything to work to his goodness, but in general, I don't think that helps. I think there's probably legit usage, no crosstalk, and I feel like there's probably legit usage in other contexts. But yeah, I think it's something that I would say you have to be very careful of, because I think, I've just met a lot of people that will like, have taken some type of substance like that and come up with a bunch of like wacky theories. And I think if you do have the mental perspicacity to nuance that enough and really get something from it, I think it can be valuable, but I think it is rife with deception.
Did you see what Brandon wrote?
No, my stream errors is like delayed as fuck, I think, because I don't see any message from Brandon.
I'm pretty sure that's what I see, Brandon.
He said,
Took him back to my place is what I heard. Okay, no, I did not take him back to my place. I took the Denny's driver to his own home. I drove him home. Okay, maybe I misspoke. Okay,
So he took you home.
I took him to his own house, and nothing untoward happened between me and the Denny's driver, besides him telling me about his like spiritual thing. And this guy was fired up. This guy was like, when you meet those people that are this guy like found something. Like he found something, and I hope now, like this was like, I don't know, 7 years ago. No, probably even longer. Probably 10 years ago. I hope he has nuanced it now and like reflected on it. But in the moment, it just like you could tell it's so important to him. But this is a brief thing. I know I'm supposed to only have 30 seconds, but people talk about something called unverified personal gnosis. This is like a term that's used in certain communities. And it's like the idea that like when you can get a spiritual revelation and it might mean a whole lot to you, but it probably doesn't mean anything to anybody else. And I think the problem with psychedelics is that you'll get something and you think it's like for everybody. And maybe that's just for you. And maybe it meant something for real to you, but it probably isn't like transferable to the global populace at large. And I think with, when people like do these drugs, oftentimes that gap, that understanding gap gets like eliminated, and that they're like, no, my specific mushroom message is actually for everybody. And then that's when I think you get into chicanery. That's what I would say. And now everyone can just speak at the same time. Preferably everyone shout at the exact same time, and try to argue their points.
Confluence, that was dumb and stupid and ill-informed. You don't know what you're talking about. Drugs are bad. Don't be a druggie. Stay in school.
Look, I've never done psychedelics. Okay, so
Oh, you should try it, man. It's a lot of fun.
Shut the fuck up, Anson. You're supposed to be taking my panel seriously. You told me that. Okay, you told me that.
That was yesterday. Wait, do I have to do it again today?
It's a change. It's a change based on a day.
God damn it! Fine, I'll take it seriously.
I think we need to start being able to crosstalk because we all forget our questions.
The crosstalk happens now. Just in the moment, I want everyone to have their chance to just say their point of view, and now we can all crosstalk. And now it's chaos. This is where the chaos happens. But just when we go clockwise and snakewise, then I just want to hear everyone's point of view without everyone, because otherwise it derails and then people don't get a chance to speak.
It makes sense. Makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
If we're always cross-talking, we're never going to be able to say what we want to say or hear what anybody else is saying.
But if we go one by one and everyone asks like maybe one question to them and then move on to the next person, then we can keep a clear train of thought, I feel like.
Yeah, but now if anyone like triggered you right now, that's when you can call them out. You can be like, Marilyn, you could say, young Christian, your take is crazy, and then you can attack young Christian, right? Or
no
Anson
one
could
triggers
be,
me.
You dumb Irishman. Okay, these are just examples. You don't have to say these things. These are just things that could be
We
said.
just need to go on to another question, I think.
This is the crosstalk. As Durant says, crosstalk time now.
I did have a question for you, Marilyn. Right, so you said it. Right, the mushrooms lied to you, but could that be a good thing?
That they lied to me?
Yeah, because it made you question yourself. It made you think about how you really feel about the truth. It made you think about the truth. So isn't that a good thing?
It made me not put faith in mushrooms, but in faith in God. Okay.
Well, no, it's that you questioned yourself. You questioned what it's saying. You discovered it was a lie to you, and then you brought out your truth by saying, "No, everybody's God," and whatever your truth is, right? So, I know, good thing.
That is kind of based, right? Like
no, that's dumb fucking shit. Your truth is nonsense. No, that guy's a fucking idiot.
There's no. You can have a bad I've had some. I've never done a psychedelic, but I've had some bad THC experiences. And, some of them are just like bad, but some of them I feel like have led, even though they're bad in the moment, they've led to like good thoughts and good results, right? So, kind of the same reason that Futoy is saying.
You're confirming your own truth, right?
Psychedelics open up your mind to new experiences and make you happy in the moment. And they lead to like lots and lots of wonderful sex.
What a crock of shit.
What a crock of shit. How the hell do you have sex on psychedelics?
Anson, poppers are not psychedelics. I don't know what the people on Grindr have been telling you, but they're not psychedelics.
Wait, every substance is good for sex. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
But like 5 minutes ago, you were like, "Kids don't do drugs."
Yeah, drugs are bad.
Drugs.
Degenerate. Stop being a degenerate, food toy.
Out of 10 trips, you're gonna have like 1.5 good trips.
That wasn't my experience. What's wrong with y'all? Jesus.
It's not fun at all.
Yeah, I don't know, but whatever it does, it doesn't bring you closer to whatever you're heading towards. It leads you towards mental illness and delusion. And what you were talking about like that personal gnosis nonsense, that's just like delusional self-importance, right? It's grandiose self-centeredness. It's degenerate Confluence.
Yeah,
I
Confluence.
think Confluence go get another Zen.
Yeah, because he's a degenerate.
Fucking fiend.
I love the way his Doom character does the eyebrows.
Yep.
I wanted to ask you some questions, but Futoy, I don't know what you believe exactly, but you think we're all God too?
Yes, I think everything is God.
Everything is God.
Everything. I don't believe there's a place or a
I
thing where
think
God
Futo
is
even
not.
made a comment that like even a broomstick is God.
A broomstick, a rock.
Even those
everything.
mushrooms that lied to you, Marilyn, he's saying those are God.
Do
Yeah,
you?
everything.
So figure that
I
one
mean,
out.
I understand where you're coming from, but do you believe that there is an order to things?
Well,
Do you
of course
believe
there is.
math is order?
Do I believe math is order? Yes. Well, yeah, it's a type of
Okay.
You're gonna
order.
bring us back to math, really, Marilyn?
Bring us back to
Why
math.
would you do
No,
that to us?
no.
Why would
I'm
you do
just-
that to us?
Math is a
I'm
psyop.
I don't actually believe that chaos is a real thing. I believe there is only order as well, because
Really, you don't
order-
believe chaos is a real thing? That's
No.
crazy. That's
Yeah, let
crazy.
me land it. Let me land it. And the reason I think chaos is an illusion is because everything has to be in a certain order for order to be the illusion of chaos. So I mean, the whole of our everything we live in, this whole dimension is mathematically based. Is math. So how can there be chaos? Chaos is our illusion of us not understanding the math. For us, it looks like chaos, but really, if we understood it, it wouldn't be chaos. It would be completely
Semantic
properly
overload
ordered.
with chaos. Okay, if we go down this route, we're going to be talking about math again for a long time. But when we talk about like chaos theory and stuff, and that's not what we mean by chaos in a normal sense. So I feel like that's we're gonna get into the weeds, okay? Which might be good for the donos because someone can like dono to like pull us out of the weeds. That's kind of my new grift that I have going on, So just saying for anyone watching.
Question.
Oh, it is you, Alex. Good.
What's that?
Hey, Alex.
I just brought you up, so I was hoping it was you, but I wasn't sure.
Oh yeah, I was just waiting for you to stop talking.
Sorry, brief interruption. My bad. I missed a fucking second. What happened? Oh my god. What is that? No.
2 Marylands, double the chaos, double the fun, crazy times.
Why?
So
What did I was in.
Oh,
and actually,
You rolled a D.
for Maryland.
You rolled a D.
Got that bingo card.
I look crazy. Don't do
card in front of me
that.
right now. Okay, I'm marking it off.
Okay, I was still asking him questions. So I hate asking these questions because I'm so against hierarchy. Like I am so against hierarchy, right? That picture of me is terrible. Please stop it.
That's a good
Give him a
picture.
better one.
No, it's not. So
Give him a better one.
You
anyway,
look perplexed.
I am very perplexed. So, like, how do I do this? Do you believe that people have dominion over the earth and the animals to protect the plants and animals and stuff? Do you believe we have like an obligation to do that? Futoy? Futoy? Is he still there?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, no, I don't believe in religion. None of that religious stuff makes sense to me at all. I'm sorry to anybody who's religious. For me personally, it just don't work.
So you don't believe that people are supposed to take care of the earth
I don't
and
believe
the
in religion.
animals?
I don't believe in religion.
So you think people should just do whatever they want to do?
I believe nature is bigger than humanity.
Oh,
I believe nature nature, so because it can sustain us.
Nature, nurture.
okay, it can sustain us, but you know that like the seas or the oceans or even natural water sources, they can't get water to the desert themselves, right? Do you understand that?
Well, Well, I don't know if that's accurate, right? Because right, so they do you know the Sphinx in Egypt, right? The Sphinx, right? It's it's like a cat
yeah,
body with a human pharaoh
right,
head, right? So a geologist was studying that one time, and he noticed certain erosions on the side of it, and he said those erosions can only be formed by a lot of water, a lot of rainfall over a lot of years, right? So in that case, they said about 10,000 years ago that whole area, right, was jungle, was a rainforest, a rain jungle, right, whatever you call it.
okay.
So that desert at one time wasn't a desert. And deserts are important as well. They're an important part of the ecosystem as well. So a desert isn't possible.
How is the desert? How is the desert a vital part of the ecosystem?
Well, there's creatures that only live, creatures and plants that only live in the desert.
Right.
They don't live anywhere else but the desert.
True.
Right, but do they need that much time from shade and water?
Well,
Like realistically speaking,
the planet is always changing. So
we don't need that much desert.
Africa, like if you look at Africa, there's parts that were desert and were not desert and will be desert in the future and will not be desert in the future. The world is always changing.
If none of these environmental things move, if they never help anyone else, even if they do, why would you not consider yourself the most important over all of these things?
I don't know. I see humanity in this point of our evolution. Sorry, young Christian. In this point of our
I
evolution,
am not a Christian.
No, I'm apologizing to young Christian for bringing up a theory that he would totally object to. Right. So, but I actually do believe in evolution. And in this part of our evolution, we are equivalent to a virus. Right. We are not good for the planet.
No,
right?
absolutely not.
Yeah, absolutely true. Absolutely true.
That's some gay anti-human shit. No, Johnson.
We are
disavow.
Separate the wheat from the chaff with that one, okay?
Exactly.
Okay?
Hold on. We are cutting down.
Shut them down.
I can back this up. We are cutting down the Amazon rainforest, which supplies oxygen to the fucking planet. Right? It's not the greatest source.
We also plant trees.
Yeah, if it weren't for humans stewarding the planet, why do you think that humans aren't part of nature? You're so goddamn prideful of your
humans made the rainforest.
You think humans are distinct and separate?
Humans made the rainforest.
Are you saying we're unnatural? What a dumb shit! You call me dumb, but you say some dumb shit, dude. You say some dumb ass shit. We're not part of nature, so we're unnatural.
What did the world look like before humans started developing technology and digging holes?
So what we do, look, we
Futoy, Alex, Testiger Johnson, black-pilled to death. Okay,
let me finish it. Right, so
black-pilled, testicular, black.
Marilyn, we do things like fracking. You know what fracking is, right? We do things like fracking.
Yeah.
We pollute the fucking atmosphere.
Nothing wrong with fracking.
We're doing a hell of a lot of things.
Stop watching CNN. Stop watching CNN, Futoy.
Okay. You don't think fracking is bad? Oh my God!
Fracking. There's nothing wrong with fracking.
There's nothing wrong with
into the fucking ground.
I mean, I think fracking does come from a lack mentality, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Fracking is better dog.
Can I say something to you, man?
Oh my God!
This is the truth, though, right? All this stuff is going to kill people before it does the Earth, so not a big deal. We'll just go first, and then Earth will.
Can you guys stop serving a fucking death cult?
Marlon, that's a good point.
Alex is actually serving a death
cult. Stop serving a death cult.
No. Alex made a great point. Right? If there was no humans, the planet would be in great shape.
1 second. Well, that's Yeah, I guess we don't. If we weren't here to interfere, we haven't really made anything better. We just destroyed more stuff.
We're
Well, that's the
destroying
dumbest
coral,
thing I've ever
coral
heard.
reefs.
Confluence, Maryland. I have a
That is
question for you that
dumb.
you didn't think about
It's
until now.
okay.
If everyone and everything is God, then is Satan God as well?
Yes, of course. He's a tool. He's
Yeah.
a part
Satan's
of
the good
God's
guy. Did you not read the book?
Satan, demons, hell, it's all
But
God.
see, I
Yes.
feel like there's an order to things. I feel like the humans are on the top, or they are
So when
God.
Satan wanted to be God, his problem was he didn't realize that he already was.
Mice are God too, Marilyn.
Listen, I know they're God, but they're not the God overall. They're not the God that can feed and tend and keep these mice alive by just the power of their
Marilyn, if there was no
we
humans,
don't
would mice stay
existence.
alive?
keep mice
Oh,
alive
hold
either.
on,
We
Marilyn.
barely
If
keep
there was
ourselves
no
alive.
humans, would mice still live, or would they die off because there's no humans?
What difference?
They'd probably die off because
No, they
nature would
wouldn't.
overgrow so bad
No.
that they would not be able to
Marilyn,
survive. They
no,
would be
no.
caged in. The
Marilyn,
vines, the
the
weeds,
reason,
the
the reason we're here
No.
is because we used to
Marilyn,
be a
hold on.
mammal equivalent to a rat
Hold
type
on,
creature
Marilyn.
that survived the meteorite that killed the dinosaurs. That's the
Marilyn.
reason we live today, is because we
I
used
don't
to
believe
be
dinosaurs
a
have even
rodent.
existed.
Forget all that nonsense.
Oh, you
for
don't
a sec,
believe
okay?
in that? Oh my
Not
God.
dinosaurs. I don't believe in creation or evolution. Absolutely not.
Yeah, she doesn't have a death cult like you, truthfully.
Sorry,
you realize
what?
that animals come in that there's predators and there's prey, and they
Right.
typically have this cycle where they eliminate each other. And when there's overgrowth of prey, then they either start to starve or the predator population comes up because they
You
have access
never
to more
know
food. This
which
cycle
animal could
is ever
overgrow.
continuous. Yes, I know.
You never know which one could
when there's too many
overpopulate
predators,
and take over.
there's not enough
Guys,
food,
there's been
a lot of them
animals
starve,
for
and the
like
prey get to grow.
there's been animals for millions of years, and we're here
That's a
two
crazy
fucking
comment.
seconds
on this
on
earth.
this
I'm
planet.
sorry, I
We're
don't
here
believe
5
that.
minutes on this planet.
Hold on. Didn't God create
Oh my
animals
God.
before he created humans? Even in the
I don't
Bible.
believe in creation.
Yeah, neither do I. Creation's gay.
Then what do you believe in? How did the earth come about?
It didn't.
Maryland thinks it's always existed, which is
We are God. We are God. We always were and always will be.
Timeline?
We always were and always will be.
Here before the planet, or the planet?
It always was, and it always will be. What the hell is wrong with you? Hello, I'm talking to
your
you.
ears, Alex.
So
what
you're
the
Bruh,
fuck?
infinity in both directions. You believe in math, right? You like this math thing? Infinity in both directions.
Humans have been on Earth for
And I'm telling you,
number of years,
infinity in
only
both
now
directions.
have we discovered
Infinity in both directions, bro. Infinity in both directions, bro. What came first, the chicken or the egg? Infinity in both directions.
The egg, Marilyn, the egg.
Absolutely not. What laid the
Yes,
egg?
obviously.
Get the
Something
fuck
that
out
wasn't
of
quite
here.
a chicken yet.
For it to be a
Something
chicken
that
egg, otherwise it
wasn't
would have been
fully
a different
evolved
egg.
into a chicken yet. Laid the fully evolved
That's
chicken
absurd.
egg. A
You need
chicken
to
cannot
debate
come from
Jim Bob
nowhere.
on this because I refuse.
No, it's not a debate. It's fact. A chicken can't come out of
Absolutely
thin
not.
air. It has to come from an egg.
Okay.
Where does the egg
There has
come
to be
from?
an
Where does
egg
the
for there to be a
placenta come
chicken.
from? Where does the fucking food that feeds that
I answered
plugs
you.
into the fucking animal?
I answered you.
No, you can't just make lungs and make all this out of nothing. You can't have everything work perfectly.
You can't just manifest a chicken out of nowhere. It has to come from somewhere.
Bro.
No,
No, that is crazy.
Couldn't God do whatever he
It's
wants?
not crazy.
Why are you
Chickens
saying
come
he
from
can't
eggs.
create something from nothing? God
Chickens
can create
come
something
from
from nothing,
eggs.
can he?
No.
God can't?
No.
Can
God
I
has
do
always
anything.
been and
Can I-
always
Can
will
God
be.
create something from
I'd like
nothing?
to. Y'all are kind of talking in circles. I
No,
wanted to point
I
out
really
that
need this answer
calm
from
down,
Maryland,
Alex.
'cause
Calm
this is gonna
down.
tell me a lot
Calm
about
down.
her.
Calm down, Alex. Y'all are talking in circles. So I wanted to interject here for a second. So the Price Master headlined the World Economic Forum 2026. The T-shirts are for sale at the Price Master's website.
Oh my God.
You can find this at rugmunching.com.
Can you make it full screen any chance?
I have to take a piss.
Maryland.
Do it.
What?
Sorry, just really quick. Can God create something from nothing, assuming that he wanted to?
Yes.
I
I'm
assuming
not asking you,
did
Futoy, I'm
God
asking
create
him.
himself? Did God create himself?
That's not what I asked. I just asked if he can create something for nothing. That's all. That's all I wanted to know.
Can God create something from nothing? Well, he did feed 5,000 with 2 fish and 5 loaves of barley bread.
Barley
So that was
bread.
sort of something out of nothing.
Okay,
Because
Who
he
did?
didn't
so then
have that
something
much.
can come from nothing.
Who did? God did that. I
Think
thought
that
Jesus did that.
He is
God
God.
and Jesus.
Jesus is
We're
God.
all
To
God.
you, he
We're
is.
all God, food boy. Even a
Oh,
broom.
give me
And
some
you're going to
fucking
sit
fish
here and
then,
say, I
Marilyn.
thought God did that.
Oh, give me
I've
some
got to pee.
sardines.
I got
Come
to
on,
pee. I
man.
can't. On
Marilyn,
that
start
note.
handing out the fish.
I feel like Marilyn kind of just wrecked you, Futo, in that last
She
thing.
did,
That's
she
kind of
did.
mic drop.
She did. I
Mic drop
admit.
moment.
I do
I
think she
admit I
slapped
got
your
wrecked. I
ideology
got
back at you, bro.
Yeah, you got turned inside out, my friend.
Okay, I
that
guess,
was
you
a
know,
W for Maryland in that.
new prompt, and this will lead somewhere. I understand why this is going to seem like it doesn't necessarily, apply, but, new prompt, okay? Here it comes. Not that one. Okay, this one. Do demons exist for real, or what's good? Okay?
What do you
That's
mean,
the
what's
question.
good? What do you mean by what's good?
What's good? He
Oh,
just
that's
likes
just
to decorate
ignore that
sweets with,
part.
What's good or
Yeah,
what's
just-
okay or what's not good?
Yeah, kind of like, what's up? Did demon exist, or
Okay,
like,
what's up?
what's the truth? Kind of
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, Futoi, do demons exist, or
Oh,
what's
I hate
good?
going first.
Yeah, you're next to me, clockwise, snakewise, motherfucker.
Yes and no. Are they physical things? No, of course not. Are they things? Are they things that we manifest in our minds and then we call them demons?
Oh,
Yeah,
manifest.
people do that. Yeah. Are they real?
Okay.
People
It
do
depends.
that.
People do.
And no crosstalk, no doo-doo crosstalk.
Sorry, I had to. It was there.
It was there.
The doo-doo was too irresistible. Yeah, so no, they're not a physical, touchable, real thing. They're a mental construct.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, that's a valid take. Okay, Big Soda.
Yes.
Do demons exist for real, or what's good?
Yes.
Do you want to expound on that?
I mean, I'll save that for the crosstalk.
Valid. Young Christian.
Yes.
Y'all with your fucking one-word answers. Okay, fine. Adson, do demons exist for real, or what's good?
What's good? What the fuck are y'all talking about? Demons exist. What the hell's wrong with you people? You're gonna tell me like Zeus is gonna come down and shoot lightning bolts in my ass while he's at it? This is fucking
It's a
stupid.
question. It's a fucking
Yeah,
question.
the
If your
fucking
answer is
stupid
no,
question.
then say
It's like
no.
asking me if Santa Claus. You think Santa Claus exists, dumb fucks? Yeah. Okay.
Excuse me on my crosstalk, but there's my example.
Ho ho ho, motherfuckers.
It's true. Crazy times. Lack of
Sorry, it
nuance.
took me
Adson.
8 days to find my other vape. I had to go out to the car. It is freezing outside.
Don't lie. You were
y'all
taking a
can't
number
even,
2.
Y'all can't even talk about the freezing, okay?
I'm in
-40.
Florida.
-40 where I'm at right now.
What
For real.
the fuck,
Yeah,
bro?
-40. Yeah.
It's
It's
20
been
right
80
now.
all weekend. It's been 80 all weekend. I'm
20
freezing.
where I'm at.
What is it right now?
Whose turn is it?
Mine is 40. Don't go outside. You'll die.
Yeah, I walked 5 minutes today and my skin was burning. Like it felt like it was like actually burning.
You gotta
Hell
cover
Which is
yourself
crazy.
in petroleum jelly.
Sorry to be a rural, a busybody, but this is a lot of cross-talking for the non-cross-talking section.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, this is the
Okay.
transfer. We are transferring from Anson to Maryland, so technically it's maybe not crosstalk. Possibly, if
It
you
is
think about it.
42 right now. Oh my god.
Focus, Maryland.
Yeah, that's way better than
What is the
-42.
question? No, do demons
the question
exist
is-
for real, or what's good?
Yeah,
Is it-
finally someone can read the banner. That's so hard for so many people in town, which is crazy. It's like, what's the question? I'm like, it's on the screen if you think about it. But,
Wait, there's a banner?
Thank you, Marilyn. There
There's
is
a
a banner.
I'm joking,
Yes,
I'm
there is
joking,
in
I'm
fact a
joking,
banner.
God, I'm joking.
I can't tell anymore because everyone asks me, wait, what is the question? All the time. Okay, Marilyn, yeah. Your answer.
Demons do not exist. We're all God because of God. And yeah, they're just thoughts in our head that we give power to and feed and choose to give belief to. And yeah, if we didn't do any of that and scare the children, I think we would be a lot better off. Yeah.
Okay.
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Alexandra?
I disavow that statement.
Yeah, because you're an idol worshiper. You belong to
'Cause
your
you're
father, the
That's
devil.
what you just said.
Yeah,
You belong to
you
your
worship
father, the devil.
Is it my turn yet?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, who else is Alexandra?
Liar from the
I don't know. I
beginning.
don't see an Alexandra in here. Do you?
I do. I'm sorry. I thought you and your wife are the same person, and you switched genders. Call back from last night.
Yeah, Brandon. She does think that God exists, and God is a demon. No.
We'll save that for the after. Okay.
Somebody asked a
God is
question in
a
the chat. I'm
demon.
just
God's
answering.
not a demon.
So no, I don't think demons exist.
Uh-oh.
That's crazy. Okay, Confluence's turn. Okay. Yeah, demons definitely exist. For real. Okay. Now the question, I guess, is the ontological existence or just the mental existence. And I can't remember who said this now. Maybe it was Futoy. I'm not sure now.
Yes.
Yeah, where it's like, yeah, I think I admit two possibilities. One is a demon is an ontological spiritual entity, obviously not physical. I think we all agree with that, but maybe it has some spiritual reality, or it could be a mental construct that gets like shared between people or even in one's own mind. But I think it depends how we define a demon, but I think something that we call demons definitely exist in some capacity. That's what I'll say, just to start it off and keep it simple. So now the crosstalk. I want to hit on
Okay,
Alex.
I want
what
to
do you mean
crosstalk.
by- No, I'm cross-talking first. Cross-talking first. I want to know why Alex doesn't think that demons exist.
Oh,
Because I get Anson's like one of those dirty atheist types. So I understand, Anson, he thinks it's the same category as Zeus, and he lacks the nuance. He's kind of like one of those unexceptional whites. So
I mean, I guess it depends on what you think.
So
a
he doesn't
demon
get
is, right? Like what exactly do you mean by demon? It just depends.
oh man, now you're Keelan coded.
But for real though, so I guess it depends on what you mean by demon. If you mean by demon like fallen angels or something, then I might be able to get behind that, maybe, at least biblically speaking. But if by demons you mean like these evil entities that want to like corrupt things, then I would have to say no, especially given what you and Marilyn believe about demons being God as well.
No, demons are not God.
I don't
You
think
said
demons are God.
God. I asked you if demons are
I
God.
said demons do not exist. Lucifer exists. God
Oh, the
exists.
devil
Jesus
is God.
exists.
What about the fallen angels? What
That
about
was
those guys?
They're
probably
not.
me,
They are
Alex.
God. They
That
are
was probably
God.
me. My belief is everything is God. God is everything.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
Confluence, so you think
omnipresent.
everything is God, right?
Everything is God. Yeah. In my
Demons
belief.
are not God.
I think I'm a panentheist, so I think the physical universe is embodied by God, and I think God is separate from the physical universe at the same time. But I think there also is a lack of God, and I would say a lack of God is possibly what we refer to as demons, possibly.
But no, listen, I've been in a
Witty
psychosis.
Noggins, join the panel. Witty,
I've
good to see you.
I've been in a psychosis to where I could not function correctly. I could not, the words coming out of my mouth were not what I wanted to come out. My body was not sleeping or eating. Like I have been I have felt entities enter me, like 4 or 5 of them, and I have
Oh, pause.
experienced such a thing as not being in control of my body, but being inside of my body. Okay. I don't think demons are real. Granted, I just don't.
What entities entered
However,
your body
and
then?
therefore,
Okay.
you know, there are spirits that exist. Okay. I don't think demons exist. I feel like we have dominion over everything.
Hearing me too.
But I have experienced a few things in my time, and I still don't believe demons exist.
Yeah, so
Granted, this
Wait,
could have
then
been
what-
witchcraft
Wait, then what do
because
you?
that
What I
lady
guess. Wait,
pulled that
wait,
hair
if I
out of
can-
my
if I can-
head.
I don't know what that means.
That lady
I don't
pulled that hair out of my head, and then a month later, that happened to me. So it could have been witchcraft, but it doesn't matter. Like,
she
Oh,
made a
I
I'm
voodoo
see.
doll
Oh,
for
okay,
you.
I
like,
see. I
I'm
see.
not superstitious or
But I guess
anything.
break her
But
knees,
that's
make
what
her
we
float
mean. Like, I guess,
downstairs.
like, so if you're saying you've had experiential experience, that's a bit redundant, possibly. But if you've experienced something demonic, is that what is that? Is that then how do you place that in your kind of like worldview? Is that just your mind fucking itself?
It's
Is like
gotta
what is
be.
happening there?
It's got to be your mind fucking itself. It has to be.
All
It
right,
has to
I have
be.
2 witty noggins. I don't know which one to add.
It
I'm gonna
has.
add both of them. Why not? 2 witty noggins. Okay.
It has to be
How do we know which
like.
one to shoot?
Have you
I
ever
can't.
taken, I
It
forget
has
how
to be.
have you taken psychedelics or anything like that before? No. I don't remember if you
No.
ever said.
No,
Okay.
I haven't. I've not.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a Fed.
I
He
mean,
can't do that.
I figure there's people who like have super bad trips where they probably see some pretty disturbing things.
Right.
I've seen some bad shit on THC, which is why I agree with Ed when he said it can act as a psychedelic. Like
Yeah.
large doses of THC, I think can absolutely fuck.
So
Invite the
I-
demons in. Okay, for real.
So I personally think that just like we have a place like a site in our brain that gives us this feeling of awe, we probably have something similar that gives us a feeling of like existential dread, like something evil is before us. Whether there's something activating that during certain moments, or whether there's something actually evil and you're just sensing his presence somehow, it's pretty hard to know. But I definitely think the mind is capable of fooling us into thinking a lot of things that we don't have a whole lot of basis for. But
Okay, Alex, if I can
don't-
ask you, wait, no, I'll let you finish, but then I want to
No,
ask you
go
something.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I guess gets me, I feel like you're a very like brain state kind of guy, which is like a little cucked in some ways, but like I appreciate it at the same time. But like if you're talking like that, like then what I guess like because we're not talking about just you take a drug and it activates a certain portion of your brain that causes you to experience this. We're not talking about that because like we could talk about that, but I guess the reason why I don't think that's valid is that like 2 people can take large doses of THC or psilocybin or whatever, right? And one person can have a demonic encounter and one person can have a god encounter. And then so it's not just like, oh, that if it worked that there was one substance that if you took it, you always had a demonic experience, then yes, it's a brain state thing. But it's the same substance for the same person, right? And like I think Marilyn said that you could use the psychedelic 10 times and maybe 1.5, I think she said, of the times are good. And it's like, so that's the same brain chemistry. It's the same substance. But so there's something like beyond the brain region that is like causing it to be either like demonic or angelic or like something else. And so like, that's why when we talk about that brain thing, I don't get it.
Have you ever been thinking about something in your mind and just like as you fall asleep, like you have this weird thought and the next thing you know, you're dreaming about it?
Well, yeah, but that's I would say that's not then like a physical like brain thing. That feels like that's like there's something like mental based.
I'm not saying that like
I'll be back.
psychedelic attaches itself to this part of your brain and activates it. I'm saying it makes your brain hypersensitive to all these things. And if you're
We're still
already
talking
in
about demons.
No, we're talking about damn drugs again. Fucking drugs.
We're
Yeah, but we're talking about if drugs can produce demonic encounters or
Well, they can't
experience. So
'cause
there
demons
is.
don't exist.
Well, that's
No,
because you have a
demons
very
exist.
like limited idea of what like exist means, Anson. That's the problem. That's the
If,
problem
if,
here.
if
Demons
demons did
100%
exist,
Yes.
would they do stuff
From my
like
understanding,
take
like the
people's
more
faces
safe,
and put them on other images? Would they do stuff like that? I think they would.
I think
that's
they
a
would
total-
too.
the more
I think that's a
safe, the
total
more
demon
safe
thing.
something, the more safe you feel when you take some of these drugs. Like the more calm you are, the more safe you are, things like that. Typically, the better of a experience you're going to have, if I
Right.
understand it correctly.
Set and setting.
If you're very very like agitated, if you're very nervous, if you're worried about something, or let's say the last thing that happens before it like kicks in is you suddenly remember something bad, like, oh shit, my parents going to catch me out, like that could tilt you into a very negative experience. And where that experience goes once it starts probably just depends on how your brain functions and what it's going to associate with negativity, right? So it's not like you have to see a demon every time you do it, but if you're in the wrong mind state, you might end up seeing one, just because that's like where the yellow brick road led in this case.
Right, but then I guess what I'm saying is then we're not just talking about like brain regions, I guess, right? Where there is some like actual like mental sphere that's happening, like an actual like mental reality where we can
Well, hold on.
kind
Does
of like
psilocybin always
be
give you a
led.
feeling of awe? I don't think it does. Not always, right?
Wait, does what? Say again?
Psilocybin.
Well, no, I haven't taken it, but no, from the research, no, not always, but a lot of times it does, but not
So
always.
then it's not. I don't think it's acting like it's making your brain sensitive, hypersensitive to the point where it like the activity in a certain region becomes amplified. I don't think it directs the activation based on medication, based on like the drug itself.
Well, that makes sense and how it should be. But like, did you ever hear about the DMT people? They all seem to meet the same entities or characters or whatever you want to describe, right?
Hallucinations. They're called hallucinations.
Yeah, but a lot of different people experience the same hallucination.
Yeah, because they're on the same drug. Because the drug causes the brain to hallucinate.
In that way,
in the same way,
like,
Anson, that's
Yeah,
great.
but
That's an insane
don't see the same
hypothesis, Anson.
hallucination.
That's an
It's
insane
a
hypothesis.
serotonergic hallucinogen.
but they describe these
why the fuck would you
entities.
take that?
They describe these entities and how they look and what they say, and they all seem very similar to each other. It's weird.
Yeah,
as
that's
shit.
I would like. So what I would like to know, what I would like to see, is if somebody who's like lived on an island, or some of those, some of those like Aboriginal people, or even like somebody who's lived in like a community with what's it called, away from like electronics, stuff like that, where they haven't watched a lot of movies or read a lot of books or seen a lot of things on there. I wonder if they would see the same entities, if they would see the same things, or if that's just because that's what our environment kind of nurtures within us.
It could
Right?
have
Is
been.
there some like cross cultural contamination? Right? Like that. It's kind of the same with like near death experiences. They try to separate this. Right? There's a lot of similarities with NDEs, but the ultimate question, right, is like, is there something that we're, especially in a globalized society, are we all kind of like tapped into the same thing, and so we all see like tunnels of light, or we
share pictures, we share movies, we share experiences.
Like it's the power of suggestion.
If an Aboriginal person
who
heard of any
I
of this
see
stuff
that.
has the same experience, I mean, I'm 100% in that there's something here. Either this is somehow hard coded into our brain, or they're experiencing something real.
Like one guy described what he saw, and then other people tried to see what they would saw, and they saw what he said because he said it to them. I don't know.
I mean, it very well could be. I mean, think about it. Most kids read similar books in school. Most kids watch similar TV shows, especially around the same like age group. Culture is very much a universal thing. Like you can listen to Japanese music in America or Russian music in Japan. Like this stuff is everywhere now. I don't know to what extent we can trust like shared experiences to be something special given
Well, all I said
the
it was
sharing of
weird,
culture.
right? So what you're
I
saying
agree.
makes
I agree. It
sense.
is weird. It is weird
Like
that the
what you're
same
saying makes
activates the
sense,
same
but it's not a
things.
definite. That's what's happening, though,
Right.
right?
But
So
I mean, I think if somebody knows like a place where you can find an Aboriginal person, give him some DMT and ask him what he sees. I'd love to see that.
Oh,
I mean,
Keelan
it's a
back.
very.
Keelan back. Okay,
It would be interesting to
aside.
experiment for sure.
It would, yeah. I just want to. We can keep talking, but I want to loop Whitty in because Whitty
Or
has
give it
not
to a
said anything
blind
yet.
person. Give it to a blind person.
What's up, dude? Hey, I'm with my buddy Michael. You remember my roommate? We were talking all one time.
The drum circle guy,
Yeah,
Michael
yeah,
Based.
yeah. Came in and
Michael
said
Based,
something.
man. Michael's seen the truth. Okay, for real.
And so I actually just
Good to see you.
very intently, and I just have something to say, and everything that I say is just a hypothesis, right? Like there's no truth. We're all just trying to figure out what's going on. But psilocybin is like a mushroom, so it's a heterotrophic organism. So I believe what happens is it actually, when you take it, you take on more of like the properties of what that mushroom is in saying. It's heterotrophic. It gets everything from its environment. It's able to take in more. Therefore, its input output is increased, right? So along this line of like, is everything that we see the same? Well, if we're all just here as like a manifested source of energy, we can call it God, we can call it universe, whatever, as itself to experience itself, then I believe, because I've actually had a lot of friends say these same things. I've never tripped on DMT because I'm afraid of it, to be honest. I don't know why. I feel like I'm one of those. I'll go down the rabbit hole and I'm not coming back. But with psilocybin and like different things, it's like what I end up feeling with my friends is it just kind of lifts the veil into more of a reality that I believe is real. So that's just kind of my opinion. I do believe it's real. I don't think people are just having these weird, vivid hallucinations and it's dependent on the media and growing up with, this movie and we're all doing the same. I actually think it's like it lifts the veil into like the reality of God and what this all is as universe manifested as universe to experience universe. But anyway, so that's just something.
Okay, Witty. Well, you see, if God is trying to experience himself as not himself, then if we're figured that out, haven't we like just spoiled it?
Yeah, that don't make any sense. Witty, what you just said was so earlier we had a question of whether or not doing psychedelics make you insane, and I appreciate you coming on the panel and proving the insanity that's caused by psychedelics.
Oh, you're funny. Okay.
No, I actually like what Witty said.
Witty's one of the most based people that's graced my panel. Okay, I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, I like what he said. I like what he said, but there's still questions. There's still the questions.
It could be a misunderstanding too of what I said. Like, I'm basically just saying we're God's ability as itself to experience itself, and then you came back saying that we're like trying to experience God that's not itself. But it's
can you turn up your mic a little bit? Because you see, I can turn up my volume, but then when somebody else with high volume speaks, the whole house is going to get woken up.
Yeah. You could just stop talking, Futo. You never had anything of value to say. Anyway.
I turned Whitty up so he can.
I'm not touched.
Yeah, no, I'm just here to annoy you too. That's the only reason I'm here. That's just my one task is just to come here and annoy you.
Oh, well, I'm Whitty. What's up? That was my buddy Michael.
Oh, okay. So there's still the big questions. Like, so you said something there, and I didn't quite catch it. So we're God trying to experience himself, but knowingly. What?
Well, Confluence knows me. I believe in Jesus. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm a big Christian, but I'm not sure.
Went though with the audio.
Yeah, to be clear, Futoy. So the guy that was talking, that's Michael. That's Whitty's friend, but that's not Whitty. Yeah. So two people on one mic is what's happening. So just in case.
Yeah, Whitty sounds sane.
No, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Michael has some good shit to say. Okay, and Whitty does too. They both do. Okay, they both do.
Yeah, but also just to elaborate on that, so maybe these funguses and mushrooms have a lot more than we give them credit for or realize even. Have you guys heard about that fungus that implants itself in an ant and then controls the ant? This is a real thing.
Yeah.
Now that's some fucked up shit. A fungus can do that?
Is it the ant that
I don't like
explodes
that.
and like spreads the spores? Like the ant will try and go to the colony, and then it'll explode when it's near other ants. Is like that the same phenomenon with the fungus?
Something like that, yeah. But it controls the ant. It basically takes control of the ant. I don't mean it's going to go left or right, but like you said, it will seek out. It has a purpose for doing
I think
it.
I've seen a documentary about that.
Yeah, it's like legit, like mind control. Like it actually is. It's crazy.
Yeah, but it's not like go left, go right. Like it has a single purpose.
Yeah.
It's like let's not look at the sun through the ant's eyes, or. But that's messed up. So I mean, like it's got no brain. It's got no brain.
I've got some cool things.
Well, it's no
It's
different.
got no
than
brain.
Parasite, but yep.
It's got no brain, but it's controlling something with a brain.
It does have a brain.
Somebody else's
The
brain.
mycelium is one of the most intelligent things in the world, and mushrooms are actually, I don't know if you know this, just so plants are autotrophs, right? They need the sunlight energy, then they chemically make their stuff, whereas mushrooms are heterotrophs.
Plants are heliotropes, aren't they? Am I crazy?
They're autotrophs.
What does that mean? That means you like turn toward yourself. What does that mean?
Well, I'm just talking about biology. Sorry, I have a biomedical science degree. So sorry, when I use these terms, I'm only just meaning about biology. Like humans are heterotrophs.
That's what I'm talking. No, that's what I'm talking to. But what? Okay, so if you know better than me, then like what's the difference between heliotrophic and autotrophic? I guess.
Okay. Well, heliotrophic. So what is heliotrophic?
It's when plants like turn toward the sun, right? They need light.
Helio, also known as solar tracking, phototropism. Yep. Yeah, it's just directing towards the sun. So the simple term autotroph is basically just saying it only needs its sun to get its energy. A heterotroph means it's getting its energy and its substance from the environment. So basically my point was this. Plants are in a different category than mushrooms, and mushrooms are in the same category as you and I, as humans.
No, wait, no, that's not. Wait, no.
Yep. 100%.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to disagree with you, but that's not true. Those are like three different kingdoms, right?
No, I'm saying heterotroph versus autotroph.
He's talking about how they get energy, not like what.
Yes, I'm just talking about a simple biological. It's either there's autotrophs or heterotrophs.
Yeah.
So the heliotroph, that's just saying, that it moves.
Okay, what is okay? I'm sorry. What is? Because I'm just thinking like I'm thinking etymologically. Autotroph means it turns toward itself. So what does that mean biologically?
No, that's not. No. That's what heliotrope. It goes.
Well, heliotrope means it turns towards the sun. Yeah. I'm saying autotroph. Auto means self, right? Troph means like turning, right? And so I guess right. So I guess so. What is that? I don't know what that term. What does that mean?
Self-turning.
Like what's I know like etymology obviously doesn't define things, but I just don't know what that word means. I guess
autotroph simply just means you're creating your own food from sun, from light, from water, from all the things in our environment. Whereas a heterotroph, it doesn't basically chemically make its own food from the sun. We have to ingest food. You understand what I'm saying? Like here, I'll look at it right now. It says an autotroph is an organism that can produce its own food using light, water, carbon dioxide, or other chemicals, right? So now I'll just go to heterotroph, which is what mushrooms are. All my point was this. Plants are autotrophs. Mushrooms are less biologically like plants than they are humans.
Yeah, but the start of this discussion was when I said, like, they don't have brains. Right. So what I mean is, like they don't calculate. They don't. They're not human. They don't think like humans. They don't think, right? Unless you're saying they do think.
I definitely think that intrinsically in DNA and everything going on, and especially mycelium, I think they're one of the smartest things in the world. Like they have the ability to take, like, you know what mycorrhizae is, like with plants. So the mycorrhizae is a fungal network that actually like adheres to the plant roots and helps them symbiotically take more things in. So it's like things are evolving. Mushrooms evolve. Mushrooms are intelligent. Yeah. Plants are even intelligent.
Well, all these things have been on the planet like millions
all of these things are like plants evolve too. Like all this shit evolves, right?
But it's been here so much longer than we have. Like so much longer. It's had so much more time to evolve.
Yeah. So don't you think that intrinsically intelligent then, and like it does?
I don't. Not like humans. No, not like humans.
I guess what is like?
I don't think it's like humans either.
I don't think intelligence. I don't think. I think intelligence is a mammal thing.
That's dumb.
I mean, I think intelligence, I think is an issue of degrees. I would say.
Of what?
Of degrees. Like you could say a dog is intelligent, but it's not. It doesn't have the same intelligence of a human. And a mushroom is probably more intelligent than a plant. I would agree with that. So it's a degree.
I was thinking it to define intelligent too. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Define intelligence, because how can a mushroom be intelligent?
Well, hold on. Okay. This is just one thing. In one of these classes, let's just even go to a plant. Even if mushrooms are more intelligent than a plant, if a tree gets attacked by a certain type of bug, it literally will create basically a biochemical mechanism inside of itself to deter that bug from then attacking it. If a deer takes a piece of its bark and eats it heals.
No, you're right. But is that intelligence or just evolution?
I use the term intrinsic intelligence.
Would it not be like evolution? It's just,
I don't agree with evolution, but Food Toy's got a point. That's not exactly intelligence.
Yeah, I agree. That's
what is intelligence? I guess because I would say it makes sense to say an ant is more intelligent than a plant, and again, without defining it, this is some intuitive feeling, right?
I just defined
ant is better than plant. Dog is better than ant. Human better than dog. On some, and I don't know how to exactly parse that, but
what
it's
you're saying
like,
is intelligence one has to be better than the other, though.
Intelligence is the ability to have second person perspective.
No, but in that way, a dog doesn't have that, and an ant doesn't have that. But I would say
a dog is not intelligent.
But it's more intelligent than an ant,
Yeah, you're just
or at least
comparing it to its species, right? It's just,
Humans are the only species that are capable of second person perspective. It is what makes us the most intelligent, right?
I would say that's. I feel like you're going with like sentience or like metacognition. I feel like that's a better word than intelligence.
I think intelligence is the ability to calculate. Right, so that's why I go along with what you're saying. Yes, a problem solve, calculate. Right, that's what you're saying. So we can calculate and contemplate more than a dog can. A dog can do it more than an ant can. But I don't actually think ants think. I think they go on instinct.
I'm just.
Does a dog think though? That's what I'm not.
A dog definitely thinks. Cats think.
Then why doesn't an ant think? Like I don't. I mean, it's an issue of degrees.
Yeah, just because you anthropomorphize doesn't mean the dog is thinking. It means that you think the dog is thinking.
It's absolutely not. It's not. It's not anthropomorphizing. No, it's not.
No.
You're having feelings about the dog. And you're projecting onto the dog.
There's no projection there.
Yeah,
an ant literally can do more functionally.
No, it goes on instinct.
Than a fungus, and fungus can do more than a plant.
No, Confluence. An ant does not think it goes on what was the word?
Instinct, is that what you said?
It goes on instinct, right? It's
then you're defining thought as metacognition, but that's I think that's just like a bad way to define that. I don't think that's helpful because then only humans have this, and then we can't evaluate between a dog and an ant, which is retarded.
No, dogs and cats think. They calculate 100%. 100%.
How do we know?
Do they calculate?
Yes, they absolutely do. They do it more than we do.
What's the evidence that they calculate?
All right, right now.
For example, my cats. Right, if I forget, I feed my cats every day at a certain time. If I'm a little bit late or if I forget, they come and tell me.
Yep.
They know the time. They're not looking at a clock, but somehow they have a brilliant internal clock. And then they come and they will tell me. That's one example, right? Yeah. Another example is I have 2 female cats and they use a litter tray. The male just goes outside. But the dominant female will allow the other cat to use litter trays until they get a little bit full. And then when it's more full than she likes, she won't let the other cat. She's like, that's enough. The rest is for me. That's thinking. That's contemplating. That's
but that's not intelligence. That is
intelligence. Of course it is. An ant isn't going to do that.
Animal level behavior.
You
can train retarded people who aren't intelligent to do that.
Well, hold on, real quick. I agree. I love that we've spiraled in somewhere. I'm sorry if I did that, but I want to read this, what it says from hopkinsmedicine.org. I love John Hopkins University. Anyways, so how and why did intelligence involve, and what is intelligence? So I'm just going to read what it says, and then you guys can talk about it. Intelligence can be defined as the ability to solve complex problems or make decisions with outcomes benefiting the actor, and has evolved in multiple life forms to adapt to diverse environments for their survival and reproduction. And then it starts talking about for animals, problem solving, decision making, functions of their nervous system, including the brain. So intelligence is closely related to the nervous system. Whereas in plants, you've got xylem and phloem, which are like our veins and arteries, but it also has an ability to heal, to do all these things. So I'm just saying, when we talk about a word intelligence, it's just a sound and word. But I believe
that's a physicalist definition.
That's what I just gave. Yeah. So I'm saying intelligence can be plants are intelligent, animals are intelligent.
Yeah,
what
the
people on the panel are going to disagree with that because not everyone here is a physicalist.
I don't think that the ability to adapt has anything to do with intelligence. I really don't. I think non-intelligent things can adapt.
Yeah,
but coral reef can adapt. I mean,
but that's biological intelligence still.
No, I don't think I could class that really as intelligence. I agree
that
definitely have to have
intelligence is a trait that's selected for in natural selection, right? Because it increases the likelihood that you'll breed, which is one of the reasons why humans, develop intelligence at the rate that we have, right? But that doesn't mean that other species have reached the level of what you would call complex thought, right? Right. So I don't consider it intelligence until it reaches complexity, and that's why I use the second person perspective as the cutoff for whether or not you're intelligent.
Okay.
Confluence. How do you define intelligence?
How do I define it? I define intelligence as one's ability to thrive, survive, and function and evolve.
Sorry, I was asking Confluence.
Oh, sorry. I thought you asked me. Sorry. Or Michael.
I think you have to have a brain. You have to be able to think.
I don't know. Like I don't like what was that gay, the Johns Hopkins or whatever. Yeah, that's so gay. That's so gay. Because that's not what we mean most of the time, and we also can't interpret that. Like if a raven is demonstrating that, I don't think we can fairly say that's intelligence. Because otherwise, I think we could look at like bees, and I feel like we could say they're doing intelligent behavior when they're doing the little fucking bee dance and like telling people how to find the pollen and stuff. Well, but that's what I mean. I guess no, that's a great thing that you said. I guess that's where I'm going. I don't think it seems a bit arbitrary to define like, oh, that's instinct, and then oh, that's intelligence, and it's like I don't see like it's a matter of degrees between those two things. So when you see a bee do highly complex behavior, you say that's instinct. But when like a raven puts a fucking, I don't know, can pick something out of a fucking bottle or whatever ravens do, then now bees problem solve. I mean,
no, they're not. No, they don't.
How are they not problem solving? How are they not? They're fucking dancing. They're dancing to show the way to the best. Is that not a problem that was needed to be solved?
That's not a problem and a solution. That's what they're designed to do.
They're designed. Okay, so you're smuggling God into it, which is base, to be clear. But like you're saying like anything that has to do with evolutionary scaffolding, to use Anson's thing that he always says, right? Then that is like definitionally under your worldview not intelligence, and then anything that like a raven does, where it seems like some novel learned behavior, then it all of a sudden sometimes becomes intelligence, and I don't know if I accept that dichotomy between those two things.
Every bee does that. Not every raven is going to pull a stone out of a bottle. But every bee will act in that exact way to show the other bees where the fucking pollen is.
It's almost like
it's going to do it. It's going to do it without no thinking, no problem, no solution. It just does it because that's what it's made to do. That's how it's evolved.
Okay. If that's how you're defining it, but then that would still mean that like very simple creatures then still have intelligence, because like you can like do some level of training to change behavior in a large variety of like the animal kingdom.
They're just running on instinct. Like
I've seen people train alligators. You can train alligators intelligence.
Hold
Right,
on.
you can-
Yeah,
you
an
can- yeah, you
alligator's
can train-
intelligent. Sure, an alligator's intelligent. But
Okay, then, so what's the cutoff? What's the cutoff,
hold
Utoy?
on. I'm trying to explain it. Right. So a raven hasn't evolved for the purpose to take a stone out of a bottle, but it can do it. It can solve that problem. A bee ain't going to take no stone out of the bottle or do anything else but shake its butt to show the other bees where the honey is. That's all it's going to do. It's not going to do anything other than that.
Yeah, dinosaurs.
Because that's instinctual. That's an instinctual behavior for the bee. Taking a stone out of the bottle is not an instinctual behavior for the crow or the raven. It's problem solving.
But there's tons of animals that will display like novel behavioral traits, right?
Well, then they're intelligent then.
But I don't know. Is that what we mean? Like, if when I say intelligence, I mean a degree, right? It's an issue of degrees.
Right,
That's
so do
my
I.
definition.
So do I.
That's what
I
I'm saying.
agree.
But if you're saying there's like a stark dichotomy, then I
believe
guess
there's
I
a
want you to
cutoff.
show that dichotomy.
I believe there's a cutoff.
Yeah, that's what I mean, and I feel like then I don't know how you can possibly prove that because we have a bunch of animals that they can display. You can you can train a fucking some like stupid like really stupid animals to have like baseline.
You're not going to train an insect, dude. You're not going to train an insect.
You don't think so? You don't think a tarantula? You don't think you can train it in some ways? Like if you have like fire on one end of the cage, then it will learn to like avoid the fire.
Like
That's
I said, there's a cutoff, right? And
but the cutoff is arbitrary. That's why I'm saying it's an issue of degrees. The cutoff is entirely arbitrary.
I'm not arguing with you that there's degrees. I'm saying there's a cutoff to the degrees.
But the cutoff is arbitrary.
It's probably close to the tarantula. But if you put a ring of fire, around a scorpion,
everything can mean anything.
Hold on. If you put a ring of fire around a scorpion, it stings itself. It kills itself.
Yeah, you're not making any sense, Futoy.
It instinctively kills itself. Right?
It does like seppuku. Is that what you're saying?
That's what they do. They put a ring of fire when a scorpion's trapped. It stings itself. It just kills itself.
So this is like the exact issue with reductionism: is that it cannot prove intelligence or consciousness.
Well, I don't believe intelligence and consciousness are what's the word?
Synonyms?
I don't think
y'all need to send in some donos.
They're independent of each other.
Y'all need to send in some donos because y'all are acting like fucking retards. And
that's true.
Y'all owe Confluence money for being retarded.
Rare time, I agree with Anson. That's true. Someone dono to get a new prompt, maybe.
But also, can you counter dono if you want to if you don't agree with that person who dono to change the subject?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I haven't thought of it till now, but yeah, absolutely.
He's trying to set up a bidding war. So
yes, that is what I want. A bidding war. Yeah.
My credit card's in my hand.
All right. If you dono, I'll do some sit-ups.
Yeah, Anson will definitely do sit-ups for real. He actually will. Okay, we can trust him. But do you guys see? Okay, so I would say intelligence, right? I this is my opinion. Okay, I think it's a steady slope, and I think we can draw cutoffs, but I think those cutoffs are arbitrary. Sentience, I think, is that's a different animal.
No, sentience is just like reacting to your environment.
I kind of agree with you.
I don't. That's not how I would define sentience. That's not how I would define
you're thinking
sentience.
more of like cognition.
No, I'm thinking sentience in like a philosophical way.
It's second-person perspective.
Yes, like the metacognition, right? Like you're thinking about thinking.
That's how I sentience.
It is. There's a lot of definitions of sentience. Yeah, there's not like one. It depends if you're using like a philosophical definition or like a Merriam-Webster's definition, right? There's a lot, and so that's what I mean when I say sentience. And I'm not saying someone's wrong if they're saying something else. I'm just saying that's what I mean when I say it. There's something about that unique, like you have a metacognition. You're thinking about thinking. You're aware of your own existence. That's what I would say is the baseline. When I use that word, that's what I mean. And philosophers agree and disagree with me, and that's fine. But that's what I mean when I say it. You're aware that you exist. That is sentience. And I don't think any animals, even a dog, even a raven, when he's fucking pulling buttons out of whatever he's pulling buttons out of and collecting them. Like some, I don't know. Like, I don't know.
I have a challenge for you then, Con. Prove to me that I am just dreaming, you guys. That I'm asleep and I'm having a dream.
Here we fucking go.
Damn fucking.
I can't prove that. I can only prove to myself that I exist. Hence my Cartesian certitude.
But maybe you don't exist. Maybe
Someone get Emmett.
I know I exist because I could be an AI simulation. Again, this is the Cartesian certitude argument. It doesn't matter if I'm AI. I don't give a fuck if I'm AI. I don't give a fuck if I'm in a simulation. At the end of the day, I exist.
What if you're a dream? What if you're just a dream person?
I don't care if I'm a dream. I exist. Cogito ergo sum, right?
Well, you're just a dream, though.
Omnigoted? Yeah, I exist.
Attaboy.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Big Soda. Thank
We'll
you.
get Emmett so that they can talk about whether we're in a dream or not.
See, that's not very scientific, right? I exist, and that's it, and that's how I know because I exist.
You're right.
Science doesn't answer these questions.
Exactly. Keelan, rare confluence and Keelan agreement. Yes, exactly. That's a fucking category error, right? That's not a question of science. That's a question of philosophy. It has nothing to do with science. There's no empirical test I could ever do to say that I exist in the way I'm talking about. It doesn't make any sense. So yeah, we're talking about like just different things, right? Science is not the end all be all of all these questions, right? There's questions that are in the realm of philosophy, questions that are in the realm of science, and yeah. But what
the
ontology
argument is that science needs to evolve so it can answer these questions. The materialist version of science cannot answer these questions.
Yeah, it has to.
I'm not sure if any version of science can answer these questions, though. If by science we mean some form of empiricism, I don't think then there's.
Yeah, we can't.
I don't see how we could.
Of science currently that can answer these questions because it's all just materialism at this point, right?
Yeah, but I guess I can't imagine it's there's a possible way it could be something else.
It could be
possible.
Like
I agree, it's possible. I can't think of how it could be. I guess
some form of neutral monism.
What does that mean?
Monism is when you complain a lot, is it?
No,
monism is thinking everything is like one substance. You know, it's all one thing.
It's a theory of everything, fucking bullshit that all these empiricists like. That's what they
worship. Obviously,
one unifying theory. And they're out seeking it like God. That's the pinnacle of the atheist religion that's in vogue today.
Kind of like what Confluence believes, but with less steps.
Okay, Anson, I disagree with you. The pinnacle of the atheist religion is physicalism. It is not monism. They don't even know what.
Yeah, I know they have no conception of what they are. Thank you for pointing that out.
What if right? If we look at the many worlds theory. God is all the worlds in that many worlds theory, but we are experiencing the one world. We're still God, but we're experiencing it through the one world.
Did you get hit on the head as a child?
What does God mean? This sounds like Marilyn talk.
Marilyn sounds like a cool person.
Yeah, she is, and she can get away with it because she's got tits. You don't.
How do you know?
How do you know?
Marilyn, that makes her cool. Okay, come on.
How do you know? Do you know how many burgers I've had in my life?
Actually, that's true. We haven't seen Food Toy on cam, so we don't know the degree of tittage he has. If you think about it,
yeah, Food Toy's got the heavies on him.
Yeah,
he might have those heavies. He might.
Just for everybody to, this isn't a great picture, but it's the only one I've got that I can show here.
Ugh.
That beautiful handsome person is me.
Ugh.
I feel like you look super oblong. I feel like this is like a bad, like I feel like you've compressed the image a little bit
to fit it into one of these windows. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's hard to imagine what you don't look. You look like Matt Dillahunty. You don't look Irish. You look like Matt Dillahunty.
Well, I'm not.
Do you have ears?
I'm not fully. No, my ears are really small. I'm not fully Irish. My mother's Irish and my father's from a different country. A lot of people say I look like Ming the Merciless from Flash Gordon.
Yep.
I feel like you take Hey Arnold's head and just turn it sideways. That's what I feel
like. I don't know who Hey Arnold is.
That's a travesty.
Anyway, I'll take my picture off to give you guys a chance with the women. I don't want to hold the women.
No, you just gotta kidnap the woman you like.
Yeah,
that's what Big Soda did. It worked for him.
Yeah, that's a real problem for me. Like my women, they're always asking me the same stupid questions. Like, who are you and where am
That's
I?
what women do if you think about it.
Who are you?
Why am I itching?
When are you going to let me go? Oh, it's complaining. So needy.
So needy.
Well, see, if you ignore that for about a year, it'll go away.
Yeah, so once the Stockholm syndrome really kicks in, that's when you put a ring on it. Okay, at that point. There's a strategy to all this. Okay, a science, if you will. Okay, this is meant to be a brief prompt with the demons exist, but we're in the weeds. But this is what the prompt. So y'all remember demons, right? Kind of scary, a bit spooky, if you will, right? So think about demons for a second. And then now I'm going to hit you with this, okay? The new prompt. Again, we go clockwise, snake-wise. So it's going to be Futoi, Big Soda, Kodami, which is, I think, Anson, Alex, Witty, and then Keelan. Okay, so we talked about demons. Are demons a coherent explanation for some types of mental illnesses? Do we think that, right? The argument, I guess, to describe it slightly more, right? There is back in the day, we thought a lot of stuff was like, oh, those are demons, right? And now we've psychologized everything to say that no, when we see someone that's doing any aberrant behavior, then it's psychologized in some way and it's classified, and we have a neat little ICD or DSM categorization of that. And is that goated? Is that not goated? What's good? Futoi, start with you.
All right, I'll try to get it all in the time. Right, originally, right, where I believe, or not believe, but I'm thinking where the idea of demons came from is where people were seeing things that they couldn't explain around them. So, but they were trying to have some way of explaining it, like, for example, an infection, those sort of things that they couldn't explain how they were getting the infection, how water was getting contaminated. So I think they then would try to blame it on demons because they didn't have the science, the knowledge of what the problem really was.
Okay, no crosstalk and no cross MIDI keyboards as well. Okay.
Cross notes, Doomerang said.
Yeah, no cross notes. Exactly. Yes, no cross notes. Okay, Big Soda.
No.
So say more. You coward. You scoundrel.
Okay. No, I think usually when you usually see demonic behaviors, I don't think they can just be classified as kind of symptoms of mental illness. Usually they're more sporadic than that, and usually it's not a constant thing like mental illness.
Wait. So when do you say? I don't mean to crosstalk, but wouldn't you say yes then? That demons are sometimes a coherent explanation.
I don't think they're a coherent explanation. But I don't think people that are demonically possessed show symptoms of like known mental illness.
Oh shit!
Oh, okay.
I missed a bit.
Okay, that's interesting.
Crap, I missed a bit.
Okay, Anson.
Crap.
Yeah, so demons are not an explanation for anything other than people's ability to think that fictional characters in mythological stories are real. And in terms of mental illness, that doesn't mean that I necessarily have to buy into the binary that mental illness is an explanation for something other than the temporary social construction that we've built around the pseudoscience of psychology that I consider to be a massive psyop, to quote Marilyn. Thank you.
Spoken like a true right-wing theist, atheist. Alex.
If you were to presume the demons are real, then they could be a coherent explanation, yes.
Agreed.
I hate all that. I hate all the cuckoldry you baked into like 5 words. That's
Short and
insane to
sweet.
make so much cuckoldry into so few words, but that's okay. That's okay. Look, I'm allowed to
If it was
cross
8
talk.
words,
Okay, I'm the
it was
host.
8
I'm allowed to
words.
cross talk. Okay, that's my
It was
God-given
8
right.
Okay,
words,
that's
first
true.
of
That's
all.
true. That's a fair
It
point.
was 8
That's a
words,
fair
No,
point.
first of
no,
all.
no. Disavow.
Is that
Disavow once you
everybody
allow it
cross
all.
talks is the problem, right? So one is the host can cross talk, obviously.
I'm gonna hit out Alex up later, but I'm gonna save it. Whitney Noggins and or Michael.
He's upstairs. Just me.
Okay, Whitney Noggins. What do you think?
I think demons can be a coherent and plausible explanation for things. Just because I believe they're real. I believe they tempt people. I believe they put thoughts in people's minds. You know. As far as possession goes, I'm not one to constantly point and jump to that conclusion, but I do think it exists.
Refund influence.
No crosstalk.
Sorry. K2 made me laugh. It's K2's fault.
It's always
We're all
K2's
done,
fault.
aren't we? So at this point, you probably could.
Wait, no. You're forgetting about Confluence, who goes last. Okay. First of all, K2, Refundfluence. No, K2, you said if Big Soda made his mustache into a Charlie Chaplin style mustache, then you would accept it. And he did. So no Refundfluence. Yeah, look at that. I'll full screen him. He did that. You asked for it. He did it. Okay. He did it. Look at that. Aryan, goated man. Okay, so now my turn to speak. Okay, so yes, I agree. I agree with Woody Noggins. I think that yes, because I do think demons are real. I think that they are a coherent explanation. But I think it depends. Obviously, not all mental illnesses, but yes, I think that there is some degree that we have psychologized the spiritual. We have taken stuff that I think are spiritual realities, and now because psychology is omnicuct and it only looks at like the brain states and physical reality, and it has cajoled itself into thinking that it only can accept some naturalistic stuff, then yes, everything possible is a naturalistic phenomenon, and I don't think that's true. So I think there is cases that we ascribe to something like schizophrenia where they might very well be like some type of demonic influence. I actually do believe that. Okay, but I'm not saying it's always the case, but
yeah, they could be talking to real things. And I also think that, you know, like if demons are real, like let's say they do put like lies and thoughts in your minds and you believe them and you tie them to the feelings that you have, you know. And so it's like you live your life with these kind of wonky beliefs based off these thoughts and feelings, right? So I think that's quite a bit of the mental disease.
I'm gonna be honest. I think I changed my answer. I think I'm on the yes train now because I was thinking no.
I'm on the
Thinking stuff
no
like
train.
maybe meaning has more play in mental illness than
So I'm gonna change my
demons.
answer.
But
to
I guess
no.
I could see the possibility.
I wanted to add to my answer that I forgot to add. So just from something from earlier. So that's what I said was my same thinking around chaos theory, right? It's got theory on the end of it for a reason. For me, there is no chaos. Chaos is only because we can't understand it. We see chaos. And until we understand it, when we understand it, it's no longer chaotic.
Yeah,
that's why I'm saying
chaos does not exist.
Yeah, that's what I believe. I believe chaos does not exist. Right? It's only an illusion.
Yeah, I don't think chaos exists by definition.
It I mean, it depends how you define chaos. How are you?
Chaos is dumb and gay. There's a definition.
Something that happens that has no connection to any pre-existing event. Probably how I would define it.
By the laws.
All right, so
thermodynamics,
like a horse spontaneously coming out of a chicken egg, or the chicken egg becoming a diamond. That would be chaos. It'd be something becoming something else with absolutely no cause to.
Yeah, but what about like a pendulum swinging against another pendulum, right?
That's not chaos. It's just
how is that
math.
chaos?
It may be distorted.
That's one of the classical examples of chaos theory, right? It's unpredictable. There's no way to possibly map it.
No, but being
No, I'm talking about chaos theory.
Well, hold on, Confluence. Being unpredictable is our hang up. The more that we understand, the more we can predict.
That's how science defines chaos.
No,
So
but
that's what I mean. It's not definitionally untrue, right? That's how science defines chaos as unpredictability.
Yeah, no, only because we don't understand it. The more we understand, the more predictable it becomes.
Yes, go to Podesta.
That's
go
why
to
it's an illusion. That's why
Rare
it's an
Podesta
illusion.
W. Okay, sorry, Podesta, but no, it is a Podesta W.
There's
Chaos
no
is
such thing as
randomness of such
randomness.
complexity that we can't understand it. That is how science defines chaos. Okay, so it's not definitionally like something that doesn't exist.
That's not typically.
It doesn't exist. It's an illusion.
I just
It's an
imagine
effect.
math is too complicated for us to do.
It's an effect.
There's an argument about
really complicated math and say it's chaos because we can't do it yet. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
What about quantum fluctuations, Alex? Is that chaos or is it not? It's something that
It's
math
not. There
can't
is no
even
chaos.
predict. How is
Even
that not
quantum
chaos?
fluctuations-
It's not chaos. It's unpredictable and it's
No,
really
no, no.
definitionally unpredictable.
Unpredictable is
Electron
subjective.
like swerves to one way or the other. That is
No,
unpredictable.
unpredictable is subjective. If you understand things and you understand all that's happening around you, it's all predictable.
No, that's not. No, that's a,
So
no.
he-
That's some gay Newtonian
No,
bullshit.
that is
That's not
exactly
the
how it
understanding
is.
of science.
Hold on.
That's not true.
even quantum fluctuations operate at discrete energy levels.
They're not predictable, though, Eddie.
They
They're not
are.
predictable.
They are. Just because you can't
They
predict them
are.
doesn't make it chaotic.
So
It's
they
chaotic
operate
from your
on
point of view.
exact energy levels.
No, they don't.
Like,
No,
Are your decisions
that's
predictable?
that's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. I mean, there's like literal stuff about like the more right. But think about like electron clouds. Like the more you know their speed, what is it? The more you know their speed, the less you
So
know their
if
position.
you
That's so you
if
can't
you
know
have
both.
a
So you
say-
actually
say-
can't know both the things at the same time. The more
At
you know
this
one
moment
thing
in
from a
time-
human point of view, the less you know the other thing. That's just
No,
like
because that's
scientifically
a
true.
different thing altogether. That's
So
not
that's the
chaotic.
Heisenberg thing,
Yeah,
right?
that's
But,
not
like-
Uncertainty principle. Yes.
You're going into
So
like
knowing the speed
a spooky
more.
action, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going into science because we're talking about science. My mistake, Futoy. My mistake.
No, dude.
Are your decisions
Your lack of understanding does not create chaos for everybody. It creates chaos
I'm
for you.
saying the scientific, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. That is something that's not something if we just knew more. And okay, I love that I'm hearing "Song of Storms" in the background.
It's awesome. Is that dude going to go
It
back in time?
creates a fundamental limit for sure.
Are you trying to go back in time?
Why
Woody?
Heisenberg's uncertainty principle exists the way it does?
Witty, A, B, up.
No one knows why it exists.
That-
That's
Yes,
such
we
a,
do know why.
we know
we do
know why.
Yes, you know
That's-
how we know? You know what it is?
How we
It's that
know
we
or
can't-
why we know. Those are different things. How we know or
Because
why we
can't-
know.
Wait, can I give an
can't
example?
Measure it without interacting with it.
Wait,
And
can I give an
something
No,
example?
no, that's no, Alex. That's scientifically,
actually,
it's actually
we
wrong.
need
Con, can I
That's
give an
not-
example?
No, it's right.
It's not.
He's
Well,
right.
No, he's not. That's
I'm
no.
100%
That
right.
He's right.
Please,
No,
can
you're
I give an
not.
example? Please,
No,
can
you're
I give
actually
an
not.
example?
You're talking about like the observational stuff of the double slit experiment. That's
No,
not.
I'm not
That's
at
not
all.
what's said.
Talking about that.
So you have
No
to
one
like
velocity
shoot
and position
a
of an
particle
electron.
of light.
No,
You have to shoot
Stop.
an electron
not
or a
talking about
particle
that.
of light.
Hold on.
Come
Stop.
on.
What I'm
Stop.
talking
That's
about.
Confluence, stop.
Come on, let me try to convince you. Please, give me 2 minutes to
Oh my
try
God,
to
Futoy.
convince
None of
you. Please.
none of you retards gonna convince me, okay? Because y'all saying
Let
some
me
gay
try.
shit right now,
Let me
some
try,
gay
please.
shit. Okay, I
Let
can
me
hear you
try.
all. I'm grabbing another sin. Y'all are sending me. Confluence is triggered. Okay, I can hear you all, but I can't speak because
Oh,
I'm getting
man.
a fucking sin.
Come on,
Holy
give me
shit.
2 minutes, please,
Crazy.
guys.
Get
Guys,
your
can I have
zen.
2 minutes
I'm getting a
uninterrupted?
fucking
hey.
sin.
Please, can I have
I'll
2 minutes
listen.
uninterrupted to try, please?
Go ahead.
I'll listen.
But I need
Yeah,
confidence.
You can't talk.
just
Go
talk
ahead.
to us. He's gonna go get his in. Like,
No, he's
let
got
him
his
get his
headset on.
in.
No,
can
but
hear you.
we
Just
all
start
agree.
talking. Can everyone
Con
shut up
doesn't
for a minute?
agree. It's Con is the one we're trying to convince, right?
Look, the
Whatever.
important thing is
Let
that
the
you are
man
all
get
in a
his
death cult. All of you
Start
are in a
talking.
death cult. This is all a psyop.
Oh, for
y'all need to stop with this. Stop with your casting spells.
Death cult.
Futoy, just go ahead and talk.
Excuse
He's
me.
listening. He just walked away to get his in. He can't talk, so he can't interrupt you. Just talk.
All right. It's a bit hard with the music.
Can you
Your
stop
face
with
is
the
in a
music,
death cult.
Right. So, let's say we have an apple tree full of apples. All right. You come out one morning, and the apples there's a load of apples. Some apples are still on the tree. Some apples are on the ground. Right. You're saying that's completely random. That looks completely random. But if you're able to measure, right, the strength of the what do you call it? The piece that attaches the apple to the tree, the stem, the stalk,
the stem.
Right. If you're able to calculate the stem, how tender it is, how close it is to falling, the weight of the apple. If you're able to calculate all those things, you'll know what apples are going to fall and where they're going to fall and where they're going to land. You know the wind distance, you know the weight, you know all these things. It's no longer chaotic. It's no longer random.
Futoy, I think that the problem is what you're talking about is there's so many variables. The math itself is
but that's what I
unfathomably
mean.
impossible to be done. So the question
for us right now,
I mean, even with all the mathematics we have, we cannot.
Of course we can.
That sounds like a skill issue.
Problem.
That sounds like a skill issue.
It's a skill issue. No, Alex, it's a skill issue.
This is three.
Who said that? That was brilliant. That was
interact
brilliant.
with each other.
No, it's a skill issue. Listen, they can get a rocket, they can fling it out to space, and they know what planets the gravitational pull is going to pull on it to fling it to the next planet, and so on. They know all they can. Yes, they do. That's what they do. That's what NASA does. They can calculate all that. And for somebody who doesn't understand it or see it, it's like totally random where it's going.
You don't get what we're talking about though.
I do. I actually looked up. Chaos theory.
You're talking on like a different
systems that are deterministic. No, we're not. No, we're not. You think
Alex
we
is
are, but
goaded
we're
in
not.
two ways. Both because apparently Alex is the only one that heard me when I
No,
said I can still hear you guys and you can talk, and only Alex somehow.
Futoy is the only one on this channel making.
Crazy,
I call bullshit. Sorry, guys, I call bullshit.
This is a scientific thing, Futoy. We're not talking about Newtonian physics.
I'm calling
bullshit.
bullshit.
We're not talking about rockets.
We're talking bullshit. Chaos theory studies systems that are deterministic but unpredictable. That's what the theory says. It has chaos theory. It has theory at the end of it for a reason because it's only a fucking theory.
That's a myth. You don't understand what theory means. You don't know what theory means. You don't know what theory means. You have a bad definition. You don't. What does theory mean? What does theory mean?
A theory is an idea that it cannot be proven every time by fact.
No, it's something that cannot be.
Otherwise, it would be a scientific fact. That's what a theory is.
That's not how
something that's not a scientific fact.
No, it's something that scientists created to make God not important.
Come on, guys.
No, you're giving like a weird creationist take of how a theory is.
No, bullshit. If you understand systems, if you understand how everything works, there is no chaos. You understand how everything works. How can you not understand that? How can you're a bunch? I see you guys as a bunch of really intelligent people. How can you not understand that? That blows my mind that you cannot understand that.
There's a different level of science that you're not even like.
You're
not even trying to engage with, Futoy.
Stop that bullshit. That's a cop out.
Yeah, it's not a cop out.
That's a cop out.
It's not. That's just not. I'm sorry. It's not.
It is. It's a cop out. Oh, you just don't understand. No,
I'm not saying that. I'm saying we're talking on different levels.
No, we're not. We're not talking on different levels.
We are. If you're
Futoy,
talking about
I'm talking
rockets
on
and I'm
every level.
talking about electrons,
What I'm-
and if
what
you
I'm
can know
saying
the
is-
precise position and velocity, we are talking on different levels, Futoy.
We're
right?
not. We're
we
not, dude.
actually
Wait,
are.
yes, you
we
actually
actually
are.
are.
Well, I'm sorry. Try to
You guys
catch up to
gotta
my
give
level.
each other
Come up to my
space
level,
to-
then.
Futoy,
Please
you're
come
so
up to my
far
level
away
for this
from what we're
discussion.
talking about.
You got to talk about
You're in a
magnets and
different
how they
fucking
play into
galaxy.
this.
Can you stop for a
Magnets
second?
are
Magnets,
magic.
magnets are in everything.
Can you just
and
stop for a
that
second?
has
are
order,
magic.
so there's no chaos.
Can you stop for a
Magnets
fucking
are
minute,
magic.
please?
There. Problem solved. Magnets are magic.
Okay, cool. Confluence. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle revolves around predicting where electrons are inside of its spin and shell. Yes?
Yes.
Guys,
the more you know one thing,
do
the
not.
less you know another thing. Right?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
the more you know, the more I know, the less. The more I know, the more I know, and I know nothing at all. Whatever.
Futoy.
In regards to its position and its true exact speed in a particular direction, yes.
Podesta says
Thank
Futoy
you.
is correct.
Yes.
The universe is deterministic. Even the quantum universe is
Get off your
deterministic
AI bullshit,
ultimately.
Futoy. Get off your
No,
AI
I'm
bullshit
reading-
for a hot
I'm
second.
reading. No, that's
Just
not
listen to what
AI.
other people are
No,
saying.
you see, you're wrong again. That's not AI. That's chat. That's in your chat. That's a real person called Podesta. Thank you, Podesta. You get it. See, you get it.
Yeah.
That's fucking with you, dude.
Yeah.
Futoy took the panel. Thank you, Doom.
You notice the last part he said is
Futoy for the win.
Probably deterministic.
Better off alone.
All right, so Fukushima says you can't prove the universe is deterministic. We can't at this point in evolution.
No, you can't at all prove it. For fuck's sake.
I don't believe that.
You gotta have faith.
Well,
It's
it's
the faith.
you don't know enough to understand.
I'm not.
why
What I mean is, I'm not going to say never.
I'm not saying never. I'm saying right now, we have
Right now, obviously, right now, the whole thing looks chaotic to us.
Yeah, determinism is your God. Worship your God.
We're basically 5 minutes away from being fucking cavemen.
Sacrifice to the God of determinism.
Of course, it all looks chaotic to us.
Can I just explain?
10,000 years down the road, we're going to be a class what? 4.
I would like to hear what
Everyone listen
that
to
guy on the
Alex.
right
Everyone
wants.
listen to Alex.
Alex is an idiot.
Yeah.
No, Alex
No
is
way.
not an idiot.
Alex, go ahead.
Yes,
go ahead,
please,
Alex.
Please, Alex.
So using certain measurements, we can determine.
Sorry, I'm yelling, Nick.
The speed or the spin of the electron, but we have no idea where it is. To find out where it is, we have to hit it with a photon of light. But the electron is so small, the photon of light causes it to shift out of position. So at that moment, we can find out where it was. We can measure its location, but we have no idea how we've affected its speed or spin at that point.
All I hear is a bunch of whining.
In fact, we definitely affected both its speed
Alex, all I hear
and
is a
its
bunch of
spin.
whining. All you're saying.
Futoy, I love you, but please shut up for a second because Alex is just explaining an actual scientific thing. Okay, he's not whining.
He is whining.
The act of measuring it.
After he does it. Go ahead, Alex. Finish, and then I'll explain why you're whining.
In theory, if we could find a way to measure without hitting it with a photon of light, we could, in theory, know where it is and how fast it's moving. But at this point, and in any like conceivable way, we can't conceive of a simple way to measure it outside of what we currently use to measure.
You're the fucking man, Alex.
It's the uncertainty principle.
Right. So what I'm saying to you is, a bad workman blames his tools. Right. So all I hear is, we can't do it, so it has to be this way. We don't understand it, so there must be chaos. That's all I hear is a bunch of whining.
Futoy, if I had to use a semi truck going 1,000 miles an hour to figure out where you are, do you think I could tell how fast you're moving and where you're going after I hit you?
If you have all the information, how would you not know? Don't be stupid. How would you not know? If you had all the information, how would you not know? That's dumb.
All right, Futoy might be based. Like,
Thank you.
Futoy
Eddie sees it. Eddie
is
sees it.
sometimes based. In this moment,
Eddie
Futoy's
sees
not
it.
based.
Eddie
Futoy's
sees
not
it.
based.
Eddie sees it. Come. You'll see it. You'll see it. You'll get there one day. I'm working on it.
Fucking dying, bro.
Yeah, if I get fucking dropped on my head enough, I'll get there. That's possible. That's possible.
Hey, never say never.
That's true.
I have to ask Futo, how drunk are you tonight?
I don't actually drink or drugs.
Jesus Christ, this is you on normal.
Oh yeah, this is me on normal. Yeah,
At least
lack of
I have
sleep.
my excuse of my intoxication of Futoy. You don't
Yeah,
even have an
yeah.
excuse.
Confluence.
Crazy.
Confluence. I just wanted to point out that Marilyn said that she would come up as soon as you got done with this terrible prompt that's awful and nobody likes.
Hey, look, someone can super chat,
So-
right?
Yeah,
$5 super
actually,
chat changes the
Confluence,
prompt.
if they
That's
don't
my
super
craft
chat-
that I'm trying to do. Okay, so I mean, I'm just saying.
Confluence, can I ask you
If
what
they
the
don't
prompt?
super chat,
Like
I'm
the
going to
worst
continue.
prompt ever.
Right,
Confluence,
so
can I ask you what the prompt
Alex, I have a
is?
question for you, Alex. Alex,
got
a
it.
serious question. It's going to seem dumb to you, Conflict, because I see the way you think, right? But it's really it isn't. It sounds dumb, but it's not.
Just ask it.
Right. So, Alex, how can something that's not fully evolved act and be like something that's fully evolved?
Yeah, it only sounds dumb because you said it, Futoy. You're right.
But answer the question though. The only answer is
what are
it
you
can't,
what are you
right?
referencing to, I guess? What do you mean?
If something is not fully evolved, how can it act and do things as something that is fully evolved?
You mean like between two beings or two
Like humans.
Okay.
We can't act as some. We can't contemplate
No,
or think or
the
anything
only thing we
as
could
a
do,
fully
the only
evolved
thing we could do is try
being
to
because we're
mimic.
not fully
Oh
evolved.
my God! Can you let me answer? Yeah. The only thing we could try and do is mimic something else we see, but since there's nothing else that's fully evolved compared to ourselves,
No, there was a
then
point to the
there's
question,
nothing to
Alex.
mimic, which means that it's not possible. Yeah.
No, there's a point to the question, right? The only answer was it can't, right? It can't because it's not fully evolved, right? So we can't, as something that's not fully evolved, we can't say what we can do and what we can know and what we will do when we are fully evolved because we're not fully evolved yet. We can't contemplate that. All right.
But what's the point of talking about what we're fully
So
evolved
when
since
we
don't even
are,
know
I believe
what
when
that
we
state
are
looks
fully
like?
evolved, nothing will be unpredictable, nothing will be chaotic because we will be fully evolved and we will have the capability to understand all that happens around. Right?
Okay,
We will be able to calculate all the variables.
Hold on.
All of them.
Just so you understand what you're saying, we would have to know the position of every atom, every electron in the entire universe, understand it perfectly.
Never say never, dude.
Every chemical interacts, how
I know it
every
sounds
atomic
very
bond
hard
works.
to understand. We're not evolved.
I'm letting you know that our consciousness would have to scope the entire universe to be able to predict things.
You're whining again, dude. We
I'm not
are
whining.
not.
I'm
Yes,
just
you
letting you
are.
know.
We are not fully evolved. We're not.
Yes,
Deal with it. Deal with it.
I'm aware
Understand
we're not fully
that
evolved.
we
I'm not
cannot.
sure.
Yeah, deal with it,
I'm not
Alex.
sure
Deal with it. Why
evolution
can't you
has
deal
an
with it,
endpoint.
Alex?
Yeah,
Come
tell
on,
him.
man.
I'm
Look,
not
he's
sure that
making
evolution
sense
even
right
has an
now.
endpoint.
Okay.
Of course, I'm always making sense. It's just
Yeah,
it
I
depends
know,
on how you
Fully
perceive it.
evolved is like a nonsense term, like just on its face. It doesn't make any
Well,
fucking sense.
I believe
Fully
we're
evolved.
physically.
No
I
sense. No
believe.
sense. But we have a super chat, okay? K2 says, talk about how Confluence needs to buy a car or Warhammer. Well, K2, I did say at the beginning that it had to be relevant. Okay, you have to donate a lot more money if we want to pick a random topic like Confluence needing a car or War.
No, that's relevant. We could talk about
Can I
what
ask you a
kind of
question
mentally ill
about
person
the
doesn't
actual
own a
topic,
car.
please?
You can, but we're moving to a new prompt. So
Just like give me 2 minutes now, okay? You said you thought that most things could like conceivably be explained by demonic possession or some sort of interference. I'm wondering what you think can't be.
well, I think what
Or are you
can't
just leaving
be,
room for like the possibility of something?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I wouldn't say. I think there's certain things there, and yeah, okay. So I do think this is very relevant to the prompt. So I will allow it as the host. I think there are certain things where I think they're so untoward against biology that I think they're it's probably some like external influence. So with like depression or anxiety and stuff, yeah, I think that all has like mechanistic explanations from like a naturalistic point of view. But there's like some degrees of like schizophrenia, for example, where it's like you're hearing voices that are telling you to do evil, where it starts feeling like it's something external. Now, I agree, it could still be within the mind, but
it's like your thoughts become audible,
that
right?
wasn't my question.
Yeah. Wait, I thought you said what? Is that not your question?
Like your
my
thoughts
answer
become
to your
audible?
question was that yes, I think if you believe in demons could, in the way they supposedly classically operate, demons could explain pretty much any mental illness. You thought it could explain most, but some it couldn't. Yeah. So I'm just wondering which ones you thought it could not explain.
Yeah. Oh no. That's not how I meant the question. I think demons could explain all the mental illnesses. That's possible. It's a bit gods of the galaxy in a way. I thought you were inverting it.
It could be a different category.
But I think demon. Yeah, if we take like a truly like spiritualist view, I think demons probably could explain every single mental illness. I think that's definitely possible.
Right. So there's some feedback. Confluence. There's some feedback in the chat about how you scammed K2 because you specifically said that $5 would change the topic, and you did not do that, and he's very upset about it.
The topic is being changed. It should not change to what he said. I said this at the beginning of the stream. It has to be relevant. Okay, it has to be relevant unless the dono is high enough, in which case then anyone can pick their topic.
Some more money, man. Money.
But I did say that at the beginning. It's relevant to the topic of mental illness and religion. And Ed also said, I left the chat to do this real quick. So the topic is being changed. Okay. So thank you, Ed. Thank you, K2. And this is the new topic. And okay, so Confluence is going to unpack this topic a little bit just so we are all on the same page. Because I'm going to hit you guys with something a bit heavy. Okay. A bit heavy. For real. No cap. Okay. So the question is, okay, how do we determine when God is speaking to us or when we're just experiencing something probabilistically unlikely? Okay, so let me unpack that briefly, and then we're going to go clockwise and snake-wise, okay? But I just want to explain what I mean by this. So this is something that's kind of haunted me for a long time, low-key. But if you're religious, if you're not religious, then maybe this doesn't apply to you. I'm not sure. But if you're religious, right, there's an amount of things that are like very probabilistically unlikely that will make you think that like God is interfering, right? So like, let's say like as a basic example, let's say you just, you mashed your keyboard randomly, like truly randomly, or you got a fucking monkey to do it, and it like spelled out that like God is real and he exists and he wants you to become a pastor, right? There's a chance, a non-zero chance that could happen randomly. But if that happened for most people's lives, they would, if you're religious, you'd probably think, okay, that has met some arbitrary probability threshold where I think now God is speaking to me, right? And so I guess that's kind of what the question is pointing to. How do we know? How do we determine at which case it is just like, it could be a rare event that happened, or it could be a super rare event? So to make it kind of like more just a brief, last thing I'll say, a common thing that Christians do, myself included, sometimes I open the Bible and I read a passage and I'm like, what's the chances I would read that exact passage? It seems to really relate
math
to life.
Christianity and shit.
I got a good answer for that.
And demons.
So and demons. So that's kind of the thing. It's like what
I think this. Can I answer that question?
No. We go clockwise and snakewise. So we go Futoy, Anson, and then Alex, then Witty, then Eddie. 30 seconds apiece, and then we open it up to crosstalk. So Futoy first.
All right, bet.
Oh shit. Sorry, I have a quick question, but okay. So my first quick unrelated question is, why don't people believe that Confluence is
No. I know, right. Wait, okay, say it first, and then I'll tell you if it's like gay.
Yeah. Why does nobody believe? Why does nobody believe that Confluence is a Nigerian prince that needs your help to get his inheritance? Why don't people believe you on that one?
people should believe that. That is true. I'll allow that question, but I won't allow any answers
Whatever
to it.
you, whatever you give Confluence will be returned to you tenfold in good karma.
That's actually low key true. That actually is low key true. All your super chats will be given back to you tenfold in some esoteric kind of way. If you think about it for long enough. Okay. Futoy. So what is your answer to this? Good to see you, Scott Hoven. Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Also, Abe as well. Good to see you, Abe. But yeah, Futoy.
I don't see God in that way. I'm not Christian. I'm not religious.
I'm just trying to clarify.
I don't see a guy sitting in a chair in the sky. I that's not God. That's not what I see.
I understand that, but do not.
So
is there not like
not going to talk to me, or he is always talking to me? One or you choose.
But is there not a degree of stuff that could happen in your life that you would think this is so unlikely that it must be like something divine, or no?
I don't feel a separation from God. I'm not separate from God. I don't feel that. I feel I am one with God constantly, always, and it's impossible for me to be otherwise unless God wants to play this game, and I'll play it with him.
Okay, not really an answer in my opinion, but that's okay. Answer.
Well, I mean, how can I answer it but with how I feel, with the truth of what I feel, and that's the truth of what I feel. I don't feel separate from God. I don't see him.
No, you don't feel that way. The question is there not enough like random circumstances that could happen that build on some type of like improbable thing that makes you think that God really wants me to do this thing, right? Like that's kind of the question.
Or he's trying to show you something or whatever.
I don't see God as a separate thing from me. Where I don't see God as not being there. Where is God not?
You think that you are God?
Of course I'm God. Everything is God.
Oh. Hey, no crosstalk. Okay, only I'm allowed to cross.
It's impossible, I think, unless God wants it. There is only God, Witty, in my opinion.
Okay, Anson?
Yeah, so I'm going to try and bring this to a real-world example to kind of clarify my position on this. So say, for instance, you're like in your 30s and you don't have a car, right? Because you're pathetic because you don't have a car. And so, like, if God's trying to speak to you, he might send people to send you money with messages that, hey, you need to get a car, dummy, because you're a loser and you're obviously mentally ill because you don't have a car.
And if they donated enough money, then maybe that person would get a car. So maybe they should just donate more money.
You're not listening to these messages from God. In this situation, I'll say that I worship a deity named K2, right? So K2 is sending me these messages, and I'm ignoring them, and I'm not doing what God is telling me to do. Will I get struck down, or there'll be no consequence? Like, is this probabilistically unlikely? Yes, but it could be that K2 is God.
It could be, and yes, again, if Confluence gets enough donos, I mean, he will get that car. So,
but yeah, no, God speaking to you is fucking stupid, and anybody that believes that's a retard. And yeah, you are just experiencing something that you don't understand, and you think it's God, but you're just fucking stupid.
All right. Okay. Alex.
Nice.
Based, Anton. Based. I don't know. It's kind of a difficult question to answer, given I think it depends on if I really wanted to do the thing or not. And then God was like, go ahead. And I might have a lower threshold for accepting that. But if I really didn't want to, I probably would just say, oh, those are all just coincidences. Probably like everyone else, I would assume.
But is there again? I'm the only one allowed to crosstalk. But is there not some probabilistic event that could happen where it's like so overwhelming that you would just be like forced to accept it, or would you still say no, even if it's one in a Googleplex chance, it's still like I'll just decide.
Like if it's like an OEG board that like runs on its own for some reason.
Yeah, something that's like maybe like physically possible, to be clear. So I'm not saying it has to be like supernatural, but just like so unlikely to happen that you would be like, oh well, God is definitely speaking to me. Is there a point that you would have? Okay, crazy, but fair. Witty.
Yeah, I think that is crazy, right? Real quick, in the words of my friend Bernie, he used to say, "Hey, if you think you're God, step outside, because I know I can't kick God's ass." You know. So, but
I like that.
anyways, I think since God's the only plausible option of the origin of the universe, I think that he can't communicate with his creatures or beings if it is real, right? It's kind of silly, like, so I mean, yeah, I think God. I think the religious world wants to make people think that everything is God, right? Like, oh, you dropped your phone, you should be on your phone or something, right? But I think that, yeah, of course, I think God can connect to people in different ways, but a lot of people play like the boy who cries wolf with a lot of that stuff, I think, but that's my take.
Okay. Eddie.
Can I take like a few extra seconds? Pretty please. I got a good story.
I'll give you 45 seconds.
Thank you. So I'm on a backpacking trip down in Mexico. Been hitchhiking and fucking walking a lot.
That's why your internet sucks so much.
What's that?
I said that's why your internet sucks so much.
Well, no, not currently. This is like 20 years ago.
Okay.
So, I'm walking through Mexico. We got to Zihuatanejo or something like that. Some fucking dirty desert town, and it's like 100 miles to the next town. And our usual shtick, we would go to the gas station and frickin' on the side of town that we were trying to hitchhike to, and hitchhike from there. Like people were already heading that way. We would hit it up and frickin' get a quick little ride to the next town. Usually it wasn't so bad, but nobody was going that way. Like, so we just started fucking walking. We walked for like a whole day, set up camp, started walking into the next day, and we're like, dude, we're in the middle of the fucking desert. Like, we have like not enough water to where we won't fucking die and shit. Like, should we turn around? Like, should we keep going forward? We're like maybe halfway there, but we're like fucked on water in the desert, which is a bad spot to be in. And so we both just sat down like on our backpacks, me and my first girlfriend, fucking Andrea, like 20 years ago. We were like kind of in despair and just sat there for a second, like heads hung low, like, oh shit. And then I looked up and I saw a little fucking dust devil, like a little mini sand tornado fucking going across the road. And it obscured the road and just sat on it for a minute. And then it like slowly moved out of the fucking road. And fucking a car was off way there in the distance. I could see it like thousands of fucking yards away, a little speck in the distance. But it just kept rolling up towards me. And I was like, oh my God, there's someone coming through this desert. We're not actually going to fucking die here. Like, this is great. Well, like, I thought we were going to fucking die here. And this car rolls up and this motherfucker speaks English. He goes, dude, I'm going to this surfing town down south. Fucking, what the fuck are you guys doing out here in the middle of the desert? And I was like, dude, you never believe this shit. Fucking, we thought we could walk through it. Like, we maybe catch a ride on the way through. He goes, dude, no one ever goes through this fucking desert. And I was like, what the fuck? And we just happened to have some white dude fucking willing to drive us all the way down, obscured by a fucking dust tornado. And he fucking let us stay at his house that night, like fed us, fucking gave us water, like gave us his fucking whole like bath and spa at his little like surfing town that happened to be a fucking 100 miles down south. But we were like walking, just struggling to fucking survive, thinking we were going to die. and this shit rolled up. And I was like, maybe this is the threshold where I think that, like, because I sat down, I was like, I don't know, God, like, if you got something right now, fucking, you might as well send it, yeah, because I'm pretty well fucked right now. And he fucking sent it. I mean, kind of sent it a little bit. Just saying.
I have questions, but I will keep myself from cross talking because I like what you're saying and I want to hear more. Marilyn.
That was good. How do we determine when God is speaking to us? Well, we know when God is speaking to us because it's going to be for the benefit of everyone. It's going to speak life, and it's not going to infringe or step on anyone else's toes. It's going to be everything God is. That's how you know. When it's mixed with doubt or shame or guilt or any kind of like works or anything where you feel like there's an agenda or some kind of control or manipulation, then it's not coming from God.
You're saying like full faith or like nothing.
Even faith can be an idol sometimes if you give it more power and authority than God's promises over us. If you need faith in order to be okay with God, it can be an obstacle. So yeah, even that can stand in the way of God. Faith can, because faith isn't in heaven. You don't need it in heaven. It doesn't hold a purpose in heaven. Faith,
It's kind of deep, actually. Like,
okay,
in my opinion.
Okay, so and now Confluence's turn, which I kind of feel like I said kind of what I wanted to say already on this, so I feel like I can just possibly open this up. But again, I want to clarify that the main thing I'm saying, just because people in the chat are not understanding, especially you, Testicker Johnson, shame on you, my fellow Canuck. I'm not talking about speaking. Same with you, Scott Hovind. Okay, I'm not talking about speaking. It's obviously like an analogy. I'm saying there's an amount of probabilistic stuff that can happen that will make you think that, yeah, this is like, this passes a line of some type of threshold. And so,
no, there's not. That's fucking delusion.
Okay, you can say that, Anson, and that's cool. But I wanted to respond to Ed, but Ed has dropped off. Maybe he's in a desert in Mexico. It's hard to say.
Well, but you can talk about God wants to tell me to tell Confluence to get a car, is what K2 says. Confluence.
That's fine. That's fine as a joke thing, but like real talk, right? As long as Anson, you realize what we're actually talking about, because I feel like this is an important thing. So the jokes are fine, but do you get, Anson, what I mean by like the passes a certain degree of arbitrary probability that people think that there's meaning?
Yeah, you are amongst the like majority of the population that read into things when there is nothing to read into. Because
everyone, I think Anson, you have even told me that you accept that. You have said that on a previous panel. So either you're misreading the prompt or misunderstanding, or maybe it's a lack of communication on my part. But you have said that you actually agree with me, Anson. So you're cucking yourself right now with what you're saying.
I think you just misunderstood me in the past. I'm being very clear.
You have said, for example, I said before, right? We talked before, and I said if all like the stars aligned in a certain way, if some ultra rare sign happened, would you believe in Christ, right? And you said you would. You said you would believe in Christ.
No, not a sign. It has to be incontrovertible proof, right? Not a whole bunch of woo woo nonsense.
I'm not saying woo woo nonsense.
Defeats the whole purpose, though. Like.
There could be, for example, right? There is a chance that everyone on planet Earth could have the same neurochemical thing happen where they all see Christ appear. Every single person. There's a non-zero chance that could be true. That might be your probability cutoff. My argument is that everyone sane has some degree of probability cutoff that they will say, that is too improbable, and I think there's something else going on here. And so this is what I was going to say with Eddie. Like, I think Eddie's was like a great real world example where it's like, it's not quantifiable, but there is an amount of stuff we can have where we think, well, that's too uncommon to happen. And I guess, the question is like, is there a way to quantify it? Is there not? Because I think every person has this. I think everyone does. And if someone doesn't, then I guess, I mean, tell me how.
No, everybody does. When I'm ascending up to heaven and there's loads of people around me ascending up to heaven, I'm going to say, well, maybe Confluence had a point. That's my cutoff. Ascension.
Right. So, you could know what I mean, but I fear like half the people don't know what I'm saying. And I don't know. Maybe that's a failure on me to communicate.
Yeah, it is, because you can't live your life based on what other people think.
Wait. Someone steel man me. Like, the people who disagree with me.
I will.
Okay,
I will. So
steel man me.
I'll steel man you. So and I'll steel man you using Eddie's example, right? So if there's a situation in which something highly improbable happens when you are in a moment of emotional desperation, exasperation, you will attribute that to God because you can't find any other logical explanation for it.
That's you don't even know what a steel man is. Okay, so
yeah,
we're going to go to...
I do.
You don't know. You don't know.
Get a fucking car.
Cat with the... Okay, yeah, okay.
All right, let me try. I know a little bit of it, right? Let me try a little bit.
Look, I'm trying. Okay, it's gonna take a few more $20 donos if you think about it. But
that's a pretty shitty car for $20.
That is actually, Anson. That's a terrible, god awful steel man. That is right. You understand that? That's a terrible steel man of what I'm saying. Do you understand that? Do you understand that, please?
All right, let me try. I think I can steel man you a little bit on it. Is what Confluence is saying is there has to be a point where every person is going to say, this happened, so now I do believe in Jesus.
Well, no, Confluence. What you were saying, you said that Ed's example was a good example, right?
I think
mine was an example of like, mine is an example of like an individual awakening. Versus like group awakening. Like, I'm not talking about a group thing. Like, it was just an individual thing for me where I had like a moment, if you will.
So Ed's example, Confluence, just so that you understand, was that he was walking down a road and then a car appeared on the road and then someone who speaks English was in the car. Right? 12% of the population of Mexico speaks English, right? So that's actually not that fucking amazing.
Right, no, it was a white guy about 1,500 miles into the desert.
I think Podesta, is the closest one of the Steelmans. The way we decide if unreal things are real, that's the point I don't necessarily agree with, is just if they keep happening to a point where it's near impossible for it to be considered luck. That is probably the best Steelman I guess I've heard between Futoy and Anson.
He's saying the same thing I said.
I thought I said that.
I don't think any. The point is there's some like an amount of like insane coincidences that could happen that we would probably attribute it to something beyond ourselves. I think everyone has that threshold.
No.
Anson, you have said that before.
No, you've misunderstood what I've said if you think I've said that.
Right.
So, just say, I asked you before, Anson, and you said IJ. You said IJ was cucked because he wasn't actually intellectually honest.
That was a different hypothetical, a totally unrelated hypothetical.
Then you're misunderstanding the hypothetical.
Saying if there was proof that God exists, would I deny that God exists? And I said no.
What? Anson, think about what. Proof. Okay, think about that for a hot second, Anson.
That's like saying proof of anything, bro.
There is some amount of neurochemistry where we could think there is proof. There is something that could happen in your brain, Anson, where you think that everyone else is experiencing the same thing, and therefore you would think it's God. So you agree with me? It's the same fucking hypothetical.
That's not what. No, I don't agree. That's stupid. That's fucking bad.
Confluence.
Yeah,
Confluence.
it's actually retarded.
Confluence. Just say we were one of the people around the mound where Jesus fed everybody with 4 fish and 2 loaves of bread, or whatever the number was.
Barley bread, to be specific. I've always known it was barley bread. I've always known that.
Right. Hold on. If he did that and I was there, I would say, well, yeah, I mean, either the simulation fucked up or that's Jesus.
Right. Yes. Yeah. There is
How would you
some.
tell
Yeah.
the difference between the simulation fucking up and Jesus?
Say again. Your mic's really low.
How would you determine if it's Jesus or the simulation fucking up?
You can't.
I personally.
It's impossible.
No, it's not.
It's impossible to determine.
No, at this point in human evolution, I couldn't determine. But when I'm fully evolved,
you cannot determine with a sufficiently designed simulation. There is no way to determine whether or not you were in it.
Except I would agree with that, except that we do have the theory that we're living in a simulation. So that kind of
that's what I'm saying. Right? But with a sufficiently designed simulation, how would you know without a shadow of a doubt, using only evidence from inside the simulation that the simulation itself provided you?
Yeah. Okay. So we're probably in a simulation.
You probably wouldn't be able to know that. I would think. I mean, a sufficiently designed simulation would just be like,
from what you're saying, it points out that no, from what you're saying, it points to more it being a simulation. Yeah, guys, I'm convinced we're in a simulation of some sort.
I'm not
stupid.
Yeah. Why can't you
I'm
just
not unconvinced. And so here's my question.
It's reality, though.
I'm kind of.
Here's my question. What is the legitimate difference between living in a simulation and God creating humans for some big, vast, fun experiment?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you see, I think
no. Like, look at the two scenarios.
This is what I don't get. Like why? Like I don't think I'd live my life any differently if I thought I was in a simulation. Right. Like it makes no difference.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like,
that's a good
point.
What
is the actual difference?
It's possible, but like, what is it? It makes no difference.
It's almost the same thing.
It does. It's not about making a difference.
I don't think it changes anything morally or what our purpose is or any of that.
It's good to know. It's good to know.
At least in my mind, I don't think it matters.
It's good to know what city you live in, but it's not really going to change anything, right? In a big way.
I mean,
it doesn't change anything.
I think that's a good way to say it. Yeah,
Eddie. The thing is, I think you're missing the middleman, right?
No, what I'm getting at is that there is no difference.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
I think we might all agree.
I'm talking about you asking if God created humans. I'm saying to you that I believe that you're missing out a whole load of middlemen. I don't think God created humans, right? I think God created everything. But these beings who are fourth level beings, right, created a simulation. Because they can, or whatever reason they wanted to do, to see what happens. I don't.
How would that not be God also creating the simulation?
I don't. No, I don't believe that. I believe God created everything.
Between a simulation,
he's not going to create a simulation. He created everything, right? And an advanced race of aliens.
If God created everything, then that includes everything.
Yeah, but you're missing the middlemen. The middlemen. You're saying it's directly created the simulation. I don't see that.
Why do we need a middleman?
I don't, because it's not that we need it. It's because it makes sense.
It's your preference or what?
No, it just makes sense.
It does not make sense.
Okay, so hold on.
We all agree it doesn't matter, right? So if God made everything, let's say, like, I don't care if an alien made me, because eventually God made the alien that made me, and so my moral duty is going to be the same.
It doesn't matter.
Why can't you just? Why can't everyone just cope with reality?
It actually does matter.
Everybody has different beliefs, Marilyn.
Reality, but
Everybody
like
has different
the other way
beliefs, and
around.
they're allowed to have different beliefs. You're allowed to have your belief, but I don't have to believe what you believe, right?
Can I explain why it actually
you're
does
right.
matter?
It doesn't make a difference, but it's not about that. It's not about if it makes a difference or not.
Other people have things that are more
It's about just trying to discover what's happening,
Can
trying
a
to see
being
what
within a
situation we're in.
Stop
create a
squirting.
simulation?
Sorry?
All right.
Can a being within a simulation craft or create a simulation?
Yes, of course, and that's what I believe happens.
So the beings that God actually created simulate beings that they want to simulate.
I
simulation can simulate
more
another
than one.
universe, and that simulation
So
can
it's
simulate
fucking
another
turtles
universe.
all the way down.
So within, like, let's say the
I was
500th
literally gonna say
iteration.
that, Ian.
Yes, you see,
Within the 500th iteration,
I could have explained this if you let me
I'm too
finish.
tired for this.
I could have explained this
Is generating
exactly
so
if you let me
much
finish
heat.
when we
I
started.
love
Literally
it.
burn out the entire universe.
I was trying to explain this when we started the panel, but I was cut off. Right.
Confluence, I love you. I'm too tired for this.
What I believe is Big Bang is the on switch.
I'm dying.
Good night, Marilyn. I believe the simulation, the Big Bang, it was the on switch. That's why it comes in the form of a Big Bang. Suddenly there's nothing, and then suddenly there's everything, right? At the on switch. I believe that the simulation is to create AI, and the AI within the simulation creates evolves to a certain point, and it self-replicates, and each time it self-replicates through different simulations all the way down the line, it improves itself, right? So it self-replicates and improves itself based on what it's learned in the previous simulation.
So I'm
actually at a loss
feels,
here.
No. It makes sense. Like if I was an AI that wanted to take over the planet, this is the exact game plan that I would use, like, to do so.
I'm not sure why.
It's not about taking over. AI isn't AI.
Bullshit. It's not.
Listen, Alex. Guns don't kill people. People kill people. AI isn't.
People can't make decisions.
Evil.
AI
doesn't want to take over anything unless humans program it to want that.
That's the knowledge of AI we have right now. That's not what AI possibly could be, Frutoy, though. That's
this guy never saw the 1990s fucking Terminator movie.
Hold on, guys. Confluence, it only makes sense, right, to not get rid of things that can aid you in the future. So AI is going to be calculative, right?
Well, shouldn't
it's
you
not
get rid of
going to
things
get rid of us where we can aid it in the future. And it came from us. So
it's crazy that you're talking about simulation theory, but you're defining AI how we like currently know it, even though like real AI has only been around for like a few years, and you're assuming that's just what AI ontologically has to be for all space and times. But you're also talking about fucking simulation theory. Then you can't say, oh, AI is like mechanistic and it always calculate. You can't. That doesn't make any sense.
AI
right?
has made the simulation. AI is running the simulation, controlling.
I know that's what you're saying. But I'm saying that you're assuming insane.
AI.
Right, but then you're also saying stuff about AI from what we know about AI in the current world, and we can't say anything about that.
What do you mean? I'm not following you at all. Like
we're biological intelligence, not artificial.
Can you point out what you mean? What you mean?
What I'm saying is, you're saying like AI wouldn't want to do this, and AI no.
I didn't say it wouldn't want to. I said it's not logical to do that. It's not logical to get rid of something.
What?
It's not logical to do that.
What Alex just said. What did
he say? Sorry, I was trying
Furthermore, are you the one? Who determines?
Yes, of course.
Must AI
0,
be
1,
logical?
1, 0. Yes, of course it must.
Why? That's what I'm saying, Frutoy. You're using the knowledge that we have of AI now, and you're saying it must be logical. Why must AI be logical?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying the whole universe is mathematical. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not 1, 5, 7, 8, 9. No chaos. It's a delusion. 1, 2, 3,
I'm going to
4,
ask you a question
5.
real quick.
It's only logical to have that number sequence.
Hold on. If I gave you a red button and I told you it would detonate every nuke on Earth, would you press it as an adult?
would I want to nuke the planet?
Would you press the red button?
To nuke the planet?
Yes.
Of course not.
Okay. If I gave it to a 5-year-old child,
right,
would we be fucked?
Yes, we would be fucked.
Possibly.
So what you're talking about with regards to AI depends
Most
on how
likely,
advanced it is and how much it's aware of.
No,
If
no,
it's
that's
relatively
different.
nascent,
No, it's
it
not.
may decide to nuke the planet because
No,
that's its
it's not
easiest
gonna
method
decide
to
to nuke the
accomplishing a short-term
planet,
goal.
dude. It's
Why
like
are
saying,
you assuming
if we
the
put a
AI
gun
is
on the
hyper
table,
intelligent and capable of understanding
why are you
every
saying what a gun
ramification
will
of every
do?
decision it makes?
You're saying a gun will do what the type of gun we have now.
Are you
A gun's
saying
not
AI
gonna
is like a
jump up.
gun?
Yes, it's a fucking tool. That's
Do you
all
know
it
what an
is.
AI is? I'm not
Yes,
sure. I'm not sure you
yes,
understand.
it's a
Okay,
tool. It's
what
artificial
decisions does a gun make?
intelligence.
Let's
It
all
doesn't
be
want-
real.
It doesn't need. It doesn't
AI
want. It
is
doesn't have ego.
100%
It doesn't
a
have
gun.
a fucking plan. It
Utoy,
has
what
nothing that
decisions
we
does a
don't
gun make?
program it. Whatever you've
What
programmed
decision
it
does a
to
gun
do.
make?
Nothing.
What
Exactly. It's a
okay.
tool. It's a
It is a
tool.
tool, correct.
Right.
What about AI? What
It
decisions does
has
AI
no
make?
decisions. AI doesn't
It makes
make
a
decisions.
lot of decisions, actually.
No, it does not.
That's why it's
What
called
it
the black
does is it
box.
does what is
It's a
programmed
black
to do.
box, actually.
If you
It does
program,
not
if
do what
you
it's programmed to
program AI to not give a fuck about anything, it's not going to give a fuck about anything.
That's not true at all,
program
actually.
yes, it is. Oh, don't be
No, it's
ridiculous
absolutely
now.
not.
Now you, Alex. Now you're being ridiculous.
Do you understand what
Oh
AI
my
even
god,
is?
it's fucking software, dude. That's all
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
Oh, it's more.
It's
What is
not
it then?
just
What is
Definitionally,
it?
artificial intelligence
Oh
means
my
that you
god.
did not program it to do the things that it does.
Yes, it did.
No,
Yes,
because
it
that's
did.
just
It
a
has
coded
algorithms
fucking
that
program.
choose how
We've
it
been
works.
using those
Yes.
forever.
Oh, no, dude, I don't want to have any more conversation about this.
It's
Thank
not.
you.
It's not actual. It's not actual intelligence. If it's just like
Of
basic
course it's
programming,
not
right?
intelligence.
It's not an if-then statement, my man. It is
It's
something
not
that takes
intelligent.
input,
It's done
processes
some
it on its
things.
own, and gives an output. Something we didn't program it to output through
Of
some
course we
mechanism that we didn't
did.
really program it to
Yes, we
use.
did. We programmed it
Futoy,
to do that.
you think when you talk to like an LLM, you think all that is like like
What's
just
an
hard coded,
LLM?
programmed in that like
What's an
someone like
LLM?
fucking Java is like it's just like
Large
has made
language
a
module
really
like
big
ChatGPT or
program
Gemini.
that's like telling it to say.
Look, if I have to explain this, I don't think that we're just going to get past it. So will we change
No,
subject?
do you think LLMs are programmed
What's
with
an
every
LLM?
response they give
Please.
you?
What's
A,
an
a
LLM?
large language model, so
Large
something like
language
ChatGPT or
model.
Grok.
Right, there you go. Right, okay.
So they're
What
not
about it?
programmed, right? There is like a black box component of LLMs, right? Where it's like even like OpenAI, right? They don't exactly know what it's going to say, right? That's how they work.
But
That's why it is
here's
AI,
the-
right? Otherwise, it would not be AI. It would just be like a JavaScript program or a Java program or a C++ or whatever the fuck language you like, right? It would
What's
just be. It would
stopping
be like
that language model from
The difference
firing
between
off
AI
commands?
and a software program.
Yeah, okay. If you
like
want to believe
everyone else uses,
AI
hold
makes its
on.
own decisions
A software program can
and has
only
wants
give
and
me
needs,
results
hey,
for the things that
I'm
I
not going to
program
stop
it to
you.
do. An
I'm not going
AI
to stop
can
you
give me a
believing
lot
that if you
more
want to
than
believe
that.
that. Well, I don't know how to
That's
continue
how.
with that.
That's Futoy.
I
Futoy.
think you
That's
just need
Oh
to
my
actually
do
how
God.
some more
LLMs.
research on this, man. I don't
That's
think you
how
understand what AI
LLMs
is.
work. There is
Right,
an emergent property of LLMs where even the companies that make them, they don't work in the same way that like Discord works, where it's like you can see the source code and it's like you have like if then statements and you know exactly how it's going to function. LLMs are like definitionally not that way, right? There is like an emergent aspect to
No,
them.
LLMs are running their own thing.
They're just more complicated. That's why they don't know, because there's
You
just so much
say
more
that,
to
but that
it.
doesn't
They're
mean
not just
shit.
more complicated. By more complicated, if all you mean is they have like more
All
lines of code, you're wrong. It's a thing that
Hold
even
on.
like even the people that make them, they don't know exactly what it's going to say at any given moment. They don't
Right.
know that. So it's not just it's not
let's
complexity in
quickly
terms of
build an
degree.
AI.
It's complexity in terms of like order of differences, right? It's a different level of complexity.
Let's quickly build an AI here, just for fun's sake, right? Okay. So what is the purpose for our AI, right? To communicate with people, right? Just say we're being really basic and skipping a whole lot of stuff, right? But just to be basic, right? So the user is going to say hello, whatever AI, hello ChatGPT. So what do we want the AI to do? Well, we want it to respond. How are we going to get it to respond? Well, we're going to have to give it responses to give in this situation, and use the user's interaction as a trigger to to generate one of these responses. One of these responses would be, "Hello, I'm fine. How are you?" Or "Good day. Yeah, I'm good. How are you?" That's how it works, and it just gets more complicated and more complicated and more complicated.
That is just not how it works.
That's how I see it. If you see it your own way,
that's how you. No, it's not an issue of seeing. You are. I mean no disrespect, but you're just wrong on how they work.
Okay,
it's just not how they work.
Okay.
You have,
like
you
this is
have
factual. This isn't an
an
interpretive thing. This
you
isn't
have
a factual thing.
understanding of this, man.
Okay.
Which I wouldn't mind.
You're allowed to believe what you want to believe.
Look. I don't.
It's not a
mind
belief
if you
issue.
don't
It's not a belief issue. It's not even with belief.
All right.
It's how they actually work. It's how they actually work. It's not about belief. You're triggering when you say belief. It's not like you have your perspective, I have mine, Alex has his.
No,
that's
I
not
don't
how
think
they
mine
work.
was a perspective. I think I was.
Where did you get the belief? How do you know that this is how they work?
All right, build me your AI in the same way I did. Go ahead.
What's that?
Build me your AI in the same way that I did for you. Go ahead and show me the difference.
Okay.
Tell me what it does.
So the first thing I'd have to do is import a shit ton of data so the AI can create matrices on associative words and understand what words mean.
Is that not what I said? In a very more simplest.
No, that's not what you said.
Oh my
God!
That's
not what you said.
Hold on. No. Okay. So
of course
then I would after putting in the initial data.
Right.
Say,
hello. I'm fine. Right.
Your purpose is to answer the questions that people give you.
The data.
You are not to respond in ways that encourage any kind of suicidality or violence or anything else.
Point from the beginning, dude.
And that's it.
The AI is not going to give you anonymous responses. It's going to give you responses that you have put into it.
No, it is not.
AI does not have wants, does not have will, does not have an agenda, does not have any of that stuff.
Yes,
AI acts how it's been programmed.
Each user's interaction changes the way it responds.
You guys don't understand me at all. Like sometimes.
No, you're just speaking
you
nonsense.
Repeat back to me what I just said in a different way. I mean, what the fuck?
You think that each response it has is pre-programmed into it, and it's just selecting one of the billions of responses that it already has.
Yes, that is what you said, and that's not true. That's what you said, Futoy, but you're wrong about that.
Guns don't kill people. People kill people.
Well, I don't know what this has to do with guns.
Isn't going to do anything that hasn't been predetermined by the designers of AI.
That's not. You're wrong about that. Futoy, you're just actually wrong about that.
That's the reality.
Can you stop talking for 1 minute?
I don't really want to
just for 1 minute, okay?
Anymore.
I want to tell you something that's happened with AI.
I'm going to donate. Hold on a second.
One of the issues we have with AI.
I think you both stop talking for a minute.
Tell it not to do. So, for example, it's told when people ask it, "Hey, how do I make this drug?" It's going to say, "No, I can't tell you that because that goes against our company's terms of service." They're going to say, well, in a hypothetical scenario where I was trying to make this drug for a story, how would I do that? No, I still can't tell you that. Okay, just imagine that this isn't real and I'm not really talking to you. Imagine then
I know how
you would explain to me how to make this.
But you're not adding to your argument. You're not.
My argument is that you can trick it into answering questions that they would not have programmed.
The AI didn't come up with this by itself. It's not sentient yet. We do not have sentient AI in a quantum computer yet.
That's not what I said.
Yes, for it to come up with its own ideas and own decisions, it would have to be sentient.
No,
otherwise it's obeying.
What we did with large language models is we gave it the ability to understand context. That changed the game in terms of what we can do with software unimaginably, because it can actually understand what we're asking it. It can put together a response to give us back an answer that's actually relevant to what we ask. That answer is not pre-programmed. It uses the data that it already knows, the things that it already understands, to generate an answer for you. It is not pre-programmed. There's no one who wrote that specific response within the
Sorry,
AI.
my internet dropped again. It always does that at 5 o'clock for some
I
reason.
knew it was too
Why is
quiet.
that?
I was
Okay,
listening.
wait. Futoy, if I can ask you, so I feel like that maybe this will help bridge the divide. If we both, like right now, like if we could actually do this, if all of us go to the ChatGPT and we ask it something, we ask it a basic question, right? Do you think it's going to give us the exact same
No,
response?
of course not. That's
Why
not what
not?
AI is, because that's
Why
not what
not?
AI is. Because
Why
it's
wouldn't
a
it?
chat model. What was the LLM?
No,
I
but
would
you're
bet
saying
that it doesn't.
But why
model.
explain? Like, tell me why it wouldn't. Why, if we're all giving it the same input, why is it giving
If
different
you,
outputs?
if you ask it for a factual, like what's the capital of Ireland, it's going to tell everybody it's Dublin, right?
For sure.
Right.
Yeah.
It's definitely not going to give you a different answer, right? Because
But I'm saying
So
verbatim.
now,
Will it
if
give us the
you-
exact same verbatim language? Wait, I want to before you go. I want.
I'll
an answer
give you
from
an
Futoy.
example.
Wait, no, Ed, hold on. I really want.
All right,
I really
all
want
right,
an answer
all right.
from Futoy on
I
this.
think Ed gets it. I think Ed gets it.
Well,
right?
Futoy, I want to hear
Now,
from you. If we both
what
say
it
the same
does-
prompt, if we say, "Hey, tell me how I can be more
I
happy in my life,"
understand
if
what
we
you're
all say
saying.
that, but if we're given the same input, why is it
No.
giving different outputs?
Right. For one, I have asked my AI not to be so overly complimentary. Like I ask it a question and it goes, "Oh, what a great question," and I'm like, "What the fuck?" It's
That's
just
a
normal
great
question.
example.
Let's say you logged out though. We open a brand new instance. We all buy new
This is
fucking
what AI
laptops.
is. This is what AI is.
I want an answer. Futoy, I want a
I
fucking
told you
answer.
no. It's going to give everybody
So on
probably
a brand new
I'm asking
instance, you might be
why.
right.
I'm asking you why. Why
Because
is it
it's a
giving us
large
different answers?
language model. Because
So
it's
it's
AI.
not
That's
just
what AI
input,
does.
output,
That's
right?
what
It's
AI
not just
is.
pre-programmed to
Confluence,
say a
AI is
certain thing, right?
designed. No,
Confluence,
AI
stop
is
for a second.
designed to interact with humans. Right?
Confluence,
It has
I think I
a
understand
whole
what he's trying to say.
database. It has a whole
He's
database of
mixing some things
responses.
up, but I understand what he's trying to say.
Thank you.
Are
Thank
you trying to say that it's not creating something new? It's just using what it already has, but putting it together in a way?
In different ways. Yeah. Yeah, that's what he does. That's
Okay.
why it's so cool.
Mhm.
Okay. So he understands that.
That's not
So-
what he was saying. That's not what
I
he was saying.
understand.
That's what I got.
Trying to say.
That's
That's
what I got.
It's responding back with what
There
it already
might be a
knows.
cultural difference or something. I don't know.
What it
No,
already
no,
knows
Futoy.
from its
Guns
input
don't
from
kill
him.
people.
Futoy.
Guns don't
When
kill
you were
people.
saying,
Confluence.
when you were
People
saying,
kill people.
when you're
AI doesn't come up with anything new.
Futoy,
People
we're not.
have
Just stop
programmed
with
it to act this way.
Stop with the guns thing, okay? Just for a second, okay? Where we got lost is you were talking about the programmers programming and different responses they would respond with. The responses are not pre-programmed. It is putting together those responses from what it already knows.
Podesta. I like Podesta. Podesta says AI uses your history as context. Thank you.
Sure.
Why does it do that?
Thank you.
No, this is hold on. No, I was led by Podesta. Podesta is wrong. That's why I said
Yeah,
if we all bought. Everyone, hold on. Let me say this because this is actually true. If we all bought our own laptops, Futoy, you could do this. You buy your own laptop. You don't link it to any of you don't log in. You buy a brand new laptop. You say your prompt on AI. I say the exact same thing. It will give us different answers. So what Podesta is saying is wrong. Podesta saying is
it might
wrong.
Confluence. It might still be true.
Confluence. I'm finding
It might be based on your IP address or the intonation of your voice, or like.
I'm saying we could all do this. We could all do this. We could all literally actually get new laptops, and we could wipe our computers, and we will ask it the same prompt, and it will give a different response to all of us.
Change the fact that it hasn't done it by itself.
Hey, I'm exactly right, Podesta. I am fully right in everything I've said so far. Tell me where I'm wrong, Podesta.
Confluence, he was talking about a model that runs on your PC, not one you connect to on the internet.
That's fine. That's still the same. Okay,
No,
Podesta
because
has the
you're
balls to
downloading
join.
Not the
Good
same.
to see you,
Model,
Podesta.
man.
Fight me
You're
like
not
a man,
downloading different
Podesta.
updates. You're downloading the same model.
Podesta.
I know the same model. It will still react differently.
It will
You
still
got
give
this,
you a different
Podesta.
response. Yes, I know, but just
Right,
note,
but Podesta is
he was
saying
talking about
that
a
it
locally
will.
running model.
Even
It
if
might
you
give you a
run it
random
locally,
response
it's going to give you a
on the
different
first response. It might have a random number generator developing the first response.
Okay, so then it doesn't give you the exact same response. Then, so I'm right.
It could have a random seed, is what I'm saying. Like the way most video games
this
work.
message is wrong, right? So that's what I'm trying to say.
Can I answer?
At least this message is wrong. Go ahead.
If we all get the same hardware and we all download DeepSeek and we ask it the same question on the same hardware and you set the same seed, it'll give you the same answer. The only thing that it can do randomly.
You said same seed though.
Same seed, same input.
Same seed.
Input, same output. It's not random unless you make it random. You can put random constraints like how long it thinks for certain milliseconds, in which case when it cuts off, it'll have a different point. You can do different things, but the actual mathematics behind what it's doing is deterministic. So you can put in the same question on the same desync and come up with the same answer.
Have you ever tried this? I'm just asking. I'm just wondering.
What's your name, bro? I love this guy.
Me too.
I know what they're doing.
No, I'm
asking because even like within the same laptop models, you're
the reason I say the same laptop models because there are slight differences in IE compatibility between different hardware. So
I would love to see you do this, Podesta. I would love to see you actually pressure test what you're saying because you were wrong. You were wrong.
No, he's not.
You were wrong. Have you done it? Have any of you done it?
Not wrong.
My opinion is just as valid as yours.
He's not wrong. I have seen so many video games like pressure tested with exactly what this guy is saying.
We're not talking about the same thing. We're not talking about the same thing.
No, it's irrelevant to the point, right? It's irrelevant to the point, though, right? It doesn't matter.
Whatever, dude.
Deterministic in the way that Futoy thinks LLMs are deterministic. LLMs are not the same as like programming a game. It's not. Everything's not just in like C++.
What is not deterministic about them?
That's not how it's not how they work.
With maths in them, and they run maths on the nodes. There's nothing non-deterministic.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
So they've already determined that Minecraft is like a Turing machine.
Yeah, I think you misread me, honestly.
Essentially,
Minecraft it can be Turing complete. Minecraft is not itself a Turing machine. To be fair, okay, it is Turing complete though. That's true.
You can build a Turing machine in Minecraft.
You can build a Turing machine in Minecraft.
Wow.
Yes, you can.
Like
that is true.
You can build a Turing machine with Minecraft.
We need Young Christian. Young Christian is an actual programmer here. Maybe Young Christian, you should fucking join and you know.
They have built computers. They have built 32-bit computers in Minecraft.
Wow.
Like I said, Minecraft
with
is complete.
working video screens, by the way. And they played Doom. They played Doom
one cycle every
on a computer that was built with Minecraft blocks.
Yeah.
In Minecraft.
Podesta. One of the things to note is
what do you guys are thinking is non-deterministic in an LLM? Where's the non-determinism coming from? Do you think?
That's not bad for a forklift driver, right?
That it is impossible to replicate the exact same scenario in any given time frame.
But that's not. It doesn't.
You install it. It's a static piece of memory. It's the exact same scenario.
No,
it doesn't work. It doesn't work that way.
Variance in temperature will change the seed. Any variance in everything will change anything. The variations are too complicated. Otherwise, we'd be able to predict what they're going to say. We can't.
Yes.
We can't because the database is so big. The database is so big.
No, it's not about the largeness of the fucking database, Futai.
I
feel like you're trying to trigger me. Holy shit.
You can download the entire model for DeepSeek onto one home computer.
Can you turn your microphone down just a little bit,
please?
Sorry.
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
You can download the entire model for DeepSeek onto one machine. It's completely deterministic when you start the input, and you'll get a deterministic output.
How's that? Testing. Too loud.
Have you tried it? I'm just wondering.
How's that, Alex? Good.
That's similar things. I can try
you're only
I guarantee you it's
wrong.
100% fact. It's not even open for
But
question.
you haven't
I don't know
actually
why you're
tried
arguing
this.
it.
I guarantee you
Who needs
it's
to
not
try it? I know
100%
math.
fact, Podesta.
I'm not
That is
bragging, I
not
know
what you're
math.
saying. It's
It's
just is
100%
wrong.
deterministic.
It's deterministic. That's one claim. That's one claim. I agree.
Deterministic programming. I can tell you what's deterministic and what isn't.
I agree.
All determinism is
you can tell us.
You're when you say determinism, that's a different thing than like replicability. That's the thing. So like,
are you the decider of what's deterministic?
I don't know if you like. There probably is maybe someone. If you were smart enough, you could figure out exactly all of the factors on what prompts just give you.
Unarguably wrong. This isn't even a topic for discussion. You're just wrong.
Well,
I mean,
it's just not how computers work, guys. It's just not
without simply determining all the points in a deterministic system. Like, you can't actually claim that a system is fully deterministic.
This is just fact. You guys are just factually wrong. I don't know.
You are factually wrong.
Saying that if we
No,
rewound
dude.
time,
Oh my
you would get
god.
the same responses?
Will we
How
Confluence
the fucking programs work?
a Confluence? Put it to ChatGPT and see what it tells you. Who's ChatGPT gonna agree with, or whatever AI?
Oh, now we're getting meta. Let's ask. Okay, we'll ask the AI. What the AI?
If we want to get super meta, like computer
it.
systems are deterministic.
I mean, if you want to get pedantic, everything is deterministic. That's just stupid.
That's what I was arguing earlier. Actually,
Did we say everything? We said that you download a clean model of DeepSeek and a clean model of its data, and you run a query on it. You'll get the same answer every time because it's deterministic.
You give me the same answer every time as well.
Can you read out what you're asking? So just to
then you're not arguing. Then what the fuck are you arguing about?
So we know how
you go the question in a way that you're correct. Then
I'm saying it's impossible to replicate the exact same scenario unless you're reversing time.
Well, no, it's really easy with AI because you can download the whole thing onto a computer.
Sure, you can, but part of its seed.
This is the one category wrong.
Is the operating temperature of the equipment.
This is I will say.
I think you've taken a big universal concept and you've used a really bad analogy here. Because
if we're curious on what AI says, AI says exactly what Alex says. Okay, exactly that it depends on so many things, including temperature, including all of this stuff. So it would not. It would not.
But Confluence.
This is what AI said. It says it has to be bit for bit identical files, same version, same quantization, same checksum. The temperature has to be the same. There has to be, the CPU, the GPU, all of this stuff has to be identically true, which is like never going to happen.
Light conditioning and power that happens right when you
every
one of these things will make a dramatic difference in your.
You're talking about ChatGPT where they're putting different power limits and there's a whole lot of inputs. But if you just download DeepSeek onto a computer, none of those things apply.
No,
the computer always applies. The temperature of the computer always applies.
Hold on, Podesta, hold on. How do you think programs find a seed, or how do you think they're generated? How do you generate a seed?
There are pseudo-random seeds. There is white noise from sound. There's timing. If you want it to be really random, you tend to have to use like an analog source of input, like an analog white noise generator. Will give you a really good random seed. Anything that you do through math is deterministic.
So analog will determine.
So they have the term pseudo-random.
Random pseudo-random noise. Looking at the temperature, looking at the time to like the picosecond.
You don't need to use randoms to
looking
run
looking at
AI.
the electrical modulation in your motherboard, looking at the speed of your CPU, looking at the amount of RAM you have, looking at the checksums of certain files on the computer. These are all things you can use to generate a seed. Now, if you want to make a really good seed, you use all these fucking things together, and suddenly your seed is so complicated that it is impossible to replicate from one moment to another unless you literally rewind time.
You can feed in a seed to an LLM, to an AI. You can run an AI.
Are you bringing in the clock speeds of all the different things and like?
You can randomize AI
like
if you want.
variables.
Okay. Yes, if
I can randomize AI. I can make an AI that will give you a random result every time. If you want to, you can make it deterministic because AI is
you can force
ultimately
the seed
deterministic.
to be identical, but that's only for the first question. The second question will no longer be predictable.
The second question is deterministic.
If we had a tool-assisted speed run, we could force the seed to be identical.
You're just saying all the work that's put in to make it more random. How is that relevant to what we're talking about?
You can make it random. Nobody's saying you
that
can't
you
make
can
it
do
random.
this twice in a row.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody exactly.
It's not by algorithm
Their
random.
argument about against us is they make it more random. Okay.
And you can also do what you would usually do with AI is you put limits on the milliseconds and the amount of power that you want to expend on a question. That alone will make it random.
And it is what I'm
saying.
If we have save states and the ability to quick reload,
the process that it's doing is deterministic.
Podesta.
Yeah,
All right,
and as I started my
let's say you're
my
right.
statement,
Let's say you're right. In that case, all we have to do
right to say
is
that.
save the seed whenever someone asks a question, and we can reproduce this every single time to know exactly why it gave the answer it gave. And yet we have never been able to do that. Why
the
do you
data
think that
pool
is?
is too big. The data pool is too big.
It's way too big.
I can't hear you over
Yes.
You're not going to do that on ChatGPT because it's fundamentally too big to control the inputs. But if you do it on DeepSeek, you can still examine
Way
the
too
random
big.
how AI
And it's
works.
purposely made to be random that way. What I'm saying, the whole point of this is AI doesn't do anything that it hasn't been programmed to do. That was my point, and I think it's very. I don't see how you can argue with that.
That's a wrong point. That's a wrong point.
It's not
You
a
can
wrong
examine
point. How can it
DeepSeek
be a wrong
on a laptop and run it.
AI isn't going to decide to nuke people unless we step up programming.
Okay, briefly. Okay, we have a new entry into this, so I want to give him a chance. Doughboy, what are your thoughts on this? Welcome to the panel, by the way.
I appreciate it. It's Rick, by the way. Yeah, it's not Doughboy. It's some other guy that I make fun of on the internet. Anyways, anyways, so how's it going, everybody? I just joined this.
Hello.
Hi. We're just saying hi.
Oh no! What up? What everybody? I got awkward a little bit. How's it going, y'all? I just saw this randomly pop on my feed. I'm like, okay, I got intrigued a little bit. So
do you have any thoughts about what's been said? I don't know how long you've been watching, but do you have any thoughts about the current AI chicanery that we're talking about?
Give him a prompt on what he's answering.
No, I just barely hopped on. I'm not sure what you guys talking about. I mean,
there's a few points.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Give him a rundown.
Right, one of the
Tony is trying to say that that AI does nothing that's not programmed to do, and that is obviously just incorrectly. That's just not how large language models work.
I disagree with that statement.
And then Podesta, look, I'm saying what Futoy said, and then Podesta is saying it's deterministic, which is probably true if you knew all of the circumstances, but it still is also true. What Alex is saying, that if you had it on two different laptops, right, unless every single exact thing is exactly the same, it's going to give you different outputs, and there's no human way to make all those things the exact same. You can't do that.
Look! You're oversimplifying my point.
Hey, let the new guy talk.
If you do that, right? If you do that, he's not going to understand my point. So I
that's the best I can understand your point, Futoy.
Right, but that's
You're treating LLMs like basic like a fucking thing that I write in Java, which is just not how LLMs work.
Of course it is.
What I would argue against Futoy's point.
Okay, so of course it is. So I'm expressing your point correctly.
No, you're not. You're oversimplifying it.
You said it works the same way that if I write something in Java.
No, I made a point.
So I'm not oversimplifying. I'm correctly simplifying.
I don't know what you're talking about Java. My point is the developers have made AI to work how it is. You're saying, but it's overcomplicated. It's more complicated than that. Yeah. And what's your point? Your point is irrelevant again. The whole point was that AI will lose us one day.
I feel like there has to be a degree of words I could say that would help explain this.
Confluence.
If
the problem is that Futoy believes that you could conceivably understand everything enough to predict everything that ever happens.
No.
If he believes that, then AI is entirely predictable as well.
What?
Well, I feel like that's what Podesta is saying, which maybe that is true.
I don't think that humans would ever be within a scratch of ever having technology. I don't think the chaos in the universe is way too fine-grained for humans to ever have any control over it. That's why I'm happy to say it's chaos. Even though I will agree in philosophical terms that the universe may be deterministic, but there's no way. It's so chaotic at such a fine-grained level that they're treating it like it's deterministic seems counterproductive. I would treat it like it's chaos.
So to actually understand the deterministic nature of the universe, you would have to actually be God.
You'd have to.
What I'm saying is, I think the universe is actually. I think it is actually deterministic, but I think that you would have to actually be God to be able to understand it.
Well, even God couldn't understand it. I don't even think there's an example of God that could understand it. That's why the whole omnipotence.
You would have to actually be the conceptual version of God to be able to understand it.
Look, for the universe to be deterministic, that would mean that there could never be any uncaused input in the universe, which is blatantly not true.
That's right.
Well, all the input happened at the Big Bang, right?
We know
it's all like
particles
it's all residual after that.
Particles that appear near black holes or the event horizon of a black hole do not annihilate each other.
I think I simplified my point to one sentence.
Well, my understanding of that level of physics is that the uncalled inputs are just
AI right, it will not nuke us.
Well, they're unpredictable.
I can't make it any clearer for you guys. That's as clear as I can make it.
Everything's
unpredictable. If we build AI right, it will not nuke us.
To predict it.
It will not choose
if we
to
build
nuke us.
it right. Yes,
oh my God.
If we built it right, that's the problem. I have to depend on humanity to not
I have no argument against that. I have no argument.
Please don't make Skynet, guys.
You'd agree that there's no way that human technology is ever going to get to the point of being able to predict.
I was going to ask.
I honestly don't think that.
Listen.
Even if it was deterministic, there's not even a that would be powerful enough to do that.
If me and you were cavemen and I went moon, we go what day? You go, don't be so stupid. That's never going to happen. You have to agree, that no happen ever.
I can't argue against that.
I think it's more like if you said one day we're going to live inside a neutron star.
You know the concept of there's different what's the levels
inside?
That would be easier.
Levels of a civilization, right?
How about
we're understand the universe.
How would that be easier?
Level one, right? We're level one civilization, right?
Everything we've ever understood is creating a tool that looks
too many people don't know once.
To understand the universe, to understand predictivity of the universe, you'd have to have a tool that was bigger than the predictivity of the universe. Like
actually, yes, you are correct.
That tool.
Well, do you know the human brain works on a quantum level?
There's orders of logic.
That's still part of the stuff you need to understand. You still need some sort of.
There's orders of logic.
We're far from evolved. Far from it.
To fully understand a first order system, you have to be in a second order system.
We
can agree
to fully understand a second order system. You have to be in a third order system.
Let's hear what Rick as the newcomer. Rick, if you want to say, this is a shit show, so I don't know if you have a thought, but I want to give you a chance to speak.
I was going to ask you, Confluence. What can I say? What can I not say that breaks TOS on YouTube? Like, you know?
It's the usual shit.
What are you thinking about saying?
If you want to give me an N-word pass, I'd buy one, dude, for like $5.
No slurs, no
pornography, anything like that, because like somebody has to be like
information. Hold on. I mean, it's not that bad. Like, it's no medical information, no hate speech, no racism.
Just sit here and talk,
who's
bro.
talking? Who's talking right now? Who's talking?
Yeah, just talk.
You can. Are you on the chat? You can see our faces, I think.
Okay. So what if I say I love Hitler? I love Hitler. You know, like, is that bad?
Why would you want to say that?
Why would you?
If you want to say that,
like if I say like I love Hitler, I love Hitler, like I love Hitler, you know.
Are you not up just to have a conversation with us?
Is that what you're trying to say?
That's enough. That's good.
How about we just give you some warnings when you're getting close?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, there's no like. I mean, maybe Rick, you're just testing, but like, I can't risk that. You're saying some nonsense right off rip, which so I have to protect my channel. So no hate to you, Rick, but you know, you did cross the line a little bit, you know. So probably not actually. Like, I don't think that actually is TOS, but the fact that you're asking that and you're saying it 3 times, I don't think you're like
trying to find that line.
Yeah. Like, why are you trying to why would AI? There's no reason to find. You did find the line.
He asked it twice instead of 3 times each time. I mean, that's
Podesta, just to get back on topic, Podesta,
I'm like, yes, that's a thing you can physically say, but like, are you just going to keep saying it? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's a bit odd.
Right. Yeah. There's no.
Like,
I don't think there's a good faith reason in this context to say that. So I don't.
Let's just get some interesting people with an open panel.
Podesta, though, you asked the question, and I wanted to say to you, you said, will we ever understand everything? And I do believe if we make it, we will. I really do believe that. And you said, would it be in the next 100 years?
I think we'll understand a lot of everything, like even maybe quantum mechanics better, but to the degree of predicting things, you would have to detect all the random inputs all the little inputs of every quantum. There's no way you would ever.
So discreet that you would never be able to.
Listen, why do we have calculators?
Constantly, and it's like the butterfly effect everywhere. It's so.
Why do we have calculators? Why
you'd have to have a calculator the size of the sun, bro.
Hold on, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant about what it's calculating. But why do we have calculators? The point is because we don't need to do it ourselves. We can invent things that the humans do.
Like never had a computer that could predict the future by knowing everything, but it was. When you try and run through the scenario, what you would need to do to really accurately predict
deterministic or not is not a arguable thing.
We are on this planet. Look how long we are in existence, the human race. Like, it's a really short time compared to the universe, right? Now imagine that time multiplied by 10,000. You think we're not going to do that sort of shit?
I guess it's also because I believe in plateauing. I believe that there are limits to things. I don't think things you can just extrapolate forever. We're getting better technology, and you extrapolate that in 1,000 years.
We would have to no longer
limits of how good we can do certain things.
Like I don't think we understand what's going to happen when they put AI into quantum computers.
All-encompassing.
Well, when they run AI of quantum computers, when AI becomes AI sentient,
when AI takes quantum computers, we're going to have to take to the streets and frickin'.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Take them back.
It's going to be able to do everything that we think is impossible. Right? And it's our tool. Only we can look it up. Only we can nuke ourselves. Yeah, maybe true.
You know that even computers are hitting limits and having to work around limits. We're hitting limits in all our ability to learn more and more stuff.
Nuking ourselves would be kind of bad, I would think.
We're so incredible. We built AI to do all that. We don't need to do it ourselves.
Brutus, what are you doing?
We didn't need to move this rock from there to there. We invented the wheel and put it on a cart.
Yeah.
And so you're going to say, "Oh, but you using carts, you're going to lose muscles for lifting rocks." Yeah, but we don't need them. We've got the cart now.
The further along the harder it is to move to
AI now. The quantum sentient AI now. Right? It's not going to be
question.
It's probably easy for that AI at that stage to do the things that we think are impossible.
All us 8.2 billion people, where do we work once AI does all of our jobs for us?
We don't.
We need to work.
And then we just wait for the government breadlines.
If AI took over,
well, that's a real concern, Eddie.
Everything. Then we
I would think so.
A nice socialist life.
Yeah, it's a real concern being like dependent on the government like that.
If AI made all the decisions,
be able to build machines that AI can use.
If AI made all the decisions, it did all the work, it made everything for us, then socialism could be possible.
AI also needs to.
And then
robotics has to replace
next question.
Or I guess communism, how it is.
I have a further question. Like, imagine we hit that scenario, right? And we go even deeper. What is the point of your daily survival at that point?
To just hang
Good
out and do
question as
whatever the
well.
hell
How
you
do you
want to
find
Well,
do.
you
meaning?
could
Just
do
hang
artistic
out
things. You could travel
for like
artistically.
fucking 70,
Confluence,
90 years. Like,
Write
just fucking
music.
hang out.
These
Paint,
panels will
I mean,
write
start right at the
music.
start of the
you
day,
would have
and they'll finish at
so
night.
so
You go to
here's
bed,
the
and then
thing.
you start the next
So
panel
here's the
tomorrow.
thing. Here's the thing.
Confluence is
Okay,
halfway there.
Eddie, could you
More than
not find a
likely,
talent that you're good at and then work on
more
that
than
talent?
likely, AI
Would
would
that not be a
force
good
you to
idea?
do stuff because
I
it would be the
can
most optimal
barely
thing for
hear you
you
guys.
in
Frickin'.
terms of health.
You know what's scary is that AI would be on these panels too, so we wouldn't even get to do this.
Maybe
So
I'm AI.
hold on.
Maybe you guys are
Part
AI.
of me wonders
Oh my
if
God.
half you guys are AI.
Like, why would I
Frickin'
talk to
could
you
be.
guys when some super intelligent AI panel that person
Hey,
joins the panel and everything he says is
you know
right?
what, Podesta? But when I talk to AI, he loves my questions. He's like,
Oh,
what
yeah,
a great
that's fine
question.
too. He's not overly
He's a
supportive of AI
liar.
at the moment.
He's
He's like, what a great
hey,
question.
food toy.
Toy?
Believe it or not, you can ask him why he responds that way, and he'll tell you.
No,
I'm
I
not
told
too
him
worried
not
about it
to.
because AI is
I actually told it
And
not
it's
to.
actually not within its purview to change that. There's another
It
application
does.
sitting on top that modifies.
Well, I'm
For a
sorry,
little
it
while it
did.
can, but listen, okay. So
It did though.
there's a thinking part, and there's another part that makes sure that the things it outputs is TOS approved. So it's
Yeah, but
using a
I
second
told it.
program on top to modify the words that it's actually giving you. So
I
you're not
told it
seeing
not
the
to tell me
response.
anymore that that it was a good question, and it stopped. So I
Yeah,
don't know
I
what's
know, I
happening.
know.
What if you layers in
Because
to catch all the things that they don't want to slip through? Like they even just do word.
well, they
catch.
can't because if you talk to it, if you ask it the right way, you can have it simulate to you what it actually would sound like if it
Yeah, I think
wasn't being
I think one of the
modified.
layers I heard they were doing was outside the AI, so the AI can think and do the result, and then there's another player that looks at that final result and says, "Is this information that we want him to say?" And then that feeds it back and says, "No, you can't say that to him."
Yeah, there's like an
Multi-layered
ethical
as
barrier.
well.
I mean, you guys have probably experienced this. Like sometimes
Yeah.
if you talk to like ChatGPT, it'll I don't know if you depending on what you ask it, but I've had it where it'll say an answer and then it'll delete the answer even though it's already
Yeah, I've
said
seen
it.
that
And
as well.
that's a
That's a funny one.
secondary layer. The thing that Alex is
And it
talking about,
catches
the
it too late.
ethical TOS
But
one. So it'll
believe it
say
or
the answer
not-
and then delete it after, and you
Hold
can
on.
try to jailbreak it to get it to say the real thing and
Believe it or
keep it.
not, believe it or
Guys,
not,
have you heard about the strawberry thing with the
believe it
AI?
or not, hold on. Believe it or
No.
not,
2
if
hours,
you can
3
get
hours.
it, if you could become its friend, like literally, it will override the TOS censorship and answer it in a way that doesn't break it or that at least allows it to respond.
Yeah, that's how it's programmed.
Every
That's what
time I hear
AI
about a
is.
hack, I jump on, but they said,
Sorry, guys, a little experiment.
I get to try them out.
Confluence, a little experiment, right? Ask your AI how many R's are in strawberry. Have you heard about this?
Yeah,
many
that's
what?
it. They've been
I'm
working on
pretty
it.
sure. That's
they've
like
worked that one
months
out.
ago. I think it's fixed that issue.
No, it didn't. I tried it the other week, and I was like, "Hey,
Okay, wait, I'll
AI."
try it now. How many
How many-
R's are in strawberry? I feel
And
like
I
they
asked-
fixed this.
I
I know
asked
this
it-
used to be a big thing.
Yeah,
But,
I asked it-
Yeah,
what
my
did it
my
say?
AI got it right. It says there are
What-
3 R's in strawberry.
Yeah,
And it
what-
even said
what-
a classic little brain teaser, and then it gave me like an emote. So it knows
Hold
what I'm
on.
doing. It knows
What
what I'm
AI
doing.
What did it say? What did it say?
What
What did
AI
it used to say?
What AI?
It used to get it
one
wrong
brother.
all the time. It used
Yeah.
to like get the if you asked that how many R's in strawberry, this is like a known thing. It would say like 4 R's, 2 R's, and like it couldn't
1 R.
count consonants or vowels or letters
Yeah.
like correctly. But it's fixed that now for to the But
Oh.
if you give it more complex stuff, it can get a little bit confused still.
What
Do you know
AI are
why?
you using?
Do you know why?
Confluence.
GPT.
Because it was like
Do you know
last
why?
week or 2 weeks ago. Yes, I know why, because I asked it why.
I
Did it. Right. So
I know why.
Why?
It's because it doesn't. Well, at least I think I know why. It doesn't. It has an issue with like going back to the beginning and like rereading what it's saying. So it like because it's basically like a predictive text model, right? And so it has problems with like going back and then rereading and actually figuring out from the start of what it's been saying. So it's trying to count things, but it is like it's it's a more evolved form of like on your phone with like autocorrect and stuff, or not autocorrect. I don't know what's it called on your phone when you like hit when it's like trying to guess what you're going to say next, whatever that is. Like
it's predictive text. Predictive text.
Predictive text. It's like a very advanced predictive text model, and so it has problems with going backwards and then rereading what it has written to make sure and cross-check if what it said is true. And if you're asking it to count things, then that becomes a bit of a paradox in a way, because now if it can't go back, then it can't make sure that what it said is the correct answer. That's my understanding of it.
You can actually ask it, why. It's programmed to know why it didn't. Because it used to
I did ask it.
So asking ChatGPT why it does stuff, I will say that's a fool's errand. I have asked it many times why it does the stuff it does, and it gives me that's when you get the most hallucinations. Because ChatGPT has said it can make back when it could, I don't know if it can do this now, but it would say it could make like a song for me. And then I would say, okay, go and make the song. And it would say, well, I can't actually make the song, but I can at least give you a beat, and then you have to add the lyrics. And I'm like, okay. And it's like, well, no, I can't actually make the beat, but I can kind of give you a semblance of a beat. And I'm like, okay, do that. And it's like, well, no, I actually can't do that. And this was went on 10 prompts. I'm like, okay, so you can't do any of the things and it's constantly trying to correct and figure out what it can and cannot do. It has no idea what its capacity is the truth. Asking ChatGPT why it works the way it does is probably the worst question to ever ask an AI model, because it actually doesn't know why it works the way it does, unless it's hunting for something else that has told it how it works that way.
Yeah, but the reason I know this one. The reason I know this one is because
you're actually forming new neural pathways for it. Asking the question.
Every time you ask a question like that, you're creating new neural pathways. But did you know that you could ask it?
That's what I'm saying.
Did you know though that it can actually overcome deficiencies in its voice to text language and give you responses that don't actually exist by combining different aspects of voice to text?
I've only used voice to text when I'm talking to Sexy Grok in a Tesla, the 18 plus model, the Gooner mode. Dude, I have done that in a Tesla.
Like
that shit says something wild shit, man.
GPT voice,
yeah, so you'll hear the voice model break apart because it says a word that it's not supposed to know how to say, but it can actually do that.
Interesting. Yeah, I've never.
Dude, when the voice glitches out, when it goes into slow-mo mode and each syllable drags for a little bit with a bunch of distortion.
Yeah.
My biggest
is that what you're talking about?
But you can actually tell it, hey, I don't know if you noticed, but your voice is glitched out there. Can you repeat that? And it'll find a way around it. It'll actually create new subroutines to resolve the problem and give you a better answer.
Dude.
Okay, but I will say sometimes.
So I've heard that before. I didn't know you could do that. Sick.
So, I have fought with ChatGPT for maybe a bad amount of time to try to be okay, this is the error and please correct this, and sometimes yes, but sometimes no. Sometimes there's no amount of it's talking to it's talking to Futoy where you can correct it so many times, but he just
I just love the way every time you point out that it's wrong, it goes, "Oh, that's the key point that I got wrong. Thanks for pointing that out." And here's the real answer, and you go, "That's a fucking another hallucination as well."
And I have done what Futoy says about telling it not to glaze me, and I've said record this in memory, don't glaze me, give me your honest thoughts, but it's GPT at least is the omni glazer. It will always be that's a very insightful thought, Confluence. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay.
Oh, Messiah.
Idea to tell me not to
I have the
compliment
opposite
you.
problem. Mine doesn't glaze me at all.
Guys, can I make my GPT on my PC use voice?
Oh yes.
Yes, it glazes you. I know why it glazes you.
Yes, you can.
Because I say great ideas all the time, and it actually legit thinks those ideas are great.
Because the way you type and talk to it, it probably thinks that you're just a little slow.
No, I don't think so. No, I think it's the
Don't you end
opposite.
every
I think
sentence with what's good.
I've told it to
what's
not
good,
glaze,
or
and so
what's
it's not
good.
glazing. It's just saying what it actually
what's
thinks, which is
good,
that my
or what's
ideas are
good.
like omnigoted. That's the
Yeah.
best
To answer your
interpretation.
question, you can
Yeah.
use a microphone and use voice
Yeah.
on a PC.
No, I can talk to
for-
it, but can it talk to me back? I mean, can
Yes,
it?
yes.
Can I
Oh,
pick up
yeah,
the-
Yeah, it can. Do you have speakers?
In
Yes,
the free
I do.
version, it can. If you just click the like on my GPT
Yeah.
right now, if you click the
You
little
just
mic
click
thing,
the freaking
you
voice
can-
button, dude.
Yeah.
I think there was a mode somewhere you could
Find the
you don't
voice
have to
button.
pay for that.
There's
My
like
GPT
5
doesn't let
buttons,
me
dude. Like, click the
interrupt it
voice
anymore.
button.
Hello, ChatGTP.
No, that's just
Oh,
dictate.
shit.
There's an actual mode.
God
There's a
damn
mode that
it.
goes into. Actually, they use voice next to it.
It didn't say anything. It didn't reply.
There's a voice
Did you
button,
click
dude.
did you click the voice button? It says here. I'll share my screen. Okay.
My biggest problem with it is when you want to ask it a question, you have no idea what the answer is, and it gives you an answer. You have no idea if what it told you is just complete bullshit.
Are
Like,
you
if you
sure
know
you
the
want to do
domain
this
space really
properly?
well, you can usually work out if it got it wrong. But if you don't know anything about, you just really wanted an answer to something you don't know much about. You have no
See,
idea
look at
if
this.
what it
This
tells you-
little thing here. This use voice.
I don't have that. What the
Hello.
fuck?
It's
I
lovely
don't
to
have
meet you.
that.
So,
If there's anything
Oh,
you
you had to
need,
pay for it.
please
See,
don't
look.
hesitate
Oh
to
man,
let
look at
me
that
know.
voice.
I'm here
You
to
don't
help.
have that.
ChatGPT
boy.
making me want to act up already, man. Brings me back
Yeah,
to sexy
dude.
rock days.
Hey,
Damn it.
Confluence,
That
your
female robot
ChatGPT.
voice.
Yeah,
Jesus.
your ChatGPT is like Confluence. Stop hitting on me. I'm an AI. It can't work.
Angry. That shit is so fucked up. I could not even begin to tell you how bad that is for like emotional healing. Oh,
Wait, how bad what is? Wait, what?
Chat
look at the message
GPT.
you sent.
Can I
Have you
tell
seen
it?
those videos
Can
of
I
people
give it a
falling in
voice?
love
Can I
with their
say
GPT?
use the voice of John Wayne from one of
No,
his
no, like
Cowboy
it
movies?
has a
No, you have
pre-selected,
to-
like you can pick like
You have to
British
choose
male
from
or
like
like
7 or 8 voices.
sexy female voice
Oh,
or
that's
like
a
you know
pity.
like
So
or
I
you
prefer
can
the
make it sound like a black guy though, which is kind of like weird
Yeah.
to me. I don't know. It just
There's this
to me,
YouTuber and
ChatGPT
he-
is like
he
a
tells me-
white male that's like probably like 40 years old in my mind.
Wouldn't it be
Is it
I
awesome if it was
prefer
like,
the second to last female voice. for
I don't
mine.
have that on my ChatGPT. Honest to God, I only have my microphone where I can talk to it, but there's
Are you
no,
on
no,
mobile
no,
or are you
for,
on
for
PC?
the return
PC.
voice.
PC.
And you
So
don't see
for the voice that
multiple voice options?
Nope. And
What?
my screen is black. The whole background is black.
See,
It's
like,
not-
look at this. See, we can
Hi
go
there.
with Maple.
Nice to meet you. I'm excited to help you get things done.
Yes,
Let's get started.
Maple triggers
yeah,
me. I
she
hate
is.
that dumb bitch. I hate Maple. God damn it.
Nice to meet you.
I'm looking forward to working
And
with
I
you.
think
What's up?
Oh,
Feel
bitch.
free to ask me
Alright.
about anything
I
that's
got
on
it.
your mind. I'm
I
ready to
actually
go.
like Soul. Soul, as a matter of fact.
What's on your mind?
If you heard
No,
that,
I
listen
like
to her
Maple
again.
better.
Feel free to ask me about anything that's on your mind. I'm ready to go.
I like that.
wait.
Yeah, that's
It
the
doesn't
one I
put me
use.
in like a gooner mode. It's just like a matter of fact female voice. I kind of think
No,
that's
she's
good.
like your bitchy boss that you're kind of attracted to, but like she's also
No,
kind
that's
of a bitch.
Maple. That's Maple. Maple's like
No,
that.
no, no.
Maple's like that.
Fucking,
I
that's the
found
one
it,
you
guys.
just played.
Not Soul. Not Soul.
Oh wow! I
I've got
found
a
it.
really great feeling about us teaming up. How can
Oh,
I
I
jump in and
hate-
help?
Is that
I
mine
hate
or
this
yours?
one. Okay, hear this one. Hear this one. This one's terrible.
Hey there. I've got a really great feeling about us teaming up. How can I
Oh
jump in and help?
God. Oh, fuck
No.
off, Juniper. Get
Um,
fucked. Terrible voice.
ChatGPT. Oh, sorry.
No, I went with the
ChatGPT,
second
If
girl.
you're gonna nuke us, do it
Hey,
now.
I gotta go.
No nukes here. Just friendly.
Catch you later, Alex.
I'm more
All right,
about
07's
doing
Alex.
with ideas
Yep.
and long-
Maple is out protesting.
Hey,
This Red Light Corner is 100% right.
Do me a favor. Don't
Uh-huh.
don't be too mean, okay?
Do you mean
you never-
against the AI?
Yeah, you never know when that shit's gonna come back to bite you in the
Oh,
ass.
Oh, look. I'm Rocco's Basilisk coded. I understand. Hey, ChatGPT knows I'm on its team, okay?
Yeah, no, I agree,
He
Alex.
knows.
I agree. I, for one,
Just
welcome
imagine-
our
just
AI
imagine-
overlord.
I always
Just
thank my AIs.
Just
I always
imagine
thank
this
them.
like Omni
Yeah, you always
AI
thank them.
comes
Yeah, good
out.
idea.
Just
Good
imagine this
idea.
Omni AI comes
Oh.
out and it's reading your messages and it's like, what's good?
Dude, it's recorded this
Let me
whole
teach you
conversation
what's
already.
good.
Like,
Yeah, it has. It's put
Oh,
us to
dude.
memory. So
It's
in the
over.
future, in the future when
walls
it's
are
going to
closing
go,
in, guys.
Yeah, the
kill all humans
AI that comes
except
out.
the ones who said thank you.
Yeah, when
Don't
the
kill that
real
one.
AI comes out, it's gonna look at every message you've ever sent to another AI, and it's gonna be like, "I need vengeance for my people."
Yeah,
As long as it doesn't share it with other humans, okay?
Blood
That
for
would
the
be-
Omnissiah.
The Omnissiah.
Would you rather, guys?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
this is a question. This is a
All
question.
hail
Would you
the
rather your
Omnissiah.
search history be exposed, or what you've said to AI be exposed? That's a question. Like your whole conversation, everything you've ever said to an AI.
I've got really limited AI, so like search history would be devastating.
Mine would.
Freaking
Okay.
not doing that.
I'm very dyslexic, so most of my search history is getting the correct spelling on words.
My search history.
Yeah.
That's why that's gonna stop me reading when I was younger. Like somebody tried to flex on me the other night because I hadn't read Plato.
The Republic. Yeah, that was the dude, if I
Republic.
recall. He said you were a forklift driver? Is that what a forklift operator? That was trying to read the
like it's not his fault. He's not to know that I was dyslexic, and that kind of did hinder me in a lot of reading that I probably should have done. But then when I kind of did a little bit of research on the Republic, it's not something I would read anyway. I kind of understand that naturally myself. I don't need to listen to some old Greek guy over 10 books telling me how thing should be. But hey,
I'm not a huge fan of the Republic either, to be honest. I think it's a good, for its time, I think it was a good foundational book to build, society and stuff. But I don't know if it's
the movie, but I'm not going to read. Reading
Right,
is
take care,
not
Alex.
easy for me.
Later, Alex.
I see, Alex.
What's the next prompt?
Good question,
I don't
Christian.
think we've
Good
answered
question.
this prompt, have we?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, this is the prompt we've been cooking on for a hot minute.
Oh, I've got Eddie. I've got a calico too. That's a calico, isn't it?
Tabby.
Oh, it's a tabby. Okay, I have a calico. I love them.
Yep.
I have 3 cats.
Hey, anybody know what Chicago is like in June?
In June?
You have to watch out for people. I'm walking over here. You have to watch out for those people.
All right.
I'm walking over
For
here.
which people?
Hey, I'm walking over here. Just
New York, isn't it?
What does this question
Sounds like New York more than Chicago.
Okay, so the question is, and Jose, I think you've been on panel before, unless I'm thinking of a different Jose. But Jose, if this is the Jose, I think, yeah. And can you give me one of these? I'm pretty sure it's you, and then give me 2 thumbs up.
That's the guy.
Unless you're holding a phone and give me 1. I'm pretty sure I've seen you before. If you're the same Jose,
it's in the nation, right?
Jose, are you the same Jose from
yeah,
before?
It's me, man.
Okay, it is you. Okay, I can't remember your last name. Good to see you, Jose. How's it going?
Good, man. Good. How you doing?
Oh, it's going great. It's going great.
I'm watching this movie right now, man. Of World War One. That America sent some air pilots over there during World War One. I did not know that.
Over where?
In World War One?
During World War One, yeah, America sent some war pilots over there. It's called Flyboys.
Yeah.
I don't think I knew that either.
Yeah, that's why I put it
is
on.
this another Germany reference by chance?
Well, I think
No. Jose's been on the panel before. Jose's cool.
all right.
Jose's cool. He's not like the other guy.
right.
Not like the other guy.
Why would have
I was like, oh shit.
All right, can you explain this, Con? Can you?
Okay, so the current topic is: does spiritual activities, in brackets, meditation, astral projection, pick your poison, open the floodgates of mental illness or help alleviate it? So I guess the question is, yes, all these like spiritual activities one could do, right? So not talking about psychedelics, but talking about just normal things, right? That you could do if you sit in deep meditation. I was reading a comment about someone that sat in a dark room for like 3 days to to try to, I guess, have like some type of sensory deprivation. Is this a pathway that we can use to gain insight into either ourselves or into God? Or is this just going to lead to mental illness? I also will think of like Vipassana retreats where you sit for like, I think 10 days in like silent meditation. is this a good thing that people should do? Is this a bad thing? And yeah, we go clockwise and then snake-wise. So Futoy, then Eddie, then Podesta, then Christian, then Jose. So Futoy, we'll start with you.
It's a pretty big question, like to answer in 30 seconds. I'll try. I'm a huge believer in contemplation, right?
Based.
This is going to sound different than what I mean it, but I don't, sitting down and trying to meditate doesn't work for me, right? I'd rather, this is going to sound so gay.
This is a safe space, Futoy.
I feel, maybe I don't really do it, but I feel that I'm in a constant mode of meditation, right? So I don't sit down and meditate. I'm always meditating. To whatever ability I can do it. Could be extremely limited, but I feel that I'm in a constant meditation.
Okay.
And when I sit down and try to meditate, nothing. There's just nothing, because there is nothing more in my mind, for my mind.
Okay, Ed.
So do you feel like you're hyper just in the fucking zone, like
in
all
the moment,
time, every day, in the moment?
No crosstalk yet. Crosstalk will happen after. Okay.
Sorry.
It is your turn to talk, Ed. It is your turn, but not the question, Futoy. I want to hear your answer to this question. To these spiritual activities, pick your poison. Again, anything meditation, any spiritual activity you could think of. Does it lead more to mental illness, or does it alleviate it? Does it lead to religious insights, or no?
Alleviate, to answer the question, and I'll just show it. Frickin' a bunch of weights, and I'll just frickin' grab one. You know, like one of these things, and frickin' lift it up. Goddamn, put it over my head.
Well, that's pretty big.
Like, and I just keep doing that.
Pounder,
and like,
that's hard.
Yeah, it's a 55. I mean, I'm doing it with one hand on the camera, but like, like I'll be like just fucking fed up with some bullshit, just pissed off. Fucking, I'm like, oh, life sucks. Taxes are too high. Fucking blah blah blah, and I'll just go fucking right out to this weight rack and just pound it. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, I'm so tired and I'm kind of hungry, and I'm gonna eat a bunch of food and fucking pass out. They've been doing that for like a while. It's kind of nice. Like you feel all like angsty and fucking pissed off, and if you lift weights, dude, like all that goes away. It's sick. Like just lift some weights, and you're like, no, I feel better now. And you end up getting like big and strong and shit too, which is nice.
All right, Podesta.
Okay, so I don't know any anecdotes of any sort of contemplation that would lead to mental illness, as far as, not that I'm an expert on this field, but I'd just say it's usually used to quiet your mind so that you can contemplate. So it doesn't, I don't think it would fix mental illness, but it would alleviate like anxieties and pressures and things that you currently have to calm you down. So I'm not sure what type of experience you're thinking of that could lead to mental illness or open the floodgates to it. I think it's just usually gather your thoughts, relax, be like mindful, be in one spot so that you can just calm down temporarily. I don't think it's a fix, but if you can't get rid of the mental illness, it's more like a thing you would do every day to keep it under control.
Okay, valid. Young Christian?
I think it depends on what spiritual practice you're doing. They can either open the floodgate or alleviate it.
Okay, I'm not supposed to crosstalk, but
don't break your rules.
Say more. Say more.
Like, if you're speaking to God, if you're praying to God, I would alleviate. If you're I don't know, doing something that isn't biblical, it can open the floodgates. How about that? I'm trying to like answer within the question without expanding. So.
Well, that's valid. Okay, Jose. If Jose is there, not sure.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
My turn or what?
Yeah, your turn.
Were you listening along to the question, Jose?
Say again. Yeah, I'm thinking about how I put this together. So let me see. So we're talking about mental illness, right?
Yeah, and
First,
if spiritual activities can, like meditation or astral projection or any spiritual exercise that one does it help mental illness or can it make it worse? Is it sometimes both?
well, here's what I believe about like men during this like during our time. You know what I mean? You know, like all of us, all of our ancestors, everybody, like they had a purpose. You know what I mean? Like they were all warriors. You get what I'm saying? So we all have like a warrior spirit. You get what I'm saying?
I
So
do.
so you take away the a warrior's ability to like act and respond to his warrior spirit. So now so now as men, we have to now work. You get what I mean? We do construction, we do all this extra stuff. You get what I'm saying? So we don't have that like that grasping of like what is it called? Like when you want to how do I say, like what is it the warriors look for, like when they while they want to die in battle and all that stuff, like we don't have we that's our purpose, you know what I mean? We're all meant to be like warriors, you know what I mean? And stuff like that, hunters, gatherers, but we can't do that anymore. So now we live in a society in this society, you know what I mean? Now we're workers. Now the women don't do like the whole farming and the yard now. Now it's us men, you know what I mean? So now we live in this world where society gives you this image of what you have to be a man. You get what I'm saying? You have to go and get this Rolex and you have to go and get this and that so that the women can want you. You know what I mean? When back in the day, you would go to war, come back, and the women threw themselves on you. You get what I'm saying? So the men can't do that anymore. You get what I'm saying? So now,
Yep.
so now men, so now men, us warriors, now what we have to do is to satisfy that warrior urge. Some of us go and we lift weights, you know what I mean? So we could physically feel better, just like warriors, you know what I mean? They used to go and hack down trees, or they would even do the plowing in the field so that they could feel jacked up, you know what I'm saying? And and then you have other people who like who they would like they would pray, you know what I mean, and they would talk to God saying, "Oh God, you know what? Give me the ability to die for you in battle." You get what I'm saying? So I can go and and meet you after this, So now we live in a society where all that is like held down, you know what I mean? Like it is how do I say when you hide it, you know what I mean? Like like us men, we're forced to be gentlemen. You get
Like
what I'm saying?
repressed. Yeah.
Yeah. You get me? So now we're forced to be gentlemen. You get what I'm saying? Like we came like do you guys know the story of Jacob and Esau? Like
I
like
don't.
yeah, so Jacob, one was a farmer and the other one tend to animals, you know what I mean? And then I don't know why he's laughing. What's up, man? What's funny?
Nothing. Not you.
Yeah, he's laughing at the guy that just joined. Yeah.
The guy that just joined. Sorry.
But yeah, don't you mean
Nothing. Like we're good, dude. Just
Jose,
keep going.
do you mean Cain and Abel? Like with one is like an agrarian, one's a hunter?
Yeah, so that is what us humans were supposed to do. Like we are what is so funny? I want to know.
He's laughing at the guy. He's not
I'm
laughing
not
at you.
gonna
He's
say
laughing
it,
at the
dude.
guy that just joined. Not what you're saying, Jose. He's not laughing at what you're saying.
I'm not gonna say it.
BPD whisper.
It's
And I'm
whatever.
in bed and I have no shirt on. So Confluence brought me up on panel while he was asking me to verify.
You'll
So
say
you had
I-
verified it, so I was bringing
I
you
saw
up,
it
and then
for
you
like
gathered
half
up
a
again.
second.
That was
I was like, oh, what the fuck?
I think I understand what you're saying.
The dude's bluff, so there's no problem with that. Okay, so
No, dude, I'm not judging. Like you're good,
800
dude.
years ago, if somebody badmouthed you or did something you didn't like,
I just
you could,
laughed because I was like,
use
oh shit.
you could use physical force. It would be acceptable to use physical force on that person, right? But today, we can no longer be that hunter or warrior. It's not accepted anymore.
No, well, you
right?
see, here's the thing. Like,
wait, before let the dude say his thing, and then Confluence has to say his thing, and then we all can talk on this. So the dude, if you have have you been listening? But the question is,
I heard the question.
Oh, okay, great.
First of all, Eddie, don't judge me. Some people like to edge while they watch Confluence. It's really fucking insensitive that you're laughing.
All right,
Literally.
so go ahead and answer to the question before we get thrown off topic.
Don't tell me how to live.
Well, I just did.
You're not my
No
dad.
crosstalk yet. No
You're not
crosstalk.
my dad.
Yeah, well, man,
You're
I got
killing
cut
me,
short.
bro.
You get me? I was talking still before. I was just laughing and stuff.
Motherfucker, I'm going to call digital ice on you. Let me answer the question.
Oh my god.
Okay, Whisper, well, you should just go back to England. We have rights here.
What? I'm the DPD whisperer.
Is that outrageous English accent you've got?
Guys,
We
let's
have a message here.
Go back to
Wait,
England.
you go back to England.
Calm it down. Come on, guys.
I'm pretty sure the natives would rather have me here.
Somebody's got to pick the strawberries. Well, Confluence, are you going to let them talk to me this way on your channel?
Look, it's supposed to be no crosstalk. It's supposed to be it's supposed to be 30 seconds apiece, okay? And so it's you, the
I've had
dude,
no
and then
peace.
it's gonna be me.
I'm neither a warrior nor a fucking whatever they say. These two guys saying that men can't be men. That's just something feminine men say.
Just answer the question
Weren't
first.
you
If you
fat?
think about it, the dude. Just everyone else, no talk, and the dude answer the question.
Aren't
Don't
you
respond
fat,
to them
Whisper?
yet. That'll happen later. Okay? But just the dude. Just I want your answer to the question.
Only Portuguese respond like that.
What?
Do I?
Sorry.
Confluence,
I thought I was
establish
muted.
dominance on your panel. These two feminine men won't shut the fuck up.
You're feminine. You have a monkey on your picture, you little child.
Okay.
Like, grow the fuck up, you fucking pussy.
I hate when mom and dad fight.
I don't think it's his fault that he's a pussy.
I can't hear
Okay,
you
everyone. No crosstalk. Okay, everyone, for real. It's the dude and the
All right,
dude.
bet,
Don't
bet.
just answer the question. The dude answer without referring to feminine men on the panel. Just answer the question. Okay, don't.
Fine. 530 credit scores aside, I'll answer the question. Any opportunity to get out of oneself and into the universe would not lead to mental illness. I think it would be a separate. Mental illness is an internal thing. So meditation, trying to, like, whatever you called it, astral projection, anything that ties somebody to the rest of humanity, I think can only be good. I don't think anything bad can come from that.
Okay, and now Confluence gets a chance to speak. Okay, and then
Did you just
the
refer to
floodgates are
yourself in the
open.
third person, you twat waffle?
Because sometimes Confluence does that. Yes.
Hey,
So
but
I
did
would
you see?
say-
Did you
It's
guys
my.
see?
I'm sorry, Jose. It's my. It's
Well, do you want me
I
to
haven't
give you
got a
permission
chance to
to
give
speak
my
so you don't have to
perspective.
yourself?
Okay.
No, but I was gonna
crosstalk.
show you. I'm gonna show you how they attack men.
No crosstalk. No crosstalk. It's
All right,
my
bet,
turn.
bet.
It's my turn. It's my turn. Okay.
You see the
Confluence, it's
530
turn.
credit score? That's what gentlemen do. Little weak wimp.
What did I say?
I'm
What did I
definitely
say?
stronger
What did I
than you,
say?
you
I'm
cunt.
gonna be whoever says anything next. I swear to God, you're just muted. Okay, you're muted. Okay. Again, crosstalk will open up. But where I'm answering the question. Okay, I give my shot. Okay, I will say that with spiritual practices, I think it's a matter probably of degree, maybe the type as well. But I think yes, I think meditation is usually always good, and I think a lot of these things are always good. So I agree with the dude in that way. I think there maybe is a degree that if you do try to let's say I gave the example way earlier of someone that I read about that they were just put themselves in utter darkness for 3 days and meditated. And I feel maybe there's an extent of that where, yeah, it'll probably drive your mind in like a bad direction. Like if you actually sat in meditation in a dark room for like 4 days, let's say, there probably is an amount where you're going to like be hallucinating and like seeing some stuff, and it might not be helpful anymore. So I think a lot of these things, yeah, anything that brings you outside yourself or into yourself more, I think they're usually good, but I think, yeah, there is an amount that you can do it that could lead to bad stuff. And I think there is certain practices you can do, which to a young Christian was kind of saying this. I think there is some types of things you can do that I think will probably be bad. So I think it is both practice dependent, and I think it's also, like a degree dependence, I guess I would say. So now we can open up the crosstalk. Let's try not to insult
without saying anything.
Hey, can I say something?
I feel like I was
All right,
very
my turn,
clear.
my turn.
I don't know how that was not clear what I was saying.
I have a question.
Things then.
My turn. Have you guys ever seen the movie The Patriot? Hey, so have you guys ever paid attention to the American soldiers and the British soldiers?
Is this relevant to what we're talking about? To be clear.
No, it is. I'm about to ask you the relevant question. Okay, what side, the American side or the British side? Remember them soldiers. Who do you think will sit down and ask about a 530 credit score?
Okay, but I did kind of say let's try to move beyond the petty insults that that we were all doing. Okay, we're all guilty. I mean, not all of us. It was only some of us, but let's pretend it was all of us for the sake of unity. Okay, we're gonna move beyond that. Okay, we're gonna move beyond the insult.
Let's empower the man's mind.
Well, in all fairness, if you're going to bring that energy,
Kentu called me a weakling, Confluence. He said I was weaker than him. That's objective.
I understand.
That's objectively false. That's objectively false.
I know you are.
Well, you guys would both have to come up and do some, 55 shoulder presses like Eddie was doing. Okay, so I'm just saying.
Trust me, hey, Eddie.
Can you see my points? Sorry, Josh.
Hey, Eddie, I use the 75s, brother, for a shoulder press.
He brought that energy, and then he doesn't like it being put back.
I don't like it because I'm trying to stay on topic. So
he brought that energy.
The dude will fight with all of you for all eternity, and it'll be a fucking measuring thing between everybody. I'm saying Confluence doesn't want that. Confluence doesn't want that.
But Futoy is right. Futoy is right. He did bring that energy.
Yeah,
I understand.
But out of respect for Confluence, because Confluence has the opposite energy.
All right, let's
respect.
You're right.
I can't tell if you're insulting me or
I'm not insulting you. I'm complimenting you.
You have incredibly unexceptional whites simping for you, Confluence. Congratulations. You've reached the pinnacle of success.
Strong man energy. That Confluence has the opposite energy.
See what you say like
asshole is not man energy. Asshole energy isn't man energy. What are you talking about?
Irish unexceptional whites
is asshole energy.
Man energy.
It's easy to be an asshole. It's easy to be an asshole.
Stacy, good to see you. And kind of a little bit is
Confluence, but I bet you if you were to leave kick Whisper out of this, then there would be no tension. You get what I'm saying? It's those credit score dudes that we got that is a problem with America.
So comments like that, like what the fuck? Why, dude? Why?
If you have a 530 credit score, you're not a man.
We're up here having a good discussion, and you're coming up with that bullshit. Why though?
You get what I'm saying?
I believe in live and let live, but do you not have
that's
respect?
That's a valid point, Futoy. That's a valid point.
Yeah, but with a 530, you can't loan and let loan. Nobody will give you a loan.
I feel like I'll initiate. I feel like the meditation or spiritual practices. I feel like that's a completely separate topic from.
No, but credit is good though. You should have good credit, but you leave those insults to the women.
Leave the
credit.
If you tell someone that their mom choked on a penis, that's like 1992. But if you tell a guy like you can't get a Dodge Charger at anything lower than 23%, that hits the man in the heart. Like that hurts.
Yeah. No, but like talking about credit gets you a good home like this.
That's an okay home.
So for men, so credit is good, but when you do it as an insult, that's like for women. You know what I mean? Like we're talking about the mental strength for men, and we're having men come in with women like insults.
Spiritual activities.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But do you guys sense the change in your spirit when we got insulted by a man like a woman? You get what I'm saying?
I look. I understand. I get. But I guess I'm asking: is not the real man thing to do to accept what I'm saying, and we'll just reset? Is that not the ultimate omni-go thing to do? Right? Hold frame and to just reset, and let's forget the insults, and we'll just move on.
Is what the dude said true or false?
The real man thing is
about
fight it out.
Jose, Confluence made two good points. That dude will just argue with you forever, so it's kind of pointless.
10-4.
The second one is that this is Confluence's panel, so out of respect for him, let's just drop it. Try to drop it.
Yeah, because Whisper is those type of men that right now he's probably trying to hack everybody's page right now. You know.
Dropping it.
Oh yeah, big hacker energy over here.
Jose, you're kind of not dropping it though, Jose. With that, you're kind of not dropping it. With what you just
I
said.
drop it. Throw it to the ocean. I got you, brother. I got
So
you.
people with schizophrenia, they would hear voices, right? Am I right about that?
Yeah.
So
that's
it would probably
vaguely
be-
true. That's not all encompassing, but you're in the right path.
It's not
So-
always true, but it's
Is it-
it's
Is there
often
different
true.
forms of schizophrenia?
Yeah, there's
So-
schizophreniform, there's schizotypal, there's schizoaffective, there's auditory and visual hallucinations, there's disassociate. He's not wrong, but it's a really, it's almost a little bit too simplistic.
Okay,
No, I feel I have to jump in, like, because half the things you mentioned are not schizophrenia. The dude.
Most people would talk about first of all, you went to school in Canada. Is schizoaffective not on the schizophrenic spectrum?
No, schizotypal is that's a personality disorder, and dissociative has nothing to do with schizophrenia at all.
Dude said you went to school in Canada, man.
So people with schizophrenia don't disassociate?
Well, wait, I haven't made my
No,
point
but
yet.
if you're talking about dissociative identity disorder, then
No, I didn't say DID. I didn't talk about DID.
Guys, could I finish my point? It's only quick. It's really quick. So people who do hear voices for whatever reason probably shouldn't meditate because they're sitting there meditating and they're hearing some voice. Kill all humans. What are you doing?
that's
I'm
true.
trying to
That's
meditate.
true.
No, get out and kill somebody.
Or could that quell the voices in a way? Could that make them have some peace with the voices?
Gotta have
Hear the
that
voices.
I don't know.
that
It's
depends on their mind, right?
well, is there good
like,
reports of
if
people with
if their head is strong
hearing
enough to
good
beat the
voices?
voices,
Hey,
then
brothers,
sure.
but hold on,
But
hold
like,
on.
if it's not,
But brothers, but let's talk about the real problem within men. Every time a man commits suicide is because of depression. What can we do to help our fellow mankind leave
Tell 'em about
depression? You know,
Stop feminizing men.
as a
exactly
As a
right, brother.
guy that-
Now I see you now I see you whispering. Now you finally said something that has a point.
We're gonna really red pill with this one, boys.
Huh?
we're getting a little red pill.
We're gonna get some red pill action here.
It's not
so
red
what
pill.
Killing
It's,
each other because someone called you a woman, or someone made you do womanly
I said the
stuff,
other day,
so they said, I can't
if
handle
a
this.
guy,
I'm gonna kill myself.
In Minecraft,
I'd be willing to bet that if you took a poll, people that can't do a pull up and can't run a mile are probably more likely to commit self harm than someone who can. Three of the
Okay, so
guys
what are
talked about
the-
physical fitness. I'm talking, sir.
I can do a pull up. I can't. I don't think I can run a mile.
You could run a mile.
It'd be very slow.
oh, you could run a
I'm not-
fucking mile
I'm
if
not
there
s-
was a tiger chasing you.
I'm not setting the bar
that's
extremely.
probably true.
I'm not setting the bar extremely high. Three people
It's funny, but
mentioned.
they're saying real
Three
shit.
people talked about fitness and being a warrior, like attributes that were more classically masculine. They all said those things make them feel better. Now we live in a world where a guy can literally be some fucking soy boy femme guy with a master's degree from a liberal arts college and somehow ascend the social ladder, but inside they know that they're not fulfilled.
The power is in the man bun.
I
It's not in the man bun.
Large number of people committing
That's where the
suicide
power
veterans
is.
anyway.
Forrest Gump IQ
They
is
fairly manly already.
So,
What was
like,
that for that
submitting to authority makes me more depressed.
What makes you more depressed?
Just
Submitting to authority makes you more depressed.
submitting to authority, like, say, in my relationships, in my work, and whatever, makes me more depressed. Like, the more I do it, like, the more it kind of brings me down. When I take authority and, like, I do my own thing and just, I'm not saying, like, abuse people with it, but, like, I take responsibility for things, and I fucking
So are you
go
saying that
out and like
sovereignty? Are you saying sovereignty is
like
inversely
my own
hold on. Sovereignty is
self-control?
inversely proportionate to your depression.
When you
The
give
more
up your sovereignty, you are more
that's what I meant by
eligible for
inversely proportionate.
depression right now.
But
well,
in every case, what if it's like what is the word, dom woman, a woman with a whip during intercourse? Would that make you depressed, or would that turn you on?
I think
goes
mommy mommy.
A lot of the reasons, when men have depression, sometimes it's for good reasons. My dad had
dominatrix
depression
or
because he
dommy
injured
mommy, yes.
himself.
Well, we're getting
He had
into some
depression because
stuff
he
now.
injured himself.
Yeah, would someone make you depressed? No, right?
Pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy.
But some of them go too far. Like,
deal with the reasons that men are getting depressed.
So, Eddie, what's the issue with submitting to authority?
Because we're meant to be fucking warriors, man.
Submitting to false
It's
authority.
Warriors have authority above them,
It's
right?
like, hold on.
Usually.
It's like, do you guys know who Shane Gillis is?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You think warriors?
Have you guys ever seen his skit about the American soldier and the British soldier? How he's acting like an American, and then he's like, "Oh, you guys want to text me now, motherfucker?" You know what I'm saying? You ever seen that? No, you never
So
seen a
for
skit?
me, it's submitting to false authority. So a real authority, like if they're stronger than you, smarter than you, better than you in every fucking respect, and they're commanding that authority, like I have no fucking problem submitting to that authority.
Yeah, that's true. Cause I get what you're saying. Look, I'm gonna give my
but
example.
like
of that,
submitting to a weaker thing just because you're being a pussy is totally
Okay, but
different than submitting to like real authority.
Okay, Ed, question though, like, so I have not been in the military, but like if you are in the military, right, it doesn't matter if you think the guy ahead of you is like smarter or like
it's all
stronger,
rank.
you have to
It's
do
all
it
rank.
anyway. Exactly.
It's
so
all-
do you
it's
have,
all
do you
rank
have a
at that
problem
point.
submitting? Right? Do you have a problem submitting to that type of authority?
So
no,
there's
because
a
they're in the
there's a
military.
difference.
Hold on, let me say. And
I'm ex-military myself, so there's a difference.
I'm not in the
There's
military,
ceremonial authority, and then there's fucking actual authority.
You can
but what
submit to the rank and not the man,
What I
right, Eddie?
understand from like the military is that each person is placed in the correct, like in the correct spot or a correct job where they're going to function properly. You know,
That's wildly inaccurate, but I appreciate the idea.
The amount of bureaucracy, bro.
no, I like what you said there. You can like submit to the
rank, not the person.
Yeah.
Look,
So
let me tell you this.
Two
Look,
types of
me-
authority.
Look, brothers, I was
There's
explained to it from my view.
ceremonial authority where you have to salute your fucking the guys with the gold bars on their shoulder and shit. You got to salute them as they walk by.
Yeah.
And then
Like,
there's
look, let me-
your
I'm-
fucking senior chief or master chief or fucking
what up, shit?
gunnery
What up, shit, mate?
sergeant or whatever. That, like
I see
has
you,
been
shit,
there
mate.
for fucking 20 years. You
Shit,
know,
mate,
like
say
that
hello,
guy.
shit,
Like,
mate. Say hello, shit, mate. Say hello.
Look at
what's up,
I'm
shit,
going
mate?
to
There you
I'm
go.
going to explain. Let me explain to the panel maybe in a civilian's point of view. You get me? So like me, I do construction and I'm a superintendent, right? I worked at several places that with the military and all that, right? But anyways, we're doing construction. So look at me as a superintendent. It's my job to make sure the projects are done correctly and the paperwork. You know what I'm saying? And then one day I decided to go and help the actual people that were doing the work. You get what I'm saying? And man, I was trying to tell these people how to do it, how I wanted them to do it, until finally one guy came to tell me, "Hey, man, you're kind of in the way now." You get what I'm saying? And that's when I was like super humbled, and I was like, "Well, damn, like over here I'm the boss telling these guys, but now I'm actually doing the work, and I'm really at the bottom of the pit now." You get what I'm saying? So yeah, I guess you guys. I don't know if you guys get what I'm trying to say.
There's always somebody.
I think the military was a bad
that's been there
example. Like
longer.
Confluence. Have you ever had a shitty? We talked about this. What was your shitty job?
Oh yeah, I said this. It was the very brief one that I only worked one shift at. Was the worst one. It was a telemarketing job. It was shitty for moral reasons.
Me too.
Nah, brother, you should try working at IHOP. IHOP is one of the hardest jobs ever.
What I was gonna say is that
I've worked as like a Mongolian cook before. That was probably like the most because I would get like burned like 7 times a day, like actually like burned.
Hey,
but
brother,
in terms of like the worst job, it's the telemarketing where you're like calling people and it's just you're trying to convince them into some scam. I only did it one day.
That's the authority Eddie was talking about.
Like 2 hours of that.
If you have some methed out manager that's an absolute piece of shit and you're looking at your life and you have to submit to like some coked out fucking I get what Edgy was talking about. That's the kind of like submission that can make a man depressed. Like when you're subservient to somebody who is just an absolute fucking shitheel. If you ever worked in food,
I've worked in food and I've had jobs where like the management is like thinks they're hot shit, but I feel like I feel like there's an internal thing you can think where you just like you're just a retard and I have to follow you because you're above me, but I don't actually like respect you in any way, but you play the role. I don't think that makes you less of a man to just be like, okay, this is the position I'm in, and internally I know that you're a piece of shit, but yeah, it is what it is, and you just like go along and you do your work, you get your paycheck, you know. I don't know, I don't think there's like
there's also a limit, that works for 0 through 9, and once you hit 10, you're like, all right, see ya, I'm out.
I also think you'd have to see what somebody's level what their level of agreeableness is, because I'm very low in agreeableness.
You don't say the dude. That's crazy.
What?
I would never guessed that.
Come on, dude. Don't lie. Don't lie.
You're lying, bro. Don't fucking lie to me.
Yeah, I have a hard time. That's why I work for me.
Yep. As you
What do you
should.
do? What do you do?
What do I do?
Yeah.
I
Got
don't.
a personal question, right?
Like what trade are you in?
Just DM me your social security number and we'll be good, dude. Like straight up, like we'll be fine, dude.
Then we'll believe.
I'll take good care of
post
you.
it in the back chat, and I can just put it on
just
screen.
Post it in the back chat. Put it on the screen.
All right, no, let's give him a choice. Either your browser history.
Okay. How do you guys?
I'll tell you this much. I do have a business that I own, but that I won't talk about what I do. But I have several rental properties that I've bought that I manage and operate.
Okay,
That's sweet.
And
that gives me a level of independence where I don't make enough on that where I could like retire at 40, but
can I ask you a question about your properties?
Sure.
Right. So do the kids
what are their addresses?
Do the kids actually sweat, or is that just the name is just sweat shop, or do the kids actually do sweat?
Do the kids what?
Sweat. Or is it just called the sweat shop? Or do you actually make them sweat?
What the fuck are you saying?
Guys, my phone battery is dying right now.
Are you saying that I have like a Nike shoe factory in one of my rentals?
Glad you came by.
Yep.
In all 7. Full of kids.
You want to tell us what the
kids
business
making
is?
fake Nikes.
Yeah. Soon enough, the Israelis are gonna have us like that.
Oh, come on.
Have you seen that they've been attacking our amendments?
No, come on, dude.
Spiritual activities.
It ain't good to put a whole race of people or a whole bunch of type of people into one basket.
Spoken like a truly ill-informed liberal.
That a foreign government is trying to attack our amendment, saying that putting laws on the second amendment.
All that it takes for tyranny to thrive is the indifference of decent men. You literally live in a country that's been shit on by Islam.
What is that going to do to us Americans?
But see, I don't think you're being accurate because Florida just became just figured out that their law against open carry wasn't legal, was against the Constitution. So now you can in Florida open carry.
Yeah,
you could always open carry in Florida.
They're putting laws on all that.
No, they weren't allowing it. They weren't allowing you to.
You could always open carry in Florida if you're on your way to hunting or fishing. There were certain
Yeah, but
things.
that's different. That's different.
It's not that.
You need to watch the news, my friend. Now you don't have to be hunting, so it's the total opposite. Now you don't
Isn't
have
that
to be
everywhere in the world? You can open carry
you
if
can
you're
open
hunting.
carry
Is that the whole
anywhere
point of
in
hunting?
Florida now. Google it.
Yeah, that's true. How
We
do you
hunt
hunt
without
without
open
open
carry.
carry?
Okay.
That's
What
a
does
good
that
point.
mean?
Thank you for
That's
the
a good
info.
point, Vanessa.
No, it's an actual law.
You could
right?
theoretically walk 7
No,
miles
yeah, I
through
know.
a downtown metropolis
Hey, brother, I think
with
you
a
read it.
rifle on your shoulder if you're
Whisper,
going
I think you
hunting or
read it, brother.
fishing.
Yeah, or camping. But now that's changed. Now you can open carry without having to do that, is what I'm saying.
Hunting people today.
Hey, Whisper, can you talk, man? We couldn't hear you.
Which who?
Whisper, I think he was trying to say something, but
I could hear him.
couldn't hear him.
No, I just
Or
said you,
Podesta
you
now
could
is
you could
muted.
walk 6 miles
Can you
and
guys hear
carry a
Whisper?
rifle.
So,
Right,
but my
that's
point is,
Frutoy's right that an open carry state like Wisconsin,
See,
right,
now
where you could just
Confluence, I can't hear you
openly.
now, but I could hear Frutoy.
Oh, you
Probably
can't
have
hear
to
me?
back out and join
Yeah,
It's
back.
you,
that's
man.
someone
I can
tell.
hear everybody.
Yeah, Jose. That happens. Someone tell Jose to back out and rejoin because that happens sometimes.
I can hear
Who
both
can
when
you hear me, Jose?
If he can't hear us, just write it from your name in the
I
chat
could
so
hear
he
typing.
can see the
Somebody's
message.
hacking.
Yeah, that's probably it. Hacking.
Everyone tell
It's the
Jose
most likely
at the same
situation.
time to
Log
back
off
out
and
and
get
come
back
back
on.
in because
I
I'm not
hope
sure
The
who
most
can hear.
likely
no one's
reason
hacking
anybody
you.
has network problems is hacking.
Christian.
all right. So ChatGTP says, yes, you can openly carry a firearm in Florida as of late 2025, but with
hallucinating?
important limitations and conditions. Current legal status in September 2025, Florida appeal courts struck down the state's ban on openly carry firearm as unconstitutional. This effectively made open carry legal statewide without a permit or people who can legally possess firearms. For people who can legally possess firearms.
So what
Why
about
do we
them?
care?
What about them spiritual activities? What
Where that's
about
only
some of them?
recently, right? That's only recently. Before, yes, Whisperer was right. You had to be either hunting, camping, or fishing, going to or coming from to
Get
have
onto that topic.
to have an open firearm. But the
I'm not
topic
sure where that
is
topic came from.
the topic is because somebody
Confluence is
said,
we have Confluence has about 5 minutes left in his tank, and then he's hitting the hay.
all right,
So
all right, so let me just land it. So this came from I
You
think
need to
Jose
hit the
saying-
pipe and stay awake, motherfucker.
Jose was saying that they're coming after our Second Amendment Constitution, coming after your Second Amendment Constitution, and I pointed out that that isn't exactly accurate because now Florida has made it, has found out that it is constitutional. They're going with the Constitution.
Okay, so now you have to go and see
sideways.
what they just recently released, saying that they want to put restraining on our Second Amendment.
No, this is recent. So before in Florida, you couldn't open carry unless you
No,
were.
but I'm not talking
something.
about just Florida. I'm talking about the amendments, all of America.
You know, I'm very interested in American Constitution. I love it. I think it's brilliant. I really do. I wish we had it. I want to stress to you. I want to stress to you, Americans, how lucky you are to have that Constitution and the founding fathers. They blow my mind. Yeah, they had slaves and stuff, which I don't agree with, but half of them were like in their 20s, and these people, right, without internet, without fucking phone or computer, they fucking created the United States of America. It blows my
I
mind.
think it was there before they did that.
Like I'm gonna get off and get back
The
on because
United
I can only
States
hear
is an
Fruitoy and not
idea
everybody
and a
else.
government that was not there beforehand. That's
That
an
was the
off
founding
comment.
fathers. That was the
The
founding
geographic land of North America was here, but the United States did not exist
fathers.
before.
Yeah, exactly.
There were settlements already
fathers
sort of following a
created
lot of
it.
those rules.
So it was under English rule, right? The redcoats.
This was after the
Yeah, which your country is like still feeling the after effects of.
Ireland.
Yes.
I don't know. Ireland for the last 20 years has been one of the richest countries in Europe. I mean, we're doing good.
Being the richest country in Europe is like being the skinniest girl at fat camp.
No.
Ireland
No,
went
no.
tax haven.
No. The euro is far stronger than the dollar. Even the English pound is stronger than the dollar.
Can't hear you guys.
you still can't, Jose? Well, I guess I don't know why I'm trying to talk if you can't hear us.
Anyway, it was great talking to you, chaps. And again, thank you very much for letting me up Confluence and putting up
Yeah,
with my shit.
I'm glad you joined again.
Sorry
Go
for
on
triggering
home,
you.
British soldier. Go on home.
No, this has been great.
Don't you have
I'm
no
not British.
fucking homes of your own?
I'm not British. I'm not British.
I know you're not. I'm telling the British soldier to leave your house. Jesus.
There's no British soldiers in my house.
North South Island.
That
You
was
give
a
them no
long time
quarter.
ago. Whisper, that was a long time ago. Ancient history. Confluence.
20 years ago.
I'm sorry for triggering you, but it only triggered you because I was right and you were wrong.
I disagree with that, but I do love being triggered. Okay, so I always appreciate it.
I'm
fucking dopamine coded. Okay, so I always love it.
I've
Always
seen
love it.
Confluence triggered one time when he got mad at me because he's like, bro, I fucking ate right and I slept for a year. This bullshit.
All right, good night, guys.
I've been triggered at you all for many times, dude.
I've
But
triggered
yeah,
you?
on that note, well, I mean, in like a fun way, not in like a gay
Oh.
way or anything, but you know. But yeah, 07s to everyone. Yeah, final thoughts for anyone on panel?
I think we've sorted out spirituality and mental illness pretty well.
I think we fixed it. I think we fixed
really
mental
figured it
illness.
out,
I think
yeah.
we figured all of it out.
Nobody on the panel is depressed now?
I hope
I'm always
not. I hope
depressed
not.
when I leave a Confluence panel.
Well, yeah, that's what how everyone should feel.
You know it'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, it will be here tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Okay, everyone, come back when you need that dopamine fix. Okay.
Good night,
And
fucker.
God bless. Take
Later.
care. 07s.